Chapter 2008. In immemorial black heaven, a group of Gu immortals concealed themselves as they flew rapidly. These Gu immortals had outstanding cultivation level. They were all rank 8 variant human Gu immortals. The leader was a Gu immortal with white skin and blue hair. He had a solemn expression. It was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch received orders from Wu Shuai to reinforce the Grotto Heaven headquarters and resist the invasion of Celestial Court. Along the way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was filled with worries. This is not what I expected. I appointed Wu Shuai as the alliance leader because I wanted him to be the vanguard. But now that we're going against Celestial Court, I have become the vanguard instead. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to make excuses, but the situation at that time made it impossible for him to do so. Wu Shuai fought with Qi Si Ancestor after all he was injured. Speaking of which, I did make use of him to resist Qi Si Ancestor. As the Vice Alliance leader, I have to take responsibility for this situation. Logically speaking, I have to go to Black Heaven to reinforce them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to go against Celestial Court like this. Regardless of the outcome, he was going to become a thorn in Celestial Court side. Currently, he still wanted Wu Shuai to attract their attention. But the world was like a game of chess. The world was filled with dangers and uncertainties. In the blink of an eye, he was pushed to the front. I really have no choice. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed deeply in his heart. He had to reinforce them. But how to do it was something he had to ponder over. Vice Alliance leader, a large number of Gu immortals have been discovered ahead. The investigative Gu immortal suddenly said, before continuing, "They are our people." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded. He was not surprised. "Go and gather with them." Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch regretted taking the position of Vice Alliance leader, it was too late now. He could only make full use of this position. Before they set off, he had already used this position to command the other Grotto Heavens to defend and help each other, to fight against the enemy Celestial Court. He wanted to contribute his strength. The two groups of Gu immortals gathered. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the reinforcements and felt anger in his heart. Chaotic Rock Grotto Heaven sent an immemorial rock monster. Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven sent 6 Eggman Gu immortals. They could form the ancient battle formation Rotten Evil Cloud Formation, while Hair Monster Grotto Heaven took out the incomplete Immortal Gu House Black Emperor building. These 3 Grotto Heaven forces were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Thus, they took out their trump cards. But other than that, the other forces did not do anything, especially some human forces. They only sent a few rank 7 Gu immortals for show. In front of a great enemy, these Grotto Heavens still want to protect themselves. The distance between the heavenly abodes is too great, and the communication between them is sparse. The reason why they are united is only because of the pressure of survival. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's anger turned into helplessness and coldness. If that's the case, I might as well hide my abilities and put on a superficial show. At the very least, the troops I've brought with me are quite impressive. Celestial Court was powerful, if possible. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to clash with Celestial Court directly. He knew what he was capable of. If he really rushed forward, it was very likely that he would lose his life. While Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was thinking about this, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes opened wide, almost spewing fire. The other Gu immortals sensed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's abnormality. They turned to look at him. Someone asked, "Vice Alliance leader, what happened? Did something happen to Xia clan's headquarters?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. "Xia clan's headquarters are guarded by Lord Alliance leader. How can anything happen to them? My Grotto Heaven is being invaded by Demon Judgment Board. My clan's Gu immortals are fighting with their lives on the line. We need to go and reinforce them now." This great wisdom Immortal Mother was still thinking of saving her Grotto Heaven. She hesitated. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes. Your grotto heavens have already fallen into the enemy's hands. The outcome is set. But my Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven is still holding on. There is still hope. Quickly come with me to reinforce them. If anyone slacks off, I will report to Lord Alliance Leader Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used Wu Shuai's name, along with the variant human Gu Immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and the rest had no choice but to obey this order. The Immortals did not bother to conceal their traces. They flew towards Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven at their fastest speed. The Grotto Heaven's entrance opened. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was anxious as he charged in. The rest followed behind him. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was already engulfed in flames of battle. Demon Judgment Board was like a red meteor in the sky. It rampaged around unstoppably. The rank 6 and 7 snowman Gu Immortals guarding Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven were nowhere to be seen. They were controlling the formation, activating countless hailstorms to attack Demon Judgment Board. But there was little effect. Demon Judgment Board suddenly shot out a blood-colored light. The light shot towards the center of the defensive formation. The snowman Gu Immortals hurriedly put up their defenses. The blood-colored light seemed to be reflected by a mirror. It changed its direction and shot far away. Boom! With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook. The blood-colored light exploded, causing the entire sky to be dyed red. A huge snowy plain that was thousands of li in circumference was turned into nothingness by this attack. Ah, blizzard, icy plain. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this, and his eyes widened in anger. This icy plain was the largest gathering place of the snowman tribes in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. Now that it was destroyed, close to 10 million ordinary snowmen died. Blizzard Icy Plain had even more significance to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. His coming-of-age ceremony was carried out in this Blizzard Icy Plain. Once, his father had brought the young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to the periphery of the Blizzard Icy Plain. You are an adult now, my son. This icy plain in front of you is your trial ground. You need to survive here for at least 7 days to pass the trial. You'll have the qualifications to become a Gu Master and awaken your aperture. The young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the vast snowy plain. He had a perplexed expression. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. His father saw through his expression. It is natural to be afraid because you might die here. The trial is fair as long as you take the risk of death. You will have the qualifications to become a Gu Master. Even though I am a Gu Immortal, I cannot protect you. I can only give you one suggestion. What is it? The young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. You need to survive in this icy plain for 7 days. It is too difficult. There is almost no hope. His father shook his head. But there are many snowman tribes living in this icy plain. If you can follow their traces and find them, they will definitely protect you. But I do not know them. The young Ice Crystal was very worried. His father said in a heavy tone, Don't worry. The snowman tribes will definitely protect every tribesman who lives outside, because these tribesmen will also protect the entire tribe. The tribe will definitely protect you, my son. And if you pass the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will protect the entire tribe in the future. This is our snowman tribe. Sure enough, the young Ice Crystal endured for 3 days and 3 nights in the icy plain, chasing after the tribe's traces. At the final moment of his life, he crawled to the periphery of a tribe's hunting grounds. He was luckily discovered and survived. That tribe accepted him and healed his injuries for free, welcoming him to settle down and become a member of the tribe. Even though the young Ice Crystal left in the end, his experiences in that tribe were deeply engraved in his young mind. They influenced him deeply for the rest of his life. When he cultivated to rank 8 and inherited the title of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, becoming the owner of the Grotto Heaven, he focused on developing the explosive snow icy plain, causing the sparsely populated icy plain to become rich in resources. The snowmen who struggled to survive inside also experienced a huge improvement in their lives. Their population gradually increased. But now all of this was destroyed. It was all destroyed. The entire explosive snow icy plain was destroyed by a strong enemy's killer move. Not only was the fruits of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's hard work destroyed, the memories in his mind were also just memories. He could not find any reference in reality. Anger and hatred were like raging flames, burning fiercely in his chest. For an instant, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch became silent. He took in a deep breath. The air in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was always so cold. It was still so cold. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch recalled his father's teachings. The tribe will definitely protect you, my son. And if you succeed in the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will protect the entire tribe in the future. This is our snowman tribe. Indeed, it is my turn. It is time for me to protect the entire tribe. Rumble. At the next moment, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura erupted, creating a huge storm as he charged towards Demon Judgment Board. The Goo Immortals behind him were shocked. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was actually so powerful. The reinforcements from the past 2 heavens have finally arrived. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Guo Fangjing breathed in deeply. His expression was solemn. Many people came. There were many rank 8 Goo Immortals. Guo Fangjing was only rank 7. But he was not flustered. This battle had already nurtured his fighting spirit and confidence. Of course, most of it was his confidence towards this rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Demon Judgment Board. You have a strong aura, but can you resist Demon Judgment Board? Guo Fangjing smiled coldly. He did not use any killer moves. He controlled Demon Judgment Board to charge forward. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He had to retreat. He was an ice and snow path Goo Immortal. He did not cultivate transformation path or strength path. How could he use his body to resist an immortal Goo house? Let's go! Quick! Let's attack together and help Vice Alliance leader. The other 2 Heavens Alliance army shouted as they attacked. Guo Fangjing saw this and used Demon Judgment Board to advance by retreating. He pulled some distance away agilely. Blood light flashed on Demon Judgment Board as all sorts of killer moves were used. The immemorial rock monsters became slow. The Eggman Goo Immortal was bleeding profusely. He could only save himself. He could not form the ancient battle formation. The incomplete Black Emperor building that Strange Hair Grotto Heaven sent was cowering at the back. It did not dare to fight Demon Judgment Board head-on. The other 2 Heavens Goo Immortals were even worse off. Even though there were many rank 8 Goo Immortals, they cherished their lives. They only dared to use killer moves from afar. Once they got close, they would escape first. A disorderly mob. This term appeared in Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's mind. He was furious and anxious. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven had nothing to do with them. They would not fight to the death. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch knew that he could only rely on himself now. I can only use that move. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made up his mind. Master, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch seems to be unable to hold on. Should we help him? Soul Path Goo Immortal and Sun asked Spectral Soul secretly. He was sent by Soul pacifying Grotto Heaven this time, while Spectral Soul had been hiding in the dark. Chapter 2009. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch floated in the sky. His aura continued to rise as his clothes fluttered in the wind. Around him, countless strands of cold air condensed, giving rise to howling waves. Such power far surpassed ordinary rank 8 killer moves. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch succeeded in activating it, it would shake heaven and earth. Fangjing immediately sensed it. He wanted to use Demon Judgment Board to interfere. Let's help fellow Taoist Ice Crystal. Stop Demon Judgment Board. The other 2 Heavens Goo Immortals had some battle experience. They quickly blocked Demon Judgment Board. At once, all sorts of killer moves flew around like fireworks. Demon Judgment Board's movement was obstructed by all sorts of attacks, but at the crucial moment, a blood-red rainbow shot out again, attacking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still preparing his killer move. He did not move. At the crucial moment, and Sun suddenly opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, throwing out an immemorial soul beast. The immemorial soul beast moved quickly, blocking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but was hit by the blood-red rainbow. With a loud sound, an explosion occurred. The immemorial soul beast cried out. Its body was mostly destroyed as it fell to the ground. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately looked at Sun with gratitude. His aura stabilized rapidly. He had passed the most dangerous juncture. His killer move was about to succeed. Immemorial soul beasts have no blood. Demon Judgment Board's Blood Path killer move is not effective. And Sun was excited. Master, if not for your guidance, I would not have been able to block this blood-red rainbow. That Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch would have been in trouble. No. Spectral Soul analyzed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's killer move is very profound. It has a certain level of defensive power during the activation process. Even if he is hit, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch will only be injured. The killer move will not fail. Celestial Court. I will let you have a taste of my tribe's signature killer move. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Wong shouted. His rampaging aura was completely concealed. At the next moment, his entire body exploded with a loud sound, turning into countless cold lights. Cold lights shot out. They were extremely cold. Everywhere they went, the air froze, turning into pieces of floating ice that fell to the ground. Fang Zheng had a bad feeling. He wanted to use the Demon Judgment Board to move, but how could his speed compare to the extreme ice crystal light? In an instant, the Demon Judgment Board was hit by countless ice crystal lights. Gotcha! Every time the crystal light hit the Demon Judgment Board, it would turn into a small piece of ice, adhering to the surface of the Demon Judgment Board. Countless crystal lights shot out from all directions. Demon Judgment Board could not dodge at all. Countless layers of ice formed on the surface of the immortal Gu House. Fang Jing's heart sank. He quickly activated Demon Judgment Board and used a killer move to block the ice layer. However, his speed could not match the speed of the ice. Very quickly, the Demon Judgment Board was surrounded by a thick layer of ice that was half a meter thick. Not good. The thicker the layer of ice, the more powerful the cold light that comes from the outside is. This discovery made Fang Zheng turn pale with fright. This move was unavoidable from the very beginning. It was powerful, but the true power was yet to come. The further it went, the more powerful this move would be. Fang Zheng quickly activated Demon Judgment Board. The rank 8 immortal essence that he stored was expended as he activated Demon Judgment Board's strongest killer move. Blood light shone as the layer of ice on one side melted. However, the cold light in the sky reacted. They moved towards the direction that Fang Zheng was trying to break out of. Demon Judgment Board's effect became weaker. The Gu Immortals present were all stunned. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is actually so strong. He actually used his own strength to seal the rank 8 Immortal Gu House of Celestial Court, Demon Judgment Board. Truly amazing. What is this move called? Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. At once, the Immortals chewed on the name of this killer move. It was deeply engraved in their minds. This is the olden antiquity era's signature killer move. To think that the snowmen here actually obtained a racial inheritance. Spectral Soul, who was in Sun's body, laughed lightly. And Sun realized now. So this move is the racial inheritance of the snowmen. No wonder it is so strong. Wait, can an olden antiquity era killer move still be used now? The current world is very different from the olden antiquity era. Won't such an ancient relic be obsolete? Spectral Soul laughed. Back then, variant humans dominated the world. killer moves were as numerous as the stars in the sky. But killer moves that were carefully chosen and placed into the racial inheritance naturally have their own profundities. Take this extreme ice crystal light immortal suppression coffin, for example. Its core is not an immortal goo, but the variant human who used the killer move. Spectral Soul was not knowledgeable in the ordinary sense. He had once plundered countless souls in the door of life and death. Many of these souls came from the olden antiquity era, the remote antiquity era, and even the immemorial antiquity era. Thus, Spectral Soul knew a lot of information about these eras. Even though his attainment level fell to rock bottom, his memories were still intact. Like what Spectral Soul said, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin had some similarities with Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind Killer move. When Wu Yong used Unlimited Wind, his wind path Dao marks would be permanently expended. Meanwhile, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin not only expended Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's Ice and Snow Dao marks, it would also reduce his lifespan. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin used Snow Mangu Immortals as the core. It was less affected by the changes of time. At the same time, even if Gu Immortals of other races obtained this move, they would not be able to use it. Guyu Fangjing's forehead was already covered with a layer of cold sweat. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's battle strength was far beyond Fangjing's expectations. The Great Demon Judgment Board was actually trapped in the ice. There was little hope of breaking out. Even if Fangjing wanted to deal with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, he could not do it, because Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already turned into countless cold lights. This was the specialty of Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Just as Demon Judgment Board was about to be completely trapped in the ice, at this moment, a phoenix cry resounded. Next, waves surged, Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui arrived together. It turned out that when Fangjing fought with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch earlier, he had already informed Celestial Court, Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui. Bai Tsang Shui had already cleaned up the battlefield. She left immediately. Meanwhile, Prince's Impatience gave up on some of his gains. He quickly went to reinforce. The two rank 8 Gu Immortals saw that Demon Judgment Board was trapped. They growled together. One sent out golden flames while the other sent out waves. The ice was attacked from both inside and outside. It could not hold on any longer. The outer layer of ice was quickly destroyed while Demon Judgment Board became restless. The two Heavens Gu Immortals saw this and attacked, but they were suppressed by Prince's Impatience and by Tsang Shui. They had many times more rank 8s than Celestial Court, but they had no advantage. In a battle between Gu Immortals, numbers were not the crucial factor. Even though the two Heavens Gu Immortals had the advantage in numbers, they did not cooperate with each other. Their killer moves often interfered with each other. They had great battle strength, but before they even hit the enemy, they would expend 30 to 40% of their strength. But if they fought alone, they would be afraid. They would focus on preserving their lives. They would be in danger and lose their lives. Of course, this was also because Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui were elites among rank 8s. They had outstanding battle strength. As a member of Celestial Court, they could look down on most people of the same cultivation level. After a while of deadlock, Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the ice light was weakening. He had to instruct in Sun. Quickly release the Soul Beast Army. Lend me all your immortal Gu. Yes, master. And Sun did not hesitate. He did as he was told. The Soul Beast Army immediately moved. Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tsang Shui did not think much of it at first. They threw out 2 killer moves. But the Soul Beast Army suddenly split up. Their movements were smooth like flowing water. They dodged most of the killer moves. Next, 3 immemorial Soul Beasts flew out of the Soul Beast Army, attacking Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui. Both sides fought. The immemorial Soul Beasts could not match the 2 immortals of Celestial Court, but the immemorial Soul Beasts had the support of the army. Killer moves were used at every crucial moment. Even though Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui had the upper hand, They were restrained by the Soul Beast army. As Demon Judgment Board's reinforcements fell, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's Ice Light turned the situation around. This soul path, rank 7, is truly talented. I will go kill him. Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tsang Shui quickly conversed. The former suddenly moved, spitting out fire from his mouth, forcefully burning a path through the Soul Beast army, heading straight for Sun. And Sun turned pale with fright. He shouted in panic, "He is coming! Protect me!" The Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens knew that enslavement path Gu Immortals were most afraid of killing tactics. They quickly attacked. Prince's impatience rampaged unstoppably, breaking through all the obstacles, but because of this delay, Sun had already pulled some distance between them. "You cannot escape." Prince's impatience smiled coldly, pouncing again. Spectral Soul would not attack personally in public. He controlled Sun's body to retreat, using the strength of other Gu Immortals to block Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience charged again and again. The Two Heavens Immortals were sweating profusely. Their hearts were pounding. They were showing their might. Bai Tsang Shui shouted, "Feng Xian, quickly attack." Prince's impatience gritted his teeth. This Sun was so slippery. At this time, the Ice Light trapped Demon Judgment Board again. Layers of ice formed a huge ice coffin, suppressing this rank 8 immortal Gu house at the center. Oh no! Seeing this, Bai Tsang Shui's and Prince's impatience's heart sank. Seeing that Celestial Court's side was in trouble, at this moment, heaven and earth shook. Chi currents surged as the world roared. Chi tides again. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven had already been destroyed by Prince's impatience and by Tsang Shui when they came to reinforce. It was connected to the outside world. At this moment, Chi tides surged in the outside world, pouring into the Grotto Heaven. The Chi tides spread to the battlefield. Everywhere they went, people were thrown off their feet. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven's defensive immortal formation could not hold on any more. It shattered. A large number of snowman Gu Immortals were in danger. The ice light that trapped Demon Judgment Board shook. It seemed to be hesitating. It only hesitated for a moment. The extreme ice crystal lights shot towards the snowman Gu Immortals, turning into ice tubes that protected them. But this way, Demon Judgment Board's pressure was greatly reduced. Prince's impatience and Bai Tsang Shui saw this and attacked at the same time, breaking the remaining ice layers and saving Demon Judgment Board. Chapter 2010. Chi tides filled the entire ice crystal grotto heaven as they surged. Spectral Soul sighed deeply. This was too regretful. He had intended to let both sides fight to the death. He would take care of everything himself. Devouring Gu Immortal souls was much more useful than absorbing soul cores. Unfortunately, his plan was ruined by this Chi tide. I do not have Dang Hun Mountain. I lack Guts Gu. I can only devour soul beasts and soul cores. But these need time to digest. They're not as good as Guts Gu, which can directly raise my soul foundation. How can there be such a coincidence? Not long ago, Chi Si Ancestor and Wu Shui fought and caused a Chi tide. The battle this time also attracted a Chi tide. Spectral Soul thought of this and had a realization. Don't tell me, when Gu Immortals fight, they cause a Chi tide. Spectral Soul was only guessing, he was not certain. It is a pity that my Chi path attainment level is ordinary. If I were still around, I would be able to make a decision. He had soul-searching and devouring methods, but these methods could not directly raise his path attainment level. The only way to raise his path attainment level was to absorb true meaning. Spectral Soul's attainment levels at his peak were mostly obtained from the memories he obtained from soul-searching. He cultivated and deduced them. It was not easy. Forget it. And Sun performed well this time. He made a huge contribution. He might be summoned by Wu Shui. If I rely on him, I will be able to get close to Wu Shui. I might even have a chance to enslave Wu Shui and obtain Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's plan failed. He thought of a new plan. He coveted Dragon Palace, which had Dream Path immortal goo. Within the surging chi tide, cold lights gathered and turned back into Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura was weak. His face was pale. The price of using extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was huge. However, he almost single-handedly sealed the Demon Judgment Board and was the biggest contributor to the victory of this battle. The Goo Immortals of the two heavens came to visit him. Their gazes towards him were different now. Strength could prove everything. It could differentiate one's status. Undeniably, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, who had extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move, had battle strength that surpassed most of the rank 8 Goo Immortals of the two heavens. Even though we managed to protect Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, our signature killer move was exposed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch forced back Celestial Court, but he could not feel happy internally. At that moment, he could only comfort himself that it was very difficult to restrain the immortal subduing coffin and that he could still rely on it for a period of time. Fellow immortals, I'm not injured, I just need to rest. Everyone, please work together to protect my grotto heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. That's easy to say. Our two heavens alliance is one. This small matter is nothing. Everyone, hurry up and do your best to protect the Ice Crystal Paradise. The Goo Immortals of the two heavens took action, resisting and clearing the chi tides in the grotto heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in charge of repairing the holes in the grotto heaven aperture walls. Even though the chi tides were vast and mighty, under the combined efforts of many Goo Immortals, they quickly calmed down. Due to the timely treatment, the Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven did not suffer many losses due to the chi tides. Vice Alliance Leader, come take a look. We have a new discovery. When Great Wisdom Immortal Mother flew back, she brought an unexpected piece of news to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. A moment later, the immortals of the two heavens arrived at the location. They saw a fruit that was the size of a hill floating in the air. This fruit was translucent. It was completely made of heaven and earth chi. It was shaped like a gourd or a peanut. This should be a chi harvest fruit. After the chi tide spread, people would often find chi harvest fruits of similar shapes. When Goo Immortals obtain them and use them in their immortal aperture, they can quickly harmonize the heaven and earth chi in their immortal aperture. It will greatly increase the fusion of the two chi in their immortal aperture. But ordinary chi harvest fruits are only as big as a carriage. If this is a chi harvest fruit, why is it so huge? The immortals of the two heavens discussed. They could not make up their minds. Master, is this really a chi harvest fruit? And Sun asked Spectral Soul, if it is, wouldn't this be a blessing in disguise for Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven? As long as it absorbs such a large chi harvest fruit, won't Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's immortal aperture transform completely? It will no longer be restricted by the chi tides? This is indeed a chi harvest fruit, but whether it is a blessing or a curse, it is hard to say. Spectral Soul chuckled coldly. As expected, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried to take this chi harvest fruit, he was shocked to find a deeper secret. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression turned even paler. This chi harvest fruit is still growing. It is absorbing my grotto heaven's heaven and earth chi to grow. If I rashly get rid of it, the grotto heaven will shake, living beings will die. It will also create an even more violent chi tide. The immortals gasped after getting Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's permission. They went forward to investigate. This chi harvest fruit cannot be allowed to grow. Is there anyone who can help me get rid of this threat? I, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, will not be stingy with my rewards. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a stern expression, but the Goo Immortals looked at each other. They were helpless. Almost anyone could forcefully get rid of the chi harvest fruit, but it was extremely harmful to Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. it would shake its foundation. According to the immortals' deductions, if they directly got rid of it and detonated the chi harvest fruit, after the chi tide is formed, a second chi harvest fruit will continue to grow. This way, they had to get rid of this threat permanently without harming Ice Crystal, Grotto Heaven. The difficulty was too high. Great wisdom, Immortal Mother suggested. We can't do it because we do not cultivate chi path. Maybe Lord Alliance, leader, has a way? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a worried expression. He sighed deeply. Right now, we can only seek help from Lord Alliance leader. Wu Shuai soon received Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's request for help. My memories are limited. I did not know that the chi harvest fruit could have such a change. Maybe my main body knows about it. Wu Shuai then sent Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's detailed battle report to Fang Yuan's main body. Oh. This caused the danger of the two heavens, Grotto Heavens. This is much earlier than in my previous life. Fang Yuan's main body knew about it indeed. In the 500 years of his previous life, the two heavens Gu immortals worked together and attacked many places. They caused a lot of trouble to the 5 regions. Due to the chi tides, the 5 regions Gu immortals were heavily restricted. But the two heavens Gu immortals were much less affected by the chi tides because of their origins. Moreover, when Gu immortals fought to a certain extent, chi tides would definitely appear. Even if the two heavens Gu immortals had low battle strength, they could use the chi tides to defeat the 5 regions Gu immortals. However, good times did not last long. Soon the two heavens Gu immortals found that chi harvest fruits appeared in their Grotto Heavens. These chi harvest fruits absorbed the Grotto Heaven's heaven and earth chi to grow. They could not be destroyed. If they ignored them, the threat would continue to grow and eventually destroy the Grotto Heavens. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch resisted the celestial court, causing the chi tides to sweep the Grotto Heavens. This is the reason why the chi harvest fruits appeared earlier. Fang Yuan sent this information to Wu Shuai. Suddenly, he had a thought. Inspiration flashed in his mind. Wait, maybe I can use the chi tides to deal with Providence. He was in a terrible situation now. The main reason was that he had heaven path Tao marks on him. He could not refine them in a short period of time. The heaven path Tao marks naturally manifested as Providence. The heaven path Tao marks had no ill intent towards Fang Yuan, but Providence wanted to get rid of him. It tried all ways to make things difficult for him and destroy his sovereign immortal aperture. And even worse, if Fang Yuan did not get rid of Providence in time, Providence would accumulate to a certain extent. Even if the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance was not opened, the Grotto Heaven's Providence would resonate with the 5 regions' Providence. Fang Yuan's location would be exposed. Once Fang Yuan's location was exposed, if he stayed in Qixi, his identity as Qixi ancestor would be ruined. However, it was too difficult for Fang Yuan to get rid of Providence. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. Fang Yuan did not know where to start. He could not predict the changes of the heavenly Tao. He could not know where Providence would appear in advance. Why don't I imitate the chi tides and sweep through my sovereign immortal aperture? Like brushes, I will sweep through all the Providence wherever I go. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that this method had a lot of potential. It seemed dangerous, like taking a risk, but with his chi path and wisdom path foundation, there was a high chance of success. Of course, whether this method would succeed or not, Fang Yuan did not know until the final moment. If only Wisdom Gu was still around, that would be great. Wisdom Gu's inspiration was correct. At the same time, with the help of the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan deduced that the killer move to activate the chi tides would be fast and convenient. At the same time, in Chi Ju Grotto Heaven. This is the center of the Grotto Heaven. Luo clan's 3 Gu immortals were injured. They finally reached this place. Good. What a good chi harvest fruit. Luo Mu Zi cried out. The other 2 immortals were also shocked. According to the 3 Luo clan immortals' deductions, the center of Chi Ju Grotto Heaven should contain the Grotto Heavens, most valuable treasure. Right now, the three immortals took a look. There was only a small and exquisite chi harvest fruit here. This fruit was almost solid. There was fluorescence on its surface. It was shining brightly. It was only the size of a gourd, but it had the aura of a rank 9 immortal material. There was also a huge life force that pressed down on the three Luo clan immortals, minds like a mountain or an ocean. This chi harvest fruit is not ordinary. It has great profundity. We need to research it. Strange, the chi harvest fruit is a product of the chi tides. Why would demon immortal Chi Ju hide it at the center? Don't tell me he predicted that there would be a calamity like the chi tides in the distant future. Attack! While the three Luo clan immortals were discussing, there was a shout. Several variant human Gu immortals appeared and attacked. The three Luo clan immortals were caught off guard. They were swept into the battlefield killer move. Oh no, there is an ambush. Someone found Chi Ju Grotto Heaven. Who are you people? The three Luo clan immortals shouted. The leading variant human Gu immortal was only the size of a finger. He had transparent wings on his back. He was a mini-man Gu immortal. Chapter 2011. Several days later, in southern borders, Wu clan headquarters, Wu Yong stood on a mountain peak, slowly opening his eyes. In front of him, there were 3 to 5 mortals. They were all tied to the wooden stakes, unconscious and unconscious. Immortal killer move. Farewell, friend wind. Wu Yong breathed in deeply after preparing. He activated this peculiar killer move. Without seeing any wind, the 3 to 5 mortals in front of him started to disintegrate. Their hair, skin, flesh, and bones were blown away by the wind like ashes. In the blink of an eye, these mortals, along with their clothes, completely dissipated. Not even a trace of them was left. Wu Yong showed a satisfied smile. During this period of time, he had modified Farewell, Friend Wind. The results were quite good. Farewell, Friend Wind was a wind path killer move with human path effect. It originally needed to hit a certain part of the target's body while saying farewell words. But now these flaws were all modified by Wu Yong. They were removed. The current Farewell, Friend Wind still needed to befriend the target before it could be used. But its range was greatly increased. Its practicality rose by a large margin. Wu Yong had used unlimited wind killer move in the Fate War, permanently expending a lot of his wind path Dao marks. His foundation was greatly reduced. However, during the period of rest and reorganization after the battle, he had gained some insights from his losses, and his attainment in the wind path had improved once again. This way, he had the ability to modify Farewell, Friend Wind. Wu Yong was not satisfied with just modifying Farewell, Friend Wind. The increase in attainment level would also bring about development in all aspects. Farewell, Friend Wind was only one of the aspects. Next is to modify other killer moves and even clear Jade, Dripping Wind, Tiny Bamboo Building. After modifying it, my battle strength will definitely rise again. It might even surpass my previous peak. Just as Wu Yong was thinking about the future, an information path Gu Worm flew over. Wu Yong took it and glanced through it. His brows raised, and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. He had wanted to enter closed cultivation for some time, but after receiving this news, he immediately stopped his modification plan. After returning to the guest hall, he saw the 2 Gu immortals who had come to see him. These 2 Gu immortals were wearing the same attire, dark green short sleeves and black trousers. His head was covered with a white cloth that looked like a headband, and his calves were bound with jasper. Gu immortals familiar with southern borders Gu immortal world would know. This was the uniform of southern borders Luo clan. Of the 2 Luo clan Gu immortals, one was an old man with a bitter expression, while the other was a middle-aged man with a pale expression. He was clearly injured. Luo Zhu, Luo Ran, greets Lord Alliance leader. Luo clan's 2 Gu immortals saw Wu Yong and immediately bowed. The Southern Alliance had already been established. with Wu Yong as the leader. Of the two Luo clan immortals, Luo Ran was a general of Luo clan, an expert with rank 7 peak space path battle strength. He was very arrogant, while Luo Zhu had a high status and was the current first supreme elder of Luo clan. The two immortals' attitude towards Wu Yong was very polite and humble. It was clear that they had a favor to ask of him. Wu Yong nodded. "Sit down and talk." After the two Luo clan Gu immortals sat down, Wu Yong asked directly, "What is going on with Qi Ju, Grotto Heaven?" Luo Zhu took a deep breath and explained the sequence of events. The general idea was that a certain Luo clan Gu immortal was using an immortal Gu house to explore in White Heaven. He accidentally found Qi Ju, Grotto Heaven. Luo clan thus explored in secret for many years. Finally, when the Qi tide surged, they made a breakthrough and entered the center of Qi Ju, Grotto Heaven. However, just as they were about to obtain Qi Ju's true inheritance, they were ambushed by variant human Gu immortals. The 3 Luo clan immortals who were exploring the Grotto Heaven were caught off guard. They were forced into a passive state. Thankfully, the leader was a space path expert, Luo Ran. He used his trump card and managed to escape with the 3 Luo clan immortals. The variant human Gu immortals did not stop. They chased after the 3 Luo clan immortals. Luo clan got the news and immediately mobilized their immortal Gu house. Both sides fought intensely at the heavenly wind Qi wall. Even though the variant human Gu immortals did not have much battle strength, their leader, the mini-men Gu immortal Xiaohe Jian, was very powerful. At the same time, the variant human Gu immortals had an incredible immortal Gu house. Luo clan was not their match and had to flee back to southern border. After passing through the heavenly wind Qi wall, the variant human Gu immortals were afraid of being attacked by southern border's Gu immortal world. They gave up on the chase. Luo clan's immortals were defeated. They returned to their headquarters to rest, feeling furious and helpless. They discussed for a long time. They felt that they could not take Qi Ju Grotto Heaven by themselves. They might as well find other forces to help. Wu Yong heard the 2 Luo clan immortals' explanation and understood. The Qi tides exposed the location of the 2 heavens, Grotto Heavens. Thus the 2 heavens Gu immortals formed an alliance. The 2 heavens alliance is mainly made up of variant humans. Wu Shuai is the alliance leader. This group of variant human Gu immortals that defeated Luo clan is likely closely related to the 2 heavens alliance. The 2 heavens alliance first occupied a corner of Eastern Sea. Wu Shuai fought with Duke Long. Next, Celestial Court attacked. Their vice alliance leader Ice Snow Immortal Monarch defeated Celestial Court's immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. The commotion was huge. If Luo clan seeks allies like Ho clan or Yao clan, even though they are similar in size to Luo clan, they will not be able to resist the 2 heavens alliance. In the end, when the matter escalates, they still need to seek help from me. Thus, they directly came to me for help. Thinking of this, Wu Yong smiled. He immediately agreed. Our southern border righteous path is united. Luo clan is in trouble. As long as it is a Southern Alliance force, we have the responsibility to help. And I, Wu Yong, as the leader of the Southern Alliance, have an even greater responsibility. Luo clan's 2 immortals spoke. Alliance leader is righteous. But there was no joy on their faces. Regarding a huge treasure like Qi Ju's true inheritance, Wu Yong would definitely agree. This was almost certain. The crucial thing was how to obtain Qi Ju's true inheritance. How should Luo clan and Wu clan cooperate? And how should they split the true inheritance? This was the true content that needed to be discussed. While the 2 Luo clan immortals were negotiating with Wu Yong, Wu Shuai also received a request from a Gu immortal. This mini-man Gu immortal is called Xiaohe Jian. Wu Shuai squinted his eyes. Yes. The reporting Gu immortal introduced. This immortal has great strength. His reputation has spread long ago. Even though the 2 heavens forces do not interact with each other, we have heard of Xiaohe Jian. His strength is likely about the same as Vice Alliance leader. The so-called Vice Alliance leader was naturally Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used the killer move Immortal Suppression Coffin to force back the Celestial Court. His reputation rose greatly. Everyone in the Two Heavens Alliance knew of him. What does the matter for him to come to see me? Wu Shuai purposely asked. This subordinate does not know. The reporting Gu Immortal lowered his head. He only said that he has a huge fortune to give to Lord Alliance Leader. He also wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance. Wu Shuai smiled. He did not know before, but not long ago, his main body sent him some information about this person. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Xiao Jian was a famous person. He was an expert among variant human rank 8 Gu Immortals. He could even fight evenly against the members of the Celestial Court. Speaking of which, in the 500 years of his previous life, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not famous. In terms of battle strength, Xiao Jian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were on the same level. Even though the Two Heavens Gu Immortals were not very accomplished, there were still several experts who could hold up the fort. If not for this, he would not have caused trouble to the 5 regions in the 500 years of his previous life. Xiao Jian explored Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. He likely had a conflict with Luo clan. Now that the Southern Alliance has been established in advance, Luo clan suffered a loss. They will definitely look for allies in southern border. They are likely to find Wu Yong. Even though Xiao Jian has several Grotto Heaven forces with him, how can they compare to the Great Southern Alliance? Thus, he came to me and wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance, not only to protect himself. He also wants to use my strength to resist the Southern Alliance and obtain Qi Ju's true inheritance. But this Qi Ju Grotto Heaven is a dangerous place. In the 500 years of my previous life, Qi Ju Grotto Heaven self-detonated. Burying many Gu Immortals, the Two Heavens Alliance suffered a huge loss and never recovered. Wu Shuai estimated that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch probably died in the explosion of Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not be so unknown. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai couldn't help but sneer. This Xiao Jian is cunning and sinister. He wants to borrow the tiger's power to kill me. Since he has something to ask of me, I must have a good talk with him. Chapter 2012. The sky was the same color, a vast expanse of blue and jade. Winds howled, killing intent condensed in the air. 2 immortal Gu houses confronted each other. One was a grand palace shining with orange gold light. It was magnificent and majestic. It was Dragon Palace. The other was a 2-story bamboo building. Full of vitality, it was elegant and elegant. It was clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses carried many Gu Immortals. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat. The Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens were standing in 2 rows in the hall. On the left were Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest. On the right was the Wood Path Great Expert, Mini-Man Gu Immortal Xiao Jian, who had just joined them. As for Lady Cold Ash, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, and the rest, they were also mixed in. Not long ago, Wu Shuai had summoned Xiao Jian. After the 2 sides came to an agreement, they quickly set off for Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. On the other side, Southern Alliance's Wu Yong also knew the principle of speed. He immediately mobilized clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, as well as Wu clan and Luo clan's immortals to immemorial White Heaven. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building speed was much faster than Dragon Palace. Wu Yong arrived first, but Qi Ju Grotto Heaven could not be casually entered. Just as Wu Yong and the rest were waiting to enter, Wu Shuai arrived with Dragon Palace. Both sides met in White Heaven and immediately confronted each other. Wu Yong. Wu Shuai spoke from within Dragon Palace, his voice reverberating in the battlefield. Qi Ju's true inheritance is right in front of us. Why don't we each send 3 people? We will win 2 out of 3 rounds. The winner will obtain the true inheritance, while the loser will get the Grotto Heaven. How about that? Wu Shuai, when did you become so wishy-washy? Wu Yong's snicker could be heard from within clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. Chiju's true inheritance goes to the Fated One. We will fight for it with our own abilities. The moment he said that, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building turned into a green rainbow, entering a certain gap in Chiju Grotto Heaven. Wu Yong waited for a long time. He finally found the opportunity to enter. Even though Wu Yong had brought clear jade, dripping, wine, tiny bamboo building, the Gu immortals around him were elites from Wu clan and Luo clan. In terms of formation, they could not compare to Wu Shuai's side, not only in quantity, but also in terms of high-level battle strength. If it was really as Wu Shuai said, 2 wins out of 3, Wu Yong would definitely be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, once Gu immortals fought intensely, heaven and earth chi would become chaotic and form chi tides. By then, the Gu immortals of the 2 heavens would be less affected. Their advantage would be even greater. Wu Yong was an ambitious and ruthless person. How could he let his side fall into a disadvantageous position again and again? Lord Alliance Master, this matter should not be delayed. Let's also depart. Xiao Hejian urged somewhat anxiously. Wu Shuai focused his attention on the pores of Chijue Grotto Heaven. These pores varied in size, but they were all white in color, formed by the rapid airflow. Just now, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building entered Chiju Grotto Heaven through one of the largest holes. After watching for a while, Wu Shuai saw some mysteries. These holes are of different sizes. They're increasing in number. They are likely the immortal aperture entrances of Chiju Grotto Heaven. Although Feng Yuan's main body and clone had different memories, they shared the same cultivation realm. Wu Shuai also had the main body's chi path attainment level. He could see more deeply than other Gu immortals. Just this hole made Wu Shuai's eyes brighten. He was moved. Immortal aperture entrances have always been checkpoints. They're used to connect the inside and outside of the immortal aperture. Chiju Grotto Heaven's entrance has a unique style. It is the one I have seen that can maximize the effect of the entrance's connection. I wonder what kind of gains there will be inside. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai's curiosity grew. He activated Dragon Palace and slowly moved forward. In Feng Yuan's 500 years of memories, this Chiju Grotto Heaven self-detonated. It dealt a heavy blow to the allied army of the 2 heavens. The latter never recovered from this setback. Who knew how many rank 8 Gu immortals died here? Chiju Grotto Heaven was very dangerous. This was also the reason why Feng Yuan did not explore it before the Fate War. But now that Chiju Grotto Heaven was exposed, with the temptation of Chiju's true inheritance and Dragon Palace's protection, Wu Shuai did not have much time left. He made his move. Dragon Palace passed through the hole and quickly arrived inside Chiju Grotto Heaven. The immortals saw that the surroundings were filled with air currents. They were milky white in color and howled fiercely. Chiju Grotto Heaven structure is quite special. It does not have the scenery of an ordinary immortal aperture. It is filled with milky white chi currents. These chi currents form into many pipes. Countless pipes turn Chiju Grotto Heaven's interior into a maze. It is like the intestines of a giant. We need to quickly move through these chi currents and find the correct path to enter the center. Chiju's true inheritance is hidden there. Xiao Hejian explained at an appropriate time. The immortals in the palace listened seriously. Xiao Hejian did not tell them everything. To prevent Wu Shuai from obtaining the true inheritance, he kept many secrets and made an agreement with Wu Shuai that he would only reveal them when they arrived at the scene. Dragon Palace moved through the milky white chi currents. It soon reached a fork. The 2 entrances on the left and right were the same. They were about the same size. How do we find the correct path? Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch asked. Xiao Hejian said, I cannot determine this, I can only try. The only rule is that the closer we get to the center, the higher the grade of the monsters and resources in the chi currents. When we get to the center, the Qi harvest fruits, there are already rank 9. What about Luo clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked another crucial question. Luo clan does not have a more accurate method. In fact, their exploration progress has always been far behind us. But with the appearance of the Qi tides, many difficulties and obstacles were swept away, allowing them to quickly reach the center. According to our previous progress, we are already very close to Qi Ju's true inheritance. We are only lacking the final 2 obstacles. Xiao Hejian sighed. His tone was filled with unwillingness. The immortals heard this and relaxed slightly. Then it seems that even though the other party entered the grotto heaven first, we still have the advantage. Great wisdom, Immortal Mother analyzed. We cannot be careless. Clear, jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building is much faster than us. Wu Shuai said plainly. He randomly chose a passageway and entered the Dragon Palace. Along the way, the Qi current passageway gradually became wider and taller. Many Qi path living beings lived in the passageway, forming sections of independent and rather special living environments. Roar! Suddenly, a group of Qi monsters emerged from the deep walls of the tunnel surrounding Dragon Palace. These Qi monsters were of different shapes. There were cows, goats, fish, birds, and other strange shapes. But their color was similar. They were all orange. These are Qi monsters formed by luck. Xiao, Hejian gasped. Don't be fooled by their lack of immemorial Qi monsters. They're very troublesome. Without luck path methods to protect us, if we kill them casually, our luck will be greatly affected. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. At the next moment, thick smoke spewed out of Dragon Palace. Wherever the thick smoke went, it engulfed the group of lucky Qi monsters and pushed them into the depths of the Dragon Palace. Ah. Xiao Hejian was shocked. He reacted after a while, saying respectfully, "This is a dream path killer move, as expected of Dragon Palace." As they continued to move forward, an immemorial Qi monster appeared ahead. It was like a black whale. Its body was huge like a mountain. Xiao Hejian had a grim expression. Be careful, this is an immemorial Qi monster formed from tough Qi, but it is currently in slumber. I suggest we go around it, don't. Bam! At the next moment, Dragon Palace sped up and crashed into the immemorial Qi monster. Dragon Palace shook intensely, but the immemorial Qi monster was pierced through. It retaliated furiously. Dragon Palace crashed again, thrice. The immemorial Qi monster broke apart, turning into lumps of pitch-black tough Qi. Next, Wu Shuai kept these tough Qi into Dragon Palace. Split them. Wu Shuai kept most of them. The rest were distributed to the other Gu immortals. Alliance leader is mighty. Dragon Palace is mighty. This subordinate thanks Alliance leader. With Lord Alliance leader here, why would we be afraid of a mere Wu Yong? At once, the immortals expressed their gratitude. Flattery and flattery surged like a tidal wave. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled as he looked at Xiao Hejian, saying with deep meaning, "Friend Xiao, don't make a big fuss over nothing. We will lose our prestige for nothing." Xiao Hejian nodded. He was still deeply shocked as he thought. Even though I witnessed the Fate War, I only realized the strength of Dragon Palace after experiencing it myself. Dragon Palace is so strong. What about Duke Long, Fang Yuan, and Feng Juga? At once, Xiao Hejian's emotions became complex. On one hand, Dragon Palace's strength gave him hope. On the other hand, he had been an expert for a long time. He felt the gap between them. He saw stronger existences. He felt a sense of loss. Like this, they moved forward wherever they went. Wu Shuai took everything that could be taken away. Qi Ju Grotto Heaven was a Qi path treasure trove. It was known as the Qi Sea of ancient times. Not only was there a huge amount of Qi path resources here, there were also all kinds of them. It had everything. Wu Shuai purposely displayed his might to intimidate Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian also revealed more secrets. According to him, he had even encountered the Chi Aura Peak in the process of exploring. Chi Ju Grotto Heaven actually had such an extinct Chi path resource. Regretfully, Xiao Hejian only took a glance and did not have the ability to take Chi Peak. This is the center of Chi Ju Grotto Heaven. Inside clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, Wu Yong had just arrived at his destination. Before he could feel happy, his pupils shrunk. Ha! You are not slow. Dragon Palace quickly appeared behind clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. The center of Chi Ju Grotto Heaven was like a large hollow ball. There were a large number of Chi pillars inside the ball. They intersected and moved back and forth. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, and Dragon Palace entered. They were like mosquitoes flying into a beehive. The Chi pillars continued to move. Some were fast while others were slow. Some were fast while others were slow. They even affected each other. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building was carefully moved forward under Wu Yong's control, avoiding these Chi pillars and moving forward in a zigzag manner. These Chi pillars are made of different materials, but they are at least rank 8 immortal materials. We cannot touch them casually, otherwise we will attract unnecessary trouble. Xiao Hejian quickly said. The environment here was not suitable for fighting. Thus, Xiao Hejian had specially set up a battlefield killer moved to kill Luo clan's 3 immortals. In the end, Luo clan's Gu immortal Luo Ran was a space path Gu immortal. He led the other 2 immortals to pass through the battlefield, then used the terrain here to temporarily shake off Xiao Hejian's group and escape. No need to go through so much trouble. Wu Shuai waved his hand. At the next moment, a dragon roar resounded. The evil dragon appeared. Bam, bam, bam. The evil dragon was rampaging all the way, smashing and smashing all the air pillars in its path, directly creating a path for the dragon palace behind it. Wu Yong frowned. Chapter 2013. Good. Lord Alliance Leader is mighty. This is the power of our 2 heavens alliance. The morale of the immortals in Dragon Palace soared as they cheered. The evil dragon rampaged in front with incomparable ferocity, while Dragon Palace followed behind leisurely. This Dragon Man barbarian, Luo tribe's first supreme Elder Luo, Zhu's eyelids twitched as he gritted his teeth. The Gu immortals of the 2 clans in clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building felt immense pressure. The evil dragon chased relentlessly. It was like a rampaging mountain range. Compared to it, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building was very small. Most importantly, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building had to avoid the Chi pillars continuously. It had to move forward with many twists and turns. Meanwhile, the evil dragon Dizongxing was moving in a straight line. The distance between the 2 was shrinking rapidly. What do we do now? The Southern Alliance Gu immortals were pale. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Wu Shuai used his strength to suppress others. He is making full use of his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. If I were him, I would definitely do the same. Don't worry, after the Fate War, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building was not only repaired, it was even strengthened by me. It is not a problem to resist Dizongxing for now. Although the other party is strong, we do not need to tangle with them. We just need to seize Chi Ju's true inheritance. Alliance leader is right. The immortals nodded in agreement. Every battle had a goal. Wu Yong could see it clearly. There was only one goal in this battle. That was to seize Chi Ju's true inheritance. Whichever side could achieve this goal would be the winner. Even if he suffered some losses during the fight, what did it matter? After all, the evil dragon was too strong. It had the strongest battle strength among immemorial, desolate beasts. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the number of people who could resist the evil dragon head-on could be counted on one hand. There were less than 5 people. Just as Wu Shuai and Wu Yong started their pursuit, the third rank 8 immortal Gu House quietly arrived outside Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. It was Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was still controlled by Fang Zheng, but this time not only did Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui come, there was also Che Wei, who had just recovered from his injuries, as well as Information Path Great Expert Zhou Xiong Xen. Last time, Fang Zheng took the initiative to attack the 2 heavens. Even though he was repelled by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, his gains were still huge. Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui's spoils of war from the first 2 grotto heavens were plentiful. Although Fang Zheng had been defeated, he had only lost face for the Celestial Court. Originally, the Celestial Court wasn't clear about the matter regarding Qi Jiwei Grotto Heaven. After all, immemorial White Heaven was so vast. Even if the Qi tides revealed traces of Qi Jiwei Grotto Heaven, the Celestial Court wouldn't be able to discover it. But don't forget that Wu Shuai's subordinate, the Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch, had secretly surrendered to the Celestial Court. The matter of Xiao Hejian joining the 2 Heavens Alliance could not be concealed. The Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch thus learned of the secret of Qi Jiwei Grotto Heaven. He immediately informed the Celestial Court. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was very famous in history. He was a terrifying great expert who fought against limitless demon Venerable, especially when he cultivated Qi Path in the current environment where Qi tides were surging. New Qi Path resources were emerging in large numbers and emerging endlessly. All the major forces in the 5 regions wanted to research more on Qi Dao. The Celestial Court was no exception. Even though the Celestial Court had primordial origins, true inheritance, and others, if the Celestial Court snatched Qi Ju's true inheritance, it would mean that other forces would not be able to obtain it. This way, the Celestial Court's advantage would be even greater. Thus, Fang Zheng did not rest for long. He listened to Qin Dingling's orders and led 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals to attack White Heaven with Demon Judgment Board, arriving here. This should be Qi Jiwei Grotto Heaven. What is going on? Fang Zheng had just arrived when he saw a shocking change. Countless holes appeared. Milky white Qi currents surged and rotated continuously. Countless holes appeared, connecting the Grotto Heaven to the outside. More and more of these holes appeared, densely packed together. They were too densely packed, giving off a feeling of terror. More than 10 breaths later, the huge silhouette of Qi Jiwei Grotto Heaven appeared. On the surface of the silhouette, there were countless milky white Qi currents. Within the Qi currents, there were countless holes that were constantly moving in and out. The surrounding air was sucked into the Grotto Heaven by a terrifying, formless force. As a result, intense whistling sounds filled the ears of the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. Qi Ju Grotto Heaven seems to be undergoing a huge change. Wu Shuai, Wu Yong, and the rest are probably already fighting inside the Grotto Heaven. What should we do? Prince's Impatience and the rest looked at Fang Zheng. This time, Fang Zheng was still the leader. Fang Zheng felt pressure. The choice in front of him was very difficult. At once, he fell into hesitation. What should he do? At the center of Qi Ju Grotto Heaven, bam, 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 the sound of the Qi pillars collapsing could be heard endlessly. Wherever the evil dragon went, it destroyed all obstacles. However, good things didn't last long. After these pillars of air collapsed, they turned into powerful air currents. Countless air currents entangled with each other and covered the evil dragon's body. They constantly pressured it and surrounded it from all directions, trying to kill it. The evil dragon roared, but its momentum continued to slow. The pressure coming from the front was increasing. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, and dragon palace were not having a good time either. These Qi currents were like huge tsunamis. The 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses were like small boats in the raging waves. Huge Qi currents collided with the 2 immortal Gu houses, causing them to shake intensely. sometimes even causing the immortal goo houses to spin on the spot. A deep blue chi current shot forward. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building quickly dodged. But the deep blue chi current was too huge and fast. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building had to use all its strength to escape after 3 breaths of time. "This is lightning," the southern border goo immortal exclaimed. "I have never seen such huge lightning currents. This quality is enough to be a rank 8 immortal material." Gathering lightning currents had to be done during thunderstorms. It was not difficult to gather lightning currents, but high-rank lightning currents immortal materials were rare. Rank 8 lightning currents were even rarer. If not for the urgency of the situation, the southern border goo immortals would want to gather these lightning currents. It is all Wu Shuai's fault. Such recklessness has caused Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven to erupt. Luo Zhu gritted his teeth. Wu Yong had a grim expression. Chi-Ju's true inheritance is the most important target. The lightning currents earlier caused clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building to lose some goo worms. But Wu Yong quickly replenished them. These immortal materials formed an extreme environment because of the high density of Dao marks. If there were wind, path, chi, current, immortal materials, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building would be like a fish in water. Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven's change made the environment extremely vile, but overall Wu Yong's situation was much better. Because clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building was affected, but Wu Shuai's side was even more affected. Dragon Palace's speed was much slower than clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. Sharp blade, chi, pitch black hard chi, dark death chi, all sorts of chi currents were incomparably huge. All of them were rank 8 level. Wu Shuai braced himself and controlled Dragon Palace to forcibly resist them. The evil dragon had already been left behind. Its body was too huge. It was affected by at least a dozen chi currents at the same time. It could no longer be of much use. This is Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven's foundation. Wu Shuai's expression was grim. His eyes were flickering with uncertainty. He was at a disadvantage, but the situation was not decided yet. The 2 Heavens Immortals in the hall were also shocked, speechless, if not for Dragon Palace's protection. Who would dare to enter such a dangerous place? Many rank 8 Goo Immortals felt their own insignificance and weakness. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju is indeed worthy of being someone who once fought against limitless demon Venerable. The 2 rank 8 immortal Goo houses did not give up. They moved towards the center with difficulty, trying to snatch Chi-Ju's true inheritance. Outside the Grotto Heaven, Feng Zheng no longer needed to hesitate. "Let's retreat first and observe the situation," Feng Zheng ordered. Demon Judgment Board quickly retreated. Princes Impatience and the rest were silent. They approved of this decision. Because of the huge change in the world, chi currents were surging in all directions. Chi tides were forming again. Fighting in this chi tide would cause Goo Immortals to suffer backlash. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were no exception. It seems that my deduction was not wrong. The heaven and earth chi in our immortal apertures are different from the outside world. Thus, be it opening the immortal aperture or fighting intensely, as long as it reaches a certain level, a new chi tide will appear. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju is a Goo Immortal of the 5 regions. He is here, now that there are countless holes. It is like a Grotto Heaven has been opened. Furthermore, Wu Shuai and the rest are fighting with the Southern Alliance Goo Immortals inside the Grotto Heaven. This huge chi tide has appeared. Let's watch from the sidelines and try to reap the benefits. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals conversed as they looked at Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven. Powerful chi tides flowed into Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven through the holes. Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, and the rest felt that it was difficult to move forward. The violent and powerful chi currents became even stronger. Even though rank 8 immortal Goo houses were strong, They could not control themselves against these chi currents. They were often swept away. Thump, thump, thump. The two immortal goo houses got closer to the center. The immortals could hear the dull sound of drums. What is going on? What chi currents are making drumming sounds? No, it is a heartbeat. Quickly look. The two immortal goo houses finally arrived at the center of Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven. All of the goo immortals saw this scene, at the place where countless chi currents converged. It was like the eye of a tornado. The surroundings were violent, but this place was calm. In this tranquil environment, there was a chi harvest fruit that was extremely small and exquisite. It was constantly absorbing the violent chi currents around it. Countless chi currents, no matter what kind, were absorbed by the chi harvest fruit. They instantly changed in nature, becoming a part of the chi harvest fruit. Different from the previous situation, there was a baby's placenta inside the chi harvest fruit. The chi harvest fruit was like the stomach of a pregnant woman. A human baby was curled up inside. It was growing bigger bit by bit. How can this be? What is going on? This is a monster. It is absorbing rank 8 immortal material chi currents endlessly to strengthen itself. It is about to be born. Quickly stop it. The immortals' expressions changed. Wu Shuai was just about to activate Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move. But the chi harvest fruit seemed to sense it. It shook and lightly self-detonated. The baby was born successfully. He had small arms and legs. He seemed to be malnourished. At this time, the phantom image of a crater appeared above his head. This crater was filled with profundity. It was emitting the aura of rank 9. But this aura was far more complete and perfect than the incomplete human sea that Wu Shuai obtained earlier. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The baby suddenly raised his arms, as if he was holding the phantom image of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. He let out a long cry. At the next moment, the surrounding chi currents flowed into the phantom image of the secluded domain of heaven and earth like tired birds returning to their nests. The speed of the chi currents was astonishing. In just a few breaths of time, they were all sucked into the mysterious, secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu Shuai, Wu Yong, and the other immortals were no longer surrounded by chi currents. In the sky, only the baby and the two rank 8 immortal goo houses were left. We are out again. Luo Zhu found himself in the outside world. No! The whole of Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven turned into chi currents and was sucked in by him. Wu Yong could not conceal his shock. This was out of his expectations. He felt like he had been used. This was a trap. Who are you? Wu Shuai's voice resounded from Dragon Palace. The baby had already grown into a boy. He inhaled and inhaled the phantom image of the secluded domain of heaven and earth into his nose. Next, he looked around, looking at Dragon Palace and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He immediately discovered the hidden demon judgment board. The boy smiled lightly, singing leisurely, ascending the mountain to seek immortality. Every step is dangerous. Floating dust like flowing light, dark goo hidden in the heart, golden jade like a dream, 10,000 years of loneliness, 5 regions, 9 heavens technique, all in one breath. After he finished singing, he said with a young but experienced tone, "Who else can I be? I am Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju." The immortals' hearts shook intensely. Wait, if he is Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, is that secluded domain of heaven and earth that she recorded in the Legends of Renzu? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Zhou Xian thought of something. The Legends of Renzu had 2 extremely mysterious secluded domains of heaven and earth. There were not many detailed descriptions. Chapter 2014. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. The mysterious goo immortal exposed his identity. Everyone went silent at once. The 3 goo immortals were shaken. In history, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was someone who fought evenly with limitless Demon Venerable. Inside Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai frowned. He suddenly understood a lot. It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju failed to revive. Otherwise, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju would have definitely appeared. There could be two reasons for this. One was that Fate Gu was not completely destroyed back then. The second was that Spectral Soul succeeded in refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. All the signs show that he had already infiltrated Celestial Court back then and controlled the situation. He would not allow someone like Demon Immortal Chi-Ju to revive. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai snorted coldly. His thoughts flickered. Roar! At the next moment, the evil dragon moved. Earlier, the evil dragon was obstructed by the vast chi currents. It was covered in injuries. But now, the entire Chi-Ju Grotto heaven was absorbed by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. His methods were unimaginable. The evil dragon regained its freedom. It regrouped and charged at Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. This pounce immediately stirred up the boundless wind and clouds. The giant body of the evil dragon was like a moving mountain range, covering the sky and covering the earth. Not to mention Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's childlike body. Even the majestic dragon palace could not compare to the evil dragon's body. Hee, good timing. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's vision was filled with Dizongxing. He was not flustered. He smiled leisurely. He did not dodge. He stretched out a small hand and pressed towards Dizongxing. Immortal killer move. Great chi capture. With a loud sound, endless milky white chi currents burst out of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's body, forming into a giant hand with 5 fingers. The giant hand was the size of an immortal Gu house at first, but it expanded to the size of a hill. 3 breaths of time later, the entire chi current hand had expanded rapidly. It was on par with the evil dragon's head. But the milky white chi current hand was still growing. Dizongxing had already arrived. Bam! The two collided, but to everyone's surprise, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's chi current hand could not withstand a single blow. It was destroyed. Dizongxing's speed did not change as he charged towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not dodge. He looked at Immortal Chi-Ju calmly. Dizongxing only continued charging for a few breaths of time before its speed plummeted. Then it let out a furious roar, as if it was in great pain. My great chi capture move can be gathered and scattered. It could gather energy to move mountains and seas, and disperse energy to invade internal organs. How will you deal with it? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju said proudly. The Ju, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, used one move to suppress Dizongxing. This was the true strength of a pseudo-venerable Emperor Gu King Ju Master. Sigh, once Fate Gu is destroyed, the whole world will be in chaos. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had clearly died 1,000,000 years ago. It is all that Scourge Fang Yuan's fault. He had a chance to revive. In Emperor Ju, Demon Hao Gu, Sealed Court, Judgment Gu Chi of Mu, and Chindi King Gu. After the Fate War, Righteous Path declined and Demonic Path rose. Duke Long, who was the pillar of Celestial Court, died. Feng Jioga, whom they had high hopes for, betrayed them. Fang Yuan was the culprit who destroyed Fate and was still at large. And now, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju appeared. Alas, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals felt. The future of the Gu Immortal world of the 5 regions and 2 heavens was bleak. They had never thought of recruiting Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Even though he was limitless Demon Venerable's enemy in history, there was no possibility of him merging with the righteous path. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, just the word demon, was enough to explain the problem. There were only wrong names, but never wrong nicknames. Xiao He-Jian, what are you trying to do? You actually summoned such a powerful enemy for our 2 heavens alliance. Inside Dragon Palace, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted. Xiao He-Jian could not retort. His expression was pale. He felt lingering fear, but he was also glad. Thankfully, he joined the Two Heavens Alliance, otherwise he would have become the sacrificial lamb of demon immortal Qi Ju's rebirth. This is a trap. I am also a victim. Xiao Hejian complained. This is a trap. Demon immortal Qi Ju's arrangement. At the same time, Wu Yong, who was inside clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, sighed. Luo Zhu sighed. Demon immortal Qi Ju cultivates Qi path. He could actually predict 1,000,000 years in the future? What kind of attainment level is this? Wu Yong frowned slightly. His gaze pierced through clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, looking at Dragon Palace. He understood demon immortal Qi Ju's arrangement, but he had a doubt. Did Wu Shuai know about this secret? At this moment, Wu Yong recalled earlier, Wu Shuai controlled the evil dragon to charge around. Was he acting recklessly and using strength to suppress others? Or was it intentional to destroy demon immortal Qi Ju's arrangement? Clearly, it was because of the evil dragon's actions that demon immortal Qi Ju appeared in advance. Wu Yong was a formidable person of the present era. He had a meticulous mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Wu Shuai's actions were fishy. It is possible that Wu Shuai knows about demon immortal Qi Ju. After all, his relationship with Fang Yuan has always been unclear. It is not strange that Fang Yuan knows about this, since he possesses spring-autumn cicada. Wu Yong thought of Fang Yuan. Did Fang Yuan come or not? Inside Demon Judgment Board, the celestial court immortals were also guessing. Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn. If he knew about the secret of demon immortal Qi Ju's appearance, he might be hiding at the side, waiting for a chance to attack. Because of this, Demon Judgment Board had been biding its time. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building was also observing the situation. But demon immortal Qi Ju was not willing to let them off. Today is the joyous day of my rebirth. Come, come, let me see what methods the Gu immortals of the present era have. Demon immortal Qi Ju had the appearance of a young boy, but his tone was old and experienced. He attacked again. At once, milky white Qi currents surged like a tsunami, enveloping Celestial Court, the Southern Alliance, and Wu Shuai. Humph. Old scoundrel Qi Ju, don't be careless. We are not afraid of you. We are just worried that Fang Yuan is hiding at the side. Wu Yong spoke as he controlled clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo, building to retreat. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fang Zheng transmitted, "That's right. Demonic Path Senior. Even though you are famous in history, you cannot compare to the #1 demon of the present era, Guiyue Fang Yuan. This person has already destroyed our Celestial Court's fake Gu. Without him, you would not have been able to rebirth. Fang Yuan, I will remember this name." Demon immortal Qi Ju stretched out his arms as Qi currents surged. "But you will not be able to leave." His entire body was like a bottomless pit, constantly spewing milky white Qi currents. These Qi currents had a unique nature. Ordinary immortal killer moves could not destroy these Qi currents. At once, the 3 rank 8 immortal Gu houses fell into it. Their speed fell sharply. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. He controlled Dragon Palace to advance instead of retreating, attacking Demon immortal Qi Ju. Demon immortal Qi Ju laughed loudly. "Very good. You are finally acting up." A trace of light, smoke, shot out of Dragon Palace. Dream Path Killer move, dreamy light smoke. Demon immortal Qi Ju did not dodge. He was hit by the light smoke and instantly dispersed. Wu Shuai's expression became strange. He was like a fisherman casting a net. He used all his strength to cast the net, but the fish in the net were like bubbles in the water, extinguished upon contact. Demon immortal Qi Ju's body appeared again, but this time he was far away. He took a deep look at the Dragon Palace, full of fear. "All right, I'll remember you." He abandoned Dragon Palace and targeted clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, and Demon Judgment Board. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building burst out with intense winds, while Demon Judgment Board let out a soaring blood-red light, displaying their abilities. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's moves were simple and imposing. He suppressed the two immortal goo houses one after another. After a dozen or so rounds, his eyes shined with bright light as he cheered. Good, good, good. To think that the world has already developed wind path and blood path. This is truly exciting. My arrangements were not in vain. My rebirth in this era was not in vain. Other than you, who else is there in this world? Demon Immortal Chi Ju asked again. Wu Yong smiled coldly. Forget about the others. Just Eastern Sea alone has one person. He also cultivates Chi Path. His battle strength is stronger than yours. He possesses Chi Si. He is called Chi Si Ancestor. He is the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Oh, there is another person who cultivates Chi Path? Back then, Chi Path was already on the decline. To think that it still had such great achievements. Very good. I will definitely meet this person. Demon Immortal Chi Ju laughed heartily. Wu Yong added, other than Chi Si Ancestor, there is also a sound path demonic immortal called Feng Joga. He also subdued the evil dragon in one move. It was much easier than you. In the battle not long ago, he publicly betrayed the Celestial Court. There are no traces of him now. The Celestial Court also does not dare to pursue him. Feng Joga? Good, I will remember it. Is there anyone else? Demon Immortal Chi Ju's eyes shined. Wu Shuai interrupted at this moment. You will have to get past US first, old man. The moment he said that, Dragon Palace attacked again. Demon Immortal Chi Ju smiled lightly. He pointed with a finger. Lower Chi. Milky white Chi currents surged and swept Dragon Palace down. At this time, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building crashed towards Demon Immortal Chi Ju along with a storm. Demon Immortal Chi Ju pointed with another finger. Upper Chi. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building was immediately swept away by the Chi currents. It flew up uncontrollably. Demon Judgment Board arrived. Demon Immortal Chi Ju stretched out two fingers and pointed at this building. Gasp for breath! With a boom, the Demon Judgment Board suddenly stopped in midair. The expressions of all the Goo Immortals in the building changed. The immortal essence they injected into Demon Judgment Board became intermittent. This rank 8 immortal Goo house was like an old man on the verge of death. It could not even breathe properly. Juniors, I will not play with you anymore. Send my message, Feng Yuan, Chi Si Ancestor, and Feng Joga. I want to meet all three of them. They cannot hide, they cannot hide. Demon Immortal Chi Ju said this before his figure vanished, never to be seen again. The immortals were bewildered and vigilant after exterminating the milky white Chi currents. They were sure that Demon Immortal Chi Ju had already left. Should we give chase? Someone in Dragon Palace asked. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Where? Why don't you tell me? The Goo Immortal who asked turned pale. He lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Let's retreat. Wu Yong smiled. He did not forget to boost morale. Even though we did not gain anything this time, to be able to fight with an existence like Demon Immortal Chi Ju, this trip was not in vain. Chapter 2015. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was reborn and suppressed the Celestial Court, Southern Border, and the two heavens. This battle quickly swept through the entire Goo immortal world like a hurricane, shocking everyone in the world. I did not expect Demon Immortal Chi Ju to revive. This world is really going to be chaotic. I wonder how many almighty beings will be reborn. If Demon Immortal Chi Ju could revive, then there's no reason the past Venerables couldn't, right? Oh my God. No wonder Great Dream Immortal Venerable is the strongest Venerable in history. To be able to kill his way out of the encirclement and become a Venerable in such a terrifying environment, He's definitely not weak. While countless Goo immortals were speculating and discussing, the three parties were busy reorganizing themselves. Dragon Palace. Sigh. I originally thought that I would be able to obtain Chi-Ju's true inheritance. Who would have thought that it was a trap? Now that demon immortal Chi-Ju has appeared, we even offended him. What should we do? It's all Xiao He-Jian's fault for putting our Two Heavens Alliance in such an awkward situation. Many variant human Goo immortals looked at Xiao He-Jian with hostility. Xiao He-Jian snickered internally. He knew that Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was trying to suppress him. He joined the Two Heavens Alliance because of his outstanding strength and reputation. He was already a threat to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch status. Thus he was suppressed. Have you all said enough? Wu Shuai snorted coldly from the main seat, looking displeased. At once, the Dragon Palace quietened down and the immortals shut their mouths. Xiao He-Jian then pretended to be ashamed and bowed deeply to Wu Shuai. His tone was very sincere. Lord Alliance Master, this subordinate is guilty. But before he could continue, he was interrupted by Wu Shuai. Enough, you shut up. Even if demon immortal Chi-Ju comes again, we have the evil dragon and Dragon Palace. What is there to fear? The most important thing right now is the Chi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens. Demon immortal Chi-Ju was revived from this Chi harvest fruit. Clearly, we have not fully explored the mysteries of this Chi harvest fruit. How should I clear the Chi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens? If you don't deal with it in time, I'm afraid your grotto heaven will be in danger. Yeah, you're right, Guild Master. My paradise has already started producing Chi harvest fruits. They absorb the heaven and earth Chi from the paradise, so there's no way to get rid of them directly. This is happening to my paradise as well. Now is not the time to take revenge on the celestial court, nor to guard against demon immortal Chi-Ju. The most important thing is to deal with the Chi harvest fruits in the grotto heaven. For a moment, all the immortals in the palace changed their expressions, and the topic shifted to the Chi harvest fruit. However, the communication between the immortals was completely fruitless, and a panicked atmosphere soon filled the hall. Even Xiao He-Jian was no exception. Although his grotto heaven had yet to produce a Chi harvest fruit, it was only a matter of time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch no longer had the mood to suppress Xiao He-Jian. The Chi harvest fruit in his Ice Crystal heavenly abode was the strongest, and the disaster was especially severe. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord looked distressed. His heavenly grotto heaven did not escape this calamity and produced a Chi harvest fruit. Although the Chi harvest fruit was small, it was growing at an alarming rate. However, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was much less panicked than the others. If the Two Heavens Alliance cannot resolve this, I can go to the Celestial Court to find a way to save it. At this juncture, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord felt that his decision to side with the Celestial Court was a wise one. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had high hopes for the Celestial Court, because the first Celestial Court's Immortal King was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He cultivated Chi Path. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord secretly informed the Celestial Court about this and asked for help from Celestial Court. The Celestial Court had sent Fangzheng and the rest to Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven, but Demon Judgment Board had not even entered Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven. They did not know what was happening inside. After obtaining Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's information, the Celestial Court understood the truth regarding Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's revival as well as the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens. Qin Ding Ling placed great importance on it. Because Celestial Court was no exception, it also produced a Chi harvest fruit. She immediately gathered the immortals to research and discuss countermeasures. The Celestial Court had deep foundations. Even after the Fate War, they were still the #1 super force in the 5 regions. Especially when they had Primordial Origins Chi Path True Inheritance, they had a huge advantage in Chi Path. They could be said to be at the top of the world. And most importantly, the celestial court's research on Heaven Path had great results. Even limitless demon Venerable had made a bet with star constellation in the past to obtain this Heaven Path research. Heaven, Earth, and humans all have veins. Humans have human veins. Earth has earth veins, and heaven has heaven veins. The two heavens, grotto heavens, are almost always located on heaven veins. Thus, they have endless benefits. The grotto heavens can be nourished by heaven veins and produce more resources. But now, heaven and earth are changing. Chi tides are appearing frequently. The reason for chi tides is the unification of the 5 regions and the merging of earth veins. But the truth is, heaven veins are also showing signs of merging. It is just that it is not obvious yet. The celestial court's immortals discovered that heaven and earth were merging into one. The 5 regions were just the beginning. The 2 immemorial heavens would merge into one soon. The 5 regions were separated by the 2 heavens. Their heaven and earth chi were different. But now that heaven and earth chi had completely merged, chi tides would appear at the places where they converged intensely. Wherever the chi tides went, all sorts of rich chi path immortal materials would be produced. Chi harvest fruits were the essence of them. The reason why the 2 heavens, grotto heavens, had chi harvest fruits was because they were located on heaven veins. They were at the heart of the storm. That is to say, as long as we move these grotto heavens away from the heaven vein, we will be able to resolve the chi harvest fruit disaster? Qin Dingling asked. In theory, yes. At least, once we move them away from the heaven vein, the chi harvest fruits in the grotto heavens will stop growing. The celestial court's immortals replied. Qin Dingling frowned. Once a grotto heaven is placed, it is hard to move it. Even if there are special methods to move it, our celestial court is too big. But our heavenly court is too huge. Over 3 million years ago, primordial origin immortal Venerable provided an immortal aperture as the foundation. The successive generations of immortal kings also contributed immortal apertures. During this period, countless members fused their immortal apertures here. How can we move celestial court? The celestial court's immortals were speechless. They fell into a deathly silence. Maybe demon immortal Chi Ju has a way? Amidst the silence, Fangzheng suddenly spoke. Qin Dingling's eyes shined with bright light. There was indeed such a possibility, and it was very likely. Since demon immortal Chi Ju could use the Chi harvest fruit to revive, his understanding of Chi harvest fruits was unparalleled in the world. But it was extremely difficult for Celestial Court to cooperate with him. The demon immortal Chi Ju, recorded in history, would never cooperate with Celestial Court. Rather than hoping for him, we might as well cooperate with Chi Si Ancestor. That's right, we alone cannot resolve Celestial Court's crisis. To resolve Celestial Court's Chi harvest fruit disaster, we need a Chi path great expert. Duke Long had once given half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to Chi Si Ancestor. During the Fate War, Chi Si Ancestor really did not show up, he remained neutral. We have the foundation to cooperate with him. But Chi Si Ancestor and Fang Yuan's relationship, in my opinion, this is a small matter. Ever since Chi Si Ancestor reappeared, we can see his motives from his actions. He wants to become the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Be it holding the Chi Si banquet or resisting the Two Heavens Alliance, we can see this. His way of doing things was completely different from Fang Yuan. Even if they cooperated before, it is not a big deal. Can't my celestial court resolve this matter alone? It is difficult, you know that the immortal graveyard is destroyed, star constellations has not shown up again. If we can really cooperate with Chi Si Ancestor, we might even be able to recruit him into Celestial Court. My Celestial Court really needs a pseudo-venerable battle strength. Chapter 2016 Immemorial White Heaven. Colorful aurora danced in the sky. It was a dazzling sight. Eastern Sea Rank 7 Gu Immortal Qing Huizi was flying in the sky of aurora lights. using Immortal Killer moves to collect these aurora lights. The multicolored light was collected into his hand, and he pinched it into a ball. The balls were then sent into his immortal aperture and buried in cloud soil. After a period of time, these aurora light balls would break out of their shells and sprout, growing into seedlings. With the addition of lightning, water, and magnetic sound, flowing light fruits would be produced. Flowing light fruits were rank 6 immortal materials. They were formed from dense aurora lights. There were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, all sorts of colors. Qing Huizi did not directly plant flowing light fruits. He had his own unique planting methods. Precisely so, he became one of the 3 main Gu immortals, selling flowing light fruits in jewel yellow skies. With the Qi tides attacking the heavenly wind Qi wall, I can also enter immemorial white heaven through the cracks of the Qi wall to search for immortal materials. This is my fortuitous encounter. Qing Huizi sighed to himself. Aurora lights were very common in the 2 heavens. They were produced in great quantities. Qing Huizi took the aurora lights. The success rate of planting flowing light fruits fell greatly. He could earn a lot from this. Qing Huizi collected the aurora lights while paying attention to the heavenly wind Qi wall below. He did not have much strength to survive in immemorial white heaven. He could not even break the heavenly wind Qi wall. Thus, he had to pay attention to time. Once the heavenly wind Qi wall showed signs of mending due to the Qi tides, he would return to Eastern Sea. This was no joke. Once Qing Huizi was careless, he would be trapped in immemorial white heaven. With his strength, he might not even be able to wait for the Qi tides to attack again before dying in the dangerous environment of immemorial white heaven. One could say that Qing Huizi was risking his life to collect these aurora lights. Gu immortal cultivation was not easy. Qing Huizi was already a rank 7 Gu immortal, but he still had to plan for his livelihood. Right at this time, Qing Huizi suddenly heard a loud cry. Next, winds and clouds surged. Qing Huizi was shocked to find that the heavenly wind Qi wall below him was being pulled by a terrifying, formless force. In just a few breaths of time, the heavenly Dipper Qi wall with a circumference of tens of miles had been sucked into the central whirlpool. What's going on? Qing Huizi was scared out of his wits. Could it be an immemorial wild beast? However, I have never heard of such a mighty, primordial, desolate beast. The heavenly Gang Qi wall dissipated completely, revealing a concave secret realm of heaven and earth. Next, this secluded domain of heaven and earth entered the nose of a Gu immortal who looked like a boy. When Qing Huizi saw this Gu immortal boy, his body and mind shook. It was like ice was poured on his head, pouring into the depths of his heart. Ah, demon immortal Qi Ju! Qing Huizi fell into despair. Why am I so unlucky? I was just gathering rainbow clouds, and I actually encountered demon immortal Qi Ju. Even though the battle at Qijua Paradise hadn't happened for long, it couldn't be hidden at all. The whole world already knew about it. Even though there was no everybody's vision killer move that allowed the world's Gu immortals to witness the entire battle, demon immortal Qi Ju's appearance and methods were spread far and wide. In the Gu immortal world, there were several people who were publicly known to not be provoked. They were terrifying existences that should be fled upon meeting. The first was Fang Yuan. This demon had many methods and incredible strength. He acted without any qualms. He was extremely ruthless and ruthless. Even the celestial court could not do anything to him. Wu Shuai was also on the list. He was the Dragon Man leader. He controlled Dragon Palace and enslaved Di Zongxing. He had deep hatred towards humans. And demon immortal Qi Ju was a newly added character. As for the celestial court and Qi Si ancestor, because they were on the same side, they would not bully the weak. Thus, he was not on the list. After Qing Huizi saw demon immortal Qi Ju, he immediately recognized him. He was stunned on the spot. He was like a statue. Demon immortal Qi Ju frowned as he looked at his palm. His palm was still small and tender. His body was still that of a boy. Thinking about the scene of his rebirth, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju felt annoyed. If he had more time, he would have been able to rebirth perfectly. He would have the body of an adult. But because of the evil dragon's rampage, he had no choice but to revive prematurely. His body was fixed, and his potential was limited. After absorbing this heavenly wind chi wall, he finally made up for the losses from the intense battle earlier. After resting, he was about to set off again. "Junior, come here." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju looked at Qing Huizi as he called out casually. Qing Huizi shuddered. He had a bitter expression. He could only fly towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju obediently with fear. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju smiled as he flicked his finger. A ghostly chi current flew out. The chi current quickly enveloped Qing Huizi completely. Qing Huizi subconsciously wanted to struggle, but Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's shout resounded in his ears. "Don't move!" Qing Huizi gritted his teeth. He did not dare to move recklessly. He gave up on struggling. He allowed the chi currents to enter his body and flow around his soul. After flowing for a while, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju finally absorbed all of the chi currents in Qing Huizi's body into his own body. In an instant, he received a vast amount of information. His understanding of the current era deepened by dozens of times. This is an exciting, great era indeed. Interesting. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's eyes shined as he clicked his tongue. Next, he ordered Qing Huizi, "Take out all of your goo worms." Qing Huizi's face twitched. For an instant, he wanted to resist. But soon his rationality prevailed. He obediently handed over all of his goo worms to Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. This action made Demon Immortal Chi-Ju reevaluate him. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju took these goo worms and inspected them one by one. He only looked at Qing Huizi's light path immortal goo for a while. His focus was on the top quality immortal goo, especially goo worms like Soul Search goo. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was very interested in them. In the end, he actually returned the light path immortal goo to Qing Huizi. Qing Huizi was very surprised. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju smiled. "Junior, you are very tactful. You did not resist me. Who do you think I am? Why would I covet your measly immortal goo? Get lost." Qing Huizi was in disbelief at first, before becoming overjoyed. Junior will never forget Senior Chi-Ju's great kindness. "Ha ha ha! I searched your soul. What kindness is there to speak of?" Demon Immortal Chi-Ju laughed. "You can hate me all you want, it doesn't matter. Even though this era is good in the entire world, without Venerables, there are few who are worthy of my attention. Even though I lack immortal goo, I am not at the stage of snatching light path immortal goo. If I want to snatch them, I want chi path immortal goo." Qing Huizi had a thought. "Senior, you want to go to Chi Si?" But at the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju waved his sleeves impatiently. Qing Huizi was immediately enveloped by a chi current. He could not move. He was sent flying away by the current. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju snorted. He did not even look at Qing Huizi as he flew towards Chi Si. "I wonder how strong this Chi Si ancestor is. Hee. I hope his chi path immortal goo will not disappoint me." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was very confident as he flew towards Chi Si. He flew rapidly in the sky of Eastern Sea. His body was surrounded by chi currents. He was extremely fast as he crossed sea areas. He did not conceal his tracks. He created a huge commotion along the way. The might of a demonic path overlord was clearly displayed. Along the way, he met several Eastern Sea goo immortals. These people fled in fear. Along the way, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju suddenly had a shocked expression. He stopped in the sky. He sensed his secluded domain of heaven and earth shaking. "Don't tell me?" Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was slightly dazed before he thought of something. Joy appeared on his face. He temporarily threw his plan to go to Chi Si to the back of his mind. He changed his direction and flew towards the southwest direction. After a while, he arrived at a sea area. The sky here was filled with white clouds that obscured his vision. he could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was high in the sky, the sunlight could not penetrate the thick clouds. It could only slightly brighten the sky. The sea looked calm on the surface, but there were countless torrents inside. These torrents were of all shapes and sizes. They all had different water qualities. They moved between each other and flowed in this sea area. There was no pattern to them at all. Without immortal defensive methods, mortal corpses would be turned into dregs by the torrents in an instant. It was the turbulent flow sea area. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju inspected it carefully. After a while, joy appeared on his face. Amazing, amazing. There must be a fragment of Shi in this sea area. It created such a chaotic scene. To think that after my rebirth, my luck would be so strong. I will take this fragment and fuse it into one first, then I will go and find trouble with that Chi Sea ancestor. Chapter 2017. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The disaster was still ongoing. The situation was slowly falling into an abyss. Fang Yuan's losses were huge this time. In order to save the resource points, he had already sent the variant humans and goo immortals in his immortal aperture to various places, ordering them to pay close attention to the resources and to distribute mortal goo that could detect providence. Adding on Fang Yuan's time path clone and his main body, he was exterminating the providence that was created. Finally, he managed to preserve the sovereign immortal aperture's resource points. However, as long as the Heaven Path Tao marks were not refined by Fang Yuan, the providence that was created would continue to increase in number. Even though Fang Yuan used his full strength, he could not stop the situation from worsening. He could barely preserve the resource points, but the sovereign immortal aperture was huge. The resource points only occupied a small portion of the space. In most areas, Heaven's will was produced. It was like a densely packed army, gradually surrounding the resource points of various places. Fang Yuan knew that his clan's situation had reached a crucial moment. He could not clear the providence in his immortal aperture in time. To prevent the Grotto Heaven's providence from colluding with the 5 regions' providence, he had no choice but to create a secret space in Chi Sea's formation to isolate the providence's detection. In the outside world, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's revival was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju said that he wanted to meet Chi Sea ancestor and the rest. This was not just for show. Internal and external problems. Next, let's see the effect of this immortal formation. Fang Yuan's attention was placed on a rule path formation. This formation was located in mini blue heaven. It floated in the air. It was modified from the 5 regional limit formation. Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment. He already knew that the situation would develop to this stage. Thus, he made preparations and started to think of a solution. A long time ago, he had an inspiration and decided to imitate the chi tides to deal with the providence in his immortal aperture. And this rule path formation was the result of his research. A batch of rank 8 immortal essence was already stored in the immortal formation. With a thought from Fang Yuan, this vast formation that covered over 10 miles of land began to be activated. Hoo, hoo, hoo. The whistling sound of the wind could be heard from the spell formation, which began to shake heaven and earth. Countless streams of air appeared around the spell formation, filling the air like steam. It was so white that one couldn't even see their outstretched hand. All of a sudden, a mysterious light burst forth from the formation. The mystic light struck the white gas, and it was as if a giant hand had pushed it hard. In the next moment, about 30% of the white steam surged forward. The mystic rays penetrated into the white gas, constantly modifying it, causing the loose white gas to become more and more condensed. Finally, the white gas that was pushed out successfully turned into a wave of gas and began to push towards the southeast. Along the way, the huge wave of chi was like a huge brush, thoroughly washing away the surrounding chi of heaven and earth. In terms of power, the chi tide created by Fang Yuan could not compare to the orthodox one, but it had extraordinary power. It could easily take away the lives of mortal Gu masters. This was also why Feng Yuan set up the formation in Mini Blue Heaven. It was to prevent himself from slaughtering living beings and asking for trouble. This qi tide moved for an hour. It was moving straight until it almost reached the aperture walls of Mini Blue Heaven. Feng Yuan inspected the results. He found that the providence that he had set up earlier was completely wiped out. There was no trace of it left. Furthermore, along the path that the qi tide took, the heaven and earth qi were also in harmony. It was very peaceful. Feng Yuan let out a breath of air. The result was good. With this formation, he could finally get rid of the huge problem of providence. This was extremely important to him. If he could not get rid of providence, he would have to stay inside the Qi-Si formation to prevent his identity and location from being exposed to providence. The mountain-like pressure in Feng Yuan's heart immediately reduced by half. Now that he looked at the Qi tides again, he had a deeper understanding. The origin of qi tides is the difference in heaven and earth qi. It is like a cliff with a difference in height. Water will form a waterfall when it flows. The same is true for qi tides. When the 5 regional walls disappear and the earth veins become unified, the heaven and earth qi of the 5 regions will fuse and form a qi tide for a period of time. In the future, when heaven and earth qi fuse completely, the 5 regions will become one. There will be no more qi tides. And what are the 5 regional walls? In fact, they are essentially qi tides. The heaven and earth qi of the 5 regions were different. Thus, in the areas where the 5 regions were connected, there would be differences in heaven and earth qi. But at that time, the earth veins were different. Heaven and earth qi could not fuse like now. They would condense into the 5 regional walls. When Gu immortals used killer moves in the 5 regional walls, they would suffer backlash. It was the same in the qi tides. The reason was because of the difference in heaven and earth qi and the regional walls, and the 5 regional walls that Tao Zhu spent his entire life researching. In other words, were qi tides. It was just that his research was based on rule path. And one of the main results, 5 restriction profound light qi. Just from the name of this killer move, it could be seen that it was related to Qi Path. Feng Yuan had Tao Zhu's true inheritance and half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, together with Qi Xiang's foundation and his own Qi Path attainment level. With all these accumulations, Feng Yuan was able to achieve great results very quickly. Next, I need to adjust this formation slightly, then set up subformations in different areas to make the qi tides flow continuously and eliminate providence. Providence's problem is finally resolved, but the refinement of heaven path Tao marks is still a huge problem. But Feng Yuan could only put this problem aside for now, because he had to guard against demon immortal Qi Ju's arrival. The identity of Qi-Si ancestor was very valuable. During the Fate War, Feng Yuan tried his best to conceal himself. He did not expose any relevant clues. And to maintain his identity as Qi-Si ancestor, Feng Yuan's main obstacle was demon immortal Qi Ju. Feng Yuan activated the formation to quell the internal problems, while patiently waiting for demon immortal Qi Ju to challenge him. According to Feng Yuan's deductions, there was a high chance that demon immortal Qi Ju would come to fight during this period of time. After waiting for some time, on this day, there was a change in the sky above Qi-Si. White Qi waves appeared in the sky. They were grand and grand. They surged towards Qi-Si like an avalanche. Within the Qi waves, demon immortal Qi Ju's child body could be vaguely seen. His demonic might was overwhelming. Soon, his aged voice reverberated in the world. Junior Qi-Si, I, demon immortal Qi Ju, have come for you. Qi Ju, why are you here? Feng Yuan slowly appeared. He activated Qi-Si's formation as he stood on the surface of the sea, looking up. Demon immortal Qi Ju chuckled. I have just revived. I do not have any immortal Gu with me. I heard that you are the only remaining peak rank 8 Qi Path expert in the current world. I came to borrow goo from you. Ha ha ha, borrow goo? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He could feel demon immortal Qi Ju's domineering attitude. The immortal goo is with me, but whether you can borrow it or not will depend on your own ability. Demon immortal Qi Ju raised his head and laughed. His young face was filled with intense battle intent. Awesome! Junior, you are very much to my liking. Come, take this move of mine first. Immortal killer move. Great Qi capture. Immediately, a milky white Qi current hand flew out. It was like a small mountain as it pressed down on Fang Yuan. It was this move that made Di Zongxing cry out in pain. It was not only powerful, it was also very profound. It could gather and disperse energy. Enemy Gu immortals could not deal with it easily. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. His expression was calm. He did not panic. He stretched out his palm and pushed upwards. Rumble! A Qi wall covered the surrounding 100 li. It was like the sky was rising. It had a grand aura. The Qi wall and the hand collided. The hand was forced back. It could not stop the Qi wall from rising. Demon immortal Qi Ju smiled lightly. He pointed with his finger as the Qi current hand disintegrated. It turned into countless tiny Qi currents that tried to enter the Qi wall. But this attempt ended in failure. The Qi wall that Fang Yuan created was not only grand, it was also very tight. Demon immortal Qi Ju could not enter it at all. Demon immortal Qi Ju's expression changed slightly. What a great Qi wall! What is the name of this move? Fang Yuan spoke frankly. I created it hastily for you. I have not named it yet. I wonder if you have any ideas? Demon immortal Qi Ju squinted as bright light shined in his eyes. Qi Si ancestor created this move hastily. It was much more terrifying than creating it a long time ago, because this meant that Qi Si ancestor's Qi path attainment level was very high. He could modify his own Qi path killer move in such a short period of time, based on the situation of the battle. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not know that the truth was that Fang Yuan modified the 5 regional limit formation. The Qi Wall killer move was just a supplementary move. Even though Fang Yuan lost Wisdom Gu, he still had plenty of Wisdom Path methods. The Qi Wall continued to rise, pushing back the white Qi currents that covered the sky. When it reached Demon Immortal Qi Ju, the Qi Wall suddenly changed. 2 hands, 1 black and 1 white, attacked him from the left and right. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not dodge. He allowed the black and white hands to grab him. The hands started to exert force, but at the next moment, a loud sound came from the palms. She! The 2 black and white hands were immediately absorbed into a concave, secluded domain phantom. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to be shocked. He acutely sensed that this secluded domain of heaven and earth above Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head was much more complete than before. Demon Immortal Qi Ju knew that ordinary methods could not work against Qi Si Ancestor. He used his trump card. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shi. Fang Yuan tried to attack. All sorts of Qi Path killer moves were swallowed by Shiland when they reached Demon Immortal Qi Ju. It was like a bottomless pit. No matter how Fang Yuan tried, he could not fill it up. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had the upper hand above Shiland. He was undefeatable. He even started to comment on Fang Yuan's various Qi Path killer moves. This black and white hands has a good concept. It should have used yin and yang qi, using the attraction and attrition between the two to increase the power of this move. Your Qi Path defense is also pleasing to the eye. Every thread of your clothes is made of astral Qi. Are you trying to imitate the heavenly wind Qi wall? It is a pity, truly a pity. If you could still pose a threat to me after my rebirth. Regrettably, I have just dismantled the turbulent flow sea area recently. Shiland is almost complete. This move of mine counters Qi Path in the world. Junior Qi Si, you are no exception. How about it? Do I have the ability to borrow your immortal goo? Demon Immortal Qi Ju was called Qi Ju. Because of this move, it countered all Qi Path in the world. Any chi path killer move would be swallowed by Shiland, unless the killer move's power surpassed Shiland's limit. Regrettably, Demon Immortal Chi Ju had almost completed Shiland. His battle strength had a qualitative change. Chapter 2018. Above Chi Sea, white chi shrouded the sky and surged intensely. Demon Immortal Chi Ju looked down at Chi Sea Ancestor with a grand demonic might. The Shiland silhouette above his head was clearly visible. He was in an undefeatable position. Junior Chi Sea, with my cultivation level, can I borrow goo from you? Demon Immortal Chi Ju spoke again. Fang Yuan had a grim expression. In the previous fight, he had already seen through many of Demon Immortal Chi Ju's trump cards. Ignoring the killer moves that Demon Immortal Chi Ju had, his trump card was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shiland. Using this secluded domain of heaven and earth, he could counter all Chi Path Gu Immortals in the world. If it were any other path, Demon Immortal Chi Ju would not have such a huge advantage. But Chi Sea Ancestor cultivated Chi Path. He was severely restricted. From this, one could see Demon Immortal Chi Ju's nature. Even though he was domineering, he was not brainless. He knew that he had to use his greatest advantage. Thus, after rebirth, he did not fight the three sides, he wisely retreated. Later, he perfected Shiland and raised his battle strength. Now he was in front of Chi Sea Ancestor to forcefully borrow Immortal Goo. Once he obtained rank 8 Chi Path Immortal Goo, his strength would rise greatly. He would truly stand at the peak of the current world. Fang Yuan was not Demon Immortal Chi Ju's match with just his identity as Chi Sea Ancestor, but he was not flustered. Fang Yuan liked to plan before taking action. This time, Fang Yuan had already learned of Demon Immortal Chi Ju's threat. He had already modified the Chi Sea formation. As long as he retreated to the Chi Sea formation, he could resist for a while. If Demon Immortal Chi Ju charged into the formation, Fang Yuan could detonate the formation and create a chance to retreat. Speaking of which, this self-detonation method was obtained by Fang Yuan from Fang Dichang. Back then, Fang Dichang purposely schemed against Fang Yuan for Divine Beam Palace. He wanted to sacrifice the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bujin to detonate the Immortal Gu House inside Divine Beam Palace to break through the bottleneck and refine Divine Beam Palace. Fang Yuan saw through his scheme and captured Fang Dichang. After soul-searching him, he obtained the method to detonate the Immortal Gu House. After modifying it, he placed it in the Chi Sea formation. Once they self-destructed, the power would be terrifying. Even if it could not threaten Demon Immortal Chi Ju's life, it could definitely obstruct him for some time. On this point, Fang Yuan was very confident. However, if Fang Yuan used the formation's self-detonation to retreat, his Chi Sea Ancestor identity would be much less valuable. To protect this identity, Fang Yuan had intentionally restrained his Chi Path methods during the Fate War. He had only used unlimited Chi Sea once. If Fang Yuan retreated, Chi Sea Ancestor would be defeated by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. From now on, Chi Sea Ancestor's reputation would fall. His influence in Eastern Sea would be greatly reduced. Demon Immortal Chi Ju frowned slightly. He shouted twice, but Chi Sea Ancestor did not respond. This pushed Demon Immortal Chi Ju's limited patience to the limit. He snorted coldly and was about to continue attacking when a blood-colored ray of light suddenly pierced through the sky and charged straight at his face. Demon Immortal Chi Ju quickly dodged. Then he saw Demon Judgment Board appearing in the horizon. "Celestial Court, it's you guys again." Demon Immortal Chi Ju sneered. "I did not come to find trouble with you, but you came to provoke me. You lost the Fate War. What gives you the confidence to act like this?" Celestial Court abides by humanity's righteous path. We do things not because of confidence, but because of our beliefs. A reply came from Demon Judgment Board. This was not Guyue Fangjing's voice, it was a woman's voice. Fang Yuan heard this from the side and had a thought. Qin Dingling came personally? So the external help that appeared in my luck is because of her. Demon Immortal Qi Ju pointed at the incoming Demon Judgment Board. The air surged and condensed into lumps. In an instant, hundreds of milky white Qi lumps shot towards Demon Judgment Board like meteors, causing explosions. Demon Judgment Board's momentum stopped as it shook intensely from the explosions. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was about to say something when his expression changed. He quickly retreated and moved away at lightning speed. It turned out that the blood-colored rainbow light that Demon Judgment Board shot earlier had turned around and attacked him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flashed past the blood-colored rainbow light, but golden light suddenly shot out of this blood-colored light. The golden light quickly condensed above Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head and turned into a huge golden scissors. Crack, crack. The golden scissors cut at Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head repeatedly. It seemed to have missed. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression changed. This is a luck path method. He quickly activated an investigative killer move and felt heartache. Oh no, this golden scissors is reducing my luck. Demon Immortal Qi Ju placed great importance on maintaining his own luck. He had successfully revived earlier and dismantled the turbulent flow sea area to replenish land. He had already expended a lot of his luck. This time the golden scissors attack made his situation even worse. Qi Si, Celestial Court, I will remember this. If there is a chance in the future, I will settle this with you. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's voice reverberated in the world. After saying this, he immediately drilled into the white airflow that soared into the sky, quickly retreating from the battlefield and disappearing. He retreated just like that. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Guiyue Fangjing was slightly dazed. In contrast, the other members of Celestial Court had solemn expressions. Qin Dingling sighed as she pointed at Fangjing. This is the terrifying aspect of Demon Immortal Qi Ju. He remains calm at all times and has a clear judgment of the situation. Justice alone will only cause trouble for him. But in the current situation, Qi Si Ancestor will not ignore it. With Demon Immortal Qi Ju's battle strength, it is not hard for him to resist the alliance of us and Qi Si. But this way, the situation will worsen. His plan to forcefully borrow Qi Path Immortal Gu will have no chance of success. Rather than that, he might as well retreat and conserve his strength. Fang Zheng was enlightened when he received the hint. I understand. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is a person from 1,000,000 years ago after all. He had just revived and did not have much contact with new paths. Earlier, when dealing with Demon Judgment Board's Blood Path attacks and Lord Qin's Luck Path Golden Scissors, he mainly dodged them. After he familiarized himself with these paths, he modified his killer moves. It will be even more difficult for us to deal with him now. Indeed. Qin Dingling nodded. Come with me. Let us have a good talk with Qi Si Ancestor. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals walked out in a line. Qin Dingling led them with a smile on her face. Guiyue Fangjing followed, closely behind. Demon Judgment Board was taken away. It showed the sincerity of Celestial Court. Thanks to everyone's help, I survived this tribulation. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh as he said gratefully. Qin Dingling wore a golden cloak. She was tall and had broad shoulders and long legs. She had a heroic aura. But this heroic aura was different from Feng Kim Hong. She had a natural nobility, as if she was born to rule over all living beings. But at this moment, Qin Dingling had a smile on her face. She took the initiative to get closer to Fang Yuan. She spoke, if not for Ancestor's injuries, why would Demon Immortal Qi Ju be so arrogant? Furthermore, Ancestor is calm and collected. You definitely have a backup plan. I hope Ancestor won't blame us for interfering. These words were very polite. Fang Yuan felt like he was bathing in a spring breeze. Celestial Court's situation was very different from the 500 years of his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Celestial Court did not give others a way out. But in this life, the leader of Celestial Court took the initiative to give others a way out. After the Fate War, Celestial Court's Goo Immortals' mentality was completely different from before the war. Before the Fate War, Celestial Court controlled Fate Goo. They had a huge advantage. But now that Fate Goo was destroyed, Celestial Court's strength fell greatly. They had to recuperate while also forming alliances. In Celestial Court's eyes, Chi-Si Ancestor was the best partner to cooperate with. If Demon Immortal Chi-Ju wanted to find an expert to spar with, he would naturally look for Chi-Si Ancestor first. After all, be it Feng Yuan or Feng Juga, they were elusive and hard to find. But Chi-Si Ancestor stayed in Chi-Si. He could easily find him. Since Celestial Court wanted to cooperate with Chi-Si Ancestor, they naturally thought of using Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. After all, adding icing on the cake could never compare to providing timely help. Celestial Court did not help Chi-Si Ancestor repel Demon Immortal Chi-Ju casually. They had planned for a long time. Be it Feng Yuan who was waiting patiently for Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, Celestial Court was the same. Friends, please come in. Let me prepare some wine to express my gratitude. Feng Yuan led the Celestial Court's immortals into the Chi-Si formation. He arranged a banquet to entertain the Celestial Court's immortals. During the banquet, he also invited the dying Xia clan immortals to join him. Xia clan's immortals were very grateful to the Celestial Court's members. They were very enthusiastic. Earlier, when Demon Immortal Chi-Ju came to find trouble and fought with Chi-Si Ancestor, they were all worried. Eastern Sea's Xia clan's territory was completely taken over by Wu Shuai. They could only place their hopes on Chi-Si Ancestor. If Chi-Si Ancestor was defeated or died, it would be a huge blow to Xia clan. Thus, when Celestial Court helped Chi-Si Ancestor, it was the same as helping them. When Qin Dingling saw the Xia clan immortals, she immediately expressed her condolences and strongly condemned the Two Heavens alliance. She even promised to take action in the future to resist the largest variant human force in the world. This attitude won Xia clan's goodwill even more. Xia clan's first supreme elder's face was flushed with joy, because this was different from the empty words of the other Eastern Sea superforces. Celestial Court had truly taken action. Earlier, Demon Judgment Board led the three immortals to attack the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens. This was something that all the Goo immortals in the world knew. Qin Dingling continued to ask about the Xia clan Goo immortals' current situation. Xia clan's Goo immortals answered. They were treated very well by Chi-Si Ancestor in Chi-Si. They were very grateful, but they were worried about when they could return home. Qin Dingling understood Chi-Si Ancestor's intentions even more clearly. He is raising his hopes. His ambition is not small. Qin Dingling was happy to see this. As long as Chi-Si Ancestor had plans and ambitions, there would be a basis for cooperation between the two sides. Feng Yuan naturally did not invite Xia clan's Goo immortals to join the banquet for no reason. Through Qin Dingling's attitude towards Xia clan's Goo immortals, Feng Yuan was even more certain of Celestial Court's intentions. At the same time, he asked the local Xia clan Goo immortals to be his witnesses. After all, as Eastern Sea Goo immortals, if they interacted closely with Celestial Court, it would lower Chi-Si Ancestor's authority in Eastern Sea. After 3 rounds of wine, Feng Yuan spoke. Friends from Celestial Court helped me today. I will remember this favor. If the heavenly courts have any trouble in the future, I am willing to move my old body and do my best for the heavenly courts. This was a clear expression. The Celestial Court's immortals heard this and became energized. Qin Dingling put down the cup in her hand and smiled at Chi-Si Ancestor, finally getting to the point. I will not hide it from Ancestor. Celestial Court is indeed facing some problems now. We are here to ask for your help. Oh, please speak your mind. Feng Yuan pretended to be forthright. Qin Dingling did not mention that Celestial Court produced Qi harvest fruits. She took out an information path, mortal goo, and handed it to Qi-Si Ancestor. Fang Yuan looked into it and was immediately moved. Chapter 2019. When Fang Yuan saw this half of primordial origin's true inheritance, the first thought that appeared in his mind was not related to the true inheritance. Should I use this chance to get rid of the celestial court's goo immortals? This was a very tempting thought. Qin Dingling was the temporary leader of the celestial court. If they lost her, the celestial court would suffer a huge blow. Guyue Fangzheng was arranged by Providence to restrain the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan killed him, he would be free from some of the restraints. Princes Impatience by Tsang Shui and the rest were now the pillars of the celestial court. Without them, it would be a huge blow to the celestial court and Central Continent's righteous path. But Fang Yuan thought about it and gave up on this idea. His current strength was not high because of the heaven path Tao marks on him. His battle strength could not be guaranteed. Even though the celestial court's immortals were chatting and looking relaxed, how could they not be on guard when they first came to Qi-Si Ancestor? It was just that to show their sincerity and friendliness, they pretended to be defenseless. Even if Fang Yuan activated the Qi-Si formation, the celestial court's immortals would be able to take out their immortal goo houses to defend themselves. If they were to deal with the celestial court's immortals now, regardless of victory or defeat, Fang Yuan's identity as Qi-Si Ancestor would be strongly suspected by everyone. To speak the truth, Fang Yuan was very willing to cooperate with the celestial court. Even though the celestial court tried to make things difficult for Fang Yuan and tried to kill Fang Yuan, they even forced Fang Yuan into a desperate situation. But as long as there were enough benefits to pursuing eternal life, Fang Yuan had no qualms about cooperating with the celestial court. The celestial court cooperated with Qi-Si Ancestor because there were benefits to be gained. If Fang Yuan cooperated with the celestial court, he would also benefit greatly. Ignoring the long-term benefits, Fang Yuan used the power of the celestial court to repel demon immortal Qiju. He ensured the value of his identity as Qi-Si Ancestor. At the same time, the celestial court took the initiative to send the remaining half of the primordial spirit over. Fang Yuan held this information path, mortal goo, as he sighed internally. Back then, in order to obtain this Qi path true inheritance, he had spent a lot of effort. Duke Long was shrewd and experienced. Thieving Heaven's method could reduce his lifespan, but he successfully disguised it, using half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to stabilize Qi-Si Ancestor. As for the remaining half of the inheritance, Duke Long held it in his hands no matter what. Fang Yuan was unable to obtain it. Fang Yuan had originally given up hope, but he did not expect that after the Fate War, the remaining half of the Premier's true legacy would actually fall into his hands through Qin Dingling. In the remaining half of the Premier's true inheritance, the triple Qi retraction killer move that Fang Yuan coveted for a long time was among them. Qin Dingling cannot be underestimated. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Before Qin Dingling said anything, she directly gave the remaining half of the Premier's true inheritance to Qi-Si Ancestor. This was truly a huge move. Qin Dingling and the celestial court sincerity was expressed fully. If Qin Dingling knew that I am Fang Yuan, I wonder what expression and thoughts she would have. Duke Long had funded the enemy once. Now Qin Dingling was doing the same thing again. If Qin Dingling knew that this person was the greatest culprit of the Fate War, and that she had given the true inheritance to him, she would probably vomit blood from anger. This old man has truly felt your sincerity. Friend Qin, if there is any trouble, I will definitely do my best to help the celestial court. Fang Yuan kept the information path mortal goo into his immortal aperture. He had some guesses about the celestial court's trouble. Qin Dingling saw that Qi-Si Ancestor kept the information path mortal goo and let out a sigh of relief. She was most worried that Qi-Si Ancestor would not help her. After all, Qi-Si Ancestor was a secluded cultivator. he did not care about this matter. He was also moved by the news brought by the reborn Feng Yuan. Qi ancestor knew that if he continued to cultivate like this, the celestial court would find trouble with him. Thus, he changed his way of doing things. Qin Dingling did not know how the celestial court became enemies with Qi ancestor. But since Qi ancestor believed Feng Yuan's words, it meant that Feng Yuan provided enough evidence for Qi ancestor to believe him. This was a mess. Fate Gu was destroyed now. The future had changed. The celestial court could not find anything. Qin Dingling could only make deductions based on the current situation. It was normal for Qin Dingling to have misgivings. After all, Qi ancestor and the celestial court were enemies. But because of Duke Long's mediation, they became neutral. In order to recruit Qi ancestor, Qin Dingling had to take out something that Qi ancestor could not reject. After Qi ancestor accepted primordial origin's true inheritance, he immediately expressed his determination to help the celestial court. Qin Dingling felt very gratified. Of course, this was not all she had planned. Primordial origin's true inheritance was just a bait. Qi ancestor needed suitable Qi Path Immortal Goo to activate the killer move. And these Qi Path Immortal Goo were all in the celestial court storage. This was the bargaining chip to entice Qi ancestor. Maybe I can use Demon Immortal Qi Ju's pressure to persuade Qi ancestor to join the celestial court. This inspiration flashed in Qin Dingling's mind, but she suppressed it for now. She smiled as she told Feng Yuan about the problem that the celestial court was facing. Feng Yuan stroked his beard, understanding in his heart. As he had guessed, the Qi harvest fruit also appeared in the celestial court. Duke Long died, the immortal graveyard was destroyed, the celestial court no longer had a Qi path expert. It was very difficult to solve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Qin Dingling gave primordial origin's true inheritance without hesitation. She hoped that this true inheritance could help Qi ancestor solve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit faster. Feng Yuan thought about it before nodding. I will agree to the Qi harvest fruit, but I have no methods now. I need to enter closed cultivation for some time to study primordial origin's true inheritance. At this time, Xia Clan's first supreme elder suddenly spoke. Ancestor, you are injured now. You need to recuperate first. Your safety is not only related to Eastern Sea situation. It also concerns the overall situation of humanity and variant humans. He was a little worried that Qi ancestor would cooperate with the celestial court and put Xia Clan's matter aside. Qin Dingling laughed. Xia Clan friend, don't worry, I will talk about the Two Heavens Alliance next. Wu Shuai is a current demon. He is a sinner who invaded the celestial court. The celestial court will not allow him to continue developing. We came here this time to ask for ancestors' help, and also to deal with this variant human force. Saying so, Qin Dingling paused. The celestial court is willing to take out immortal materials to support ancestor and Xia Clan friend, to help Xia Clan recover their lost land. When war breaks out in the future, the celestial court will definitely send reinforcements to help everyone resist the variant humans. Xia Clan's first supreme elder exclaimed in shock. He immediately bowed. The celestial court is righteous. It is indeed the #1 human force. I am extremely grateful. Xia Clan is extremely grateful. Qin Dingling had a smile on her face as she chatted with Xia Clan's first supreme elder. Their relationship quickly became closer. Even though the celestial court lost in the Fate War, they did not lack resources. What celestial court lacked was manpower. This time, the celestial court came to Eastern Sea to entice Qi ancestor, while also targeting Xia Clan's Go Immortals to rope in Eastern Sea's local forces and build a foundation for the 5 regions' chaotic war. This was a long-term plan. Unfortunately, the celestial court and Xia Clan's immortals did not know that Wu Shuai and Qi ancestor were one. This was a huge scam. Feng Yuan did not hesitate. He nodded. I will not allow the Two Heavens Alliance to exist in Eastern Sea. I will definitely drive them away in the future, or even exterminate them completely. Qin Dingling stretched out her hand. In my opinion, there are human forces in the Two Heavens Alliance. It is just that the variant humans are firmly controlling the Two Heavens Alliance. These human forces are not different from us. We are all humans. We should be united as one. So to deal with the Two Heavens Alliance, we need to divide them first. Feng Yuan immediately heard the hidden meaning. Don't tell me there are human forces in the Two Heavens Alliance that have joined your side. Qin Dingling shook her head. That is not the case. Instead, we secretly captured a rank 8 Goo-immortal earlier. She is called Granny Skeleton. She is the owner of Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven in the Two Heavens. Granny Skeleton was persuaded by Enchong and wanted to join the Two Heavens Alliance, but was ambushed and captured by the Celestial Court. This information was naturally provided by Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Cold Ash wanted to unite the Two Heavens human forces and fight for authority in the Two Heavens Alliance. She had already recruited Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord as one of her supporters. But she did not expect that Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had already joined the Celestial Court. Granny Skeleton? Feng Yuan paused before asking, "Is this person here?" Qin Dingling shook her head. "My Celestial Court has always won people over with virtue. After persuading Granny Skeleton, we let her go." Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder heard this and stared with wide eyes, feeling anxious about the Celestial Court's naivety. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Feng Yuan, however, looked at Qin Dingling with deep meaning and smiled. "It seems that Granny Skeleton is the key person now, and the opportunity to lure her to join us should be the Qi harvest fruit." Qin Dingling laughed and raised her cup, praising, "Ancestor is very perceptive. You can see through everything." There is also a problem with the Qi harvest fruit in that Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven. If we can solve this problem, we can rope in Granny Skeleton and other human forces. Great plan! If we rope in these human forces, the Two Heavens Alliance will definitely suffer a huge setback and might even disintegrate. Those who are not of our race definitely have different intentions. The Two Heavens human Goo-immortals are of the same clan as us. As long as we show our enthusiasm and sincerity, it should not be difficult to rope them in. Xia Clan's immortals discussed. Many clapped and laughed. The atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively. Feng Yuan had a smile on his face as he sat on the main seat, looking at the various expressions of the Goo-immortals present. If they knew that their plan had been discovered by the enemy before they could even implement it, who knew how they would feel? Feng Yuan's gaze swept around before stopping on Qin Dingling's face. Although this person only cultivates luck path, she is already qualified to lead the Celestial Court. At her level, she should have reached the level of being able to communicate with other paths. Ordinary Wisdom Path rank 8s are only at this level. Chapter 2020 Central Continent. This Qi harvest fruit is mine. Get lost. Don't even think about it. The Qi tide had just passed. A group of Central Continent lone immortals were fighting over a dozen Qi harvest fruits. For Grotto Heavens, the Qi harvest fruits that grew inside them were a huge threat. But the Qi harvest fruits that were left behind by the 5 regions and 2 heavens Qi tides were treasures that all Goo-immortals desired. The Qi tides had been going on for some time. The 5 regions Goo-immortals were fully aware of the effects of the Qi harvest fruits. Goo-immortals did not need any Qi path attainment, as long as they obtained the Qi harvest fruit and crushed it in their immortal aperture. They would be able to greatly increase the fusion of heaven and earth Qi and walk ahead of other Goo-immortals, gaining freedom of movement in advance. Just as the immortals were fighting, a snow-colored rainbow suddenly pierced through the air. The rainbow was sharp and fierce, directly shooting towards one of the Goo-immortals. This Central Continent Goo-immortal only had rank 6 cultivation level, Seeing that the rainbow's aura was surging but was only rank 6, he sneered and activated a defensive killer move to resist. Bam! The rainbow pierced through the central continent Gu Immortal's body. How can this be? The central continent Gu Immortal stared with wide-opened eyes. His expression before death was filled with disbelief. They were both rank 6. Why was the difference so huge? Who is it? Ah, don't tell me it is Snow Demon. The other 2 central continent Gu Immortals also had rank 6 cultivation level. Seeing that their Gu Immortal only lasted for a breath of time before dying on the spot, they were scared out of their wits. The 2 Gu Immortals thought of a mysterious demonic path Gu Immortal who had appeared recently. He was extremely vicious and merciless, frequently fighting for chi harvest fruits. The 2 Immortals quickly retreated, not daring to fight. That snowy rainbow ignored them. It went straight to the main target, sweeping away all the chi harvest fruits. After the snowy rainbow succeeded, it immediately retreated. It was extremely vigilant. After traveling for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn and constantly changing routes and concealment methods, this snowy rainbow finally stopped in the depths of a nameless valley. The ice and snow dispersed, revealing the Gu Immortal's true appearance. Who else could it be but Bai Ningbing? As it turned out, after the Fate War, Bai Ningbing had been left outside. She was not summoned back by Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing temporarily regained her freedom, but she didn't want to return to Fang Yuan's side, so she chose to cultivate alone. Over this period of time, she had been actively plundering many chi harvest fruits to use in her immortal aperture. The chi harvest fruits she harvested had little effect on Fang Yuan's 8 revolutions, Grotto Heaven. But the effect on Bai Ningbing's rank 6 blessed land was very obvious. Bai Ningbing originally had future self. Her battle strength was at the peak of rank 7. But after the Fate War, the downstream of the River of Time became turbulent. Future self also lost its effect. Bai Ningbing's true battle strength returned to rank 6. If I get a few hundred more chi harvest fruits, I'll be able to fight for an hour. Bai Ningbing used up all the chi harvest fruits he had snatched. Suddenly, her heart jumped, sensing that something was wrong. She immediately shot out from the valley. But it was too late. A purple curtain of light quickly enveloped her and pulled her into an independent space that was separated from the outside world. This is an immortal battlefield killer move. Bai Ningbing frowned. Who is it? Come out. Clap, clap, clap. Following a series of crisp claps, Fairy Myrtle appeared. She smiled as she looked at Bai Ningbing. My battlefield killer move was just about to be activated when you sensed it, as expected of a talent that Fang Yuan chose. It's you. Bai Ningbing quickly recognized Fairy Myrtle. Her heart sank to rock bottom. The other party was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, while she was only rank 6. If she had future self, she might have a chance to resist, but the difference in strength was too great. Bai Ningbing could do nothing. Fairy Myrtle stared at Bai Ningbing, asking with interest, How did you sense it earlier? I clearly did not see you use any special investigative method. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold as ice. She said, I just sensed it. You were lying in ambush, waiting for me to take the bait? Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. You have been attacking too many times recently with the clues in my hands. It is not hard to deduce when you will attack and where you will retreat to. But you actually sensed danger with just your intuition? When my immortal battlefield killer move was activated, there was no aura leaking. Oh. At this time, another figure appeared not far behind Bai Ningbing. It was Old Man Zheng Yuan. Old Man Zheng Yuan coughed. Lady Ziwei, this is the stimulation of human qi. Although Bai Ningbing does not have any unique investigative methods, his human qi is very strong. Since we are here to deal with him, his human qi will definitely surge, and he will sense it. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, assuming a battle stance. You speak too much nonsense. Come, Celestial Court! Fairy Myrtle's smile became even wider. It seems you misunderstood Bai Ningbing. We're not representing the celestial court, but the shadow sect. We are naturally not looking for you to kill you." "What?" Bai Ningbing was astonished. "You are siding with Feng Yuan." Old man Zheng Yuan chuckled. Junior Feng Yuan stole the position of the shadow sect leader. "We are representing the true shadow sect." Bai Ningbing's heart shook. She immediately guessed the truth. Spectral soul has revived? You want to find trouble with Feng Yuan through me. How about it? Join us. Don't you want to deal with Feng Yuan and get rid of the restraints he placed on you? Fairy Myrtle tempted. Bai Ningbing smiled coldly, looking deeply at Fairy Myrtle. "Of course I want freedom. But what's the difference between joining you and siding with Feng Yuan? It's even more restrictive than siding with Feng Yuan." She could see that there was something wrong with Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan. They had clearly been enslaved by spectral soul. Standing with Feng Yuan, Bai Ningbing at least felt like an ally. But if she joined the shadow sect, she could only become spectral soul's slave. Fairy Myrtle nodded. "But you don't have a choice, right?" Old Man Zheng Yuan added. "Surrender or die. Make your choice." Bai Ningbing's silence did not last long. After a few breaths of time, she nodded. "I will join you." Old Man Zheng Yuan walked closer and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. "This is a wise choice. Don't worry, we will get rid of the Information Path Alliance agreement on you. But your Dragon Man identity is slightly troublesome. It was Feng Yuan who helped you change your identity. The Dragon Man method he used has likely been greatly modified. It will be very difficult to get rid of this in a short period of time." "No matter, I am already used to it," Bai Ningbing said indifferently. She was either restricted by Feng Yuan, or she joined the shadow sect and was controlled by Old Man Inkstone. Later, she joined Feng Yuan and became a new Dragon Man. Now, she was being held back by Fairy Myrtle and the rest. Bai Ningbing was right. She was already used to it. Almost at the same time, in soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. "And this is the soul core I recently obtained. It is very strange. Please take a look at it." And Sun bowed respectfully and presented a soul core with both hands. Lady Cold Ash took the soul core and carefully examined it, her expression becoming more and more strange. She had seen countless soul cores, but this soul core gave her a feeling she had never felt before. Just the dark light flowing on the surface of the soul core was extraordinary. Suddenly, the soul core turned into a pitch-black lightning bolt that struck Lady Cold Ash's face and quickly seeped into her body, instantly restraining her soul. Lady Cold Ash's body tensed up. She reacted. She was plotted against by a relative. And Sun, Lady Cold Ash took good care of her nephew and Sun and promoted him many times. She did not expect to be betrayed by a relative this time. Lady Cold Ash wanted to resist. She suddenly stood up, and Sun jumped in fright and quickly took a big step back. But at the next moment, Lady Cold Ash's strength dissipated and she fell back to her seat. She let out a groan. Black light spread in her eyes and quickly filled her eyeballs. Soon, she stopped struggling and stood up silently, and Sun knelt on the ground. "Greetings to Master." Lady Cold Ash spoke in Spectral Soul's voice. "This body is not bad. I will use it like this for now. Get close to Wu Shuai." Spectral Soul did not have guts goo. He could only devour the soul core and slowly digest it. After this period of time, he had already recovered some strength. He immediately attacked Lady Cold Ash. Chapter 2021. Roar. A huge immemorial soul beast with 2 legs on its head and a body, like a mountain, let out a deafening roar. But it was not being aggressive. It was struggling intensely, trying its best to escape. Its tail was grabbed by an ordinary hand. Next, a terrifying suction force came from the hand. Hong long long, like the sound of a hurricane. In just a few breaths of time, the entire immemorial soul beast was completely devoured by the palm. The owner of the hand burped. It was the owner of rank 8 Soul Path, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, Lady Cold Ash. Right now, her eyes were completely black. Black chi was coiling around her body. A moment later, she stopped using her killer move. The black chi around her vanished as well. From the outside, there was nothing wrong with her. But the truth was, Spectral Soul had already taken over her body and devoured her soul. Spectral Soul sighed, "I'm full again." With the identity of Lady Cold Ash, he had much more freedom now. During this period of time, he had been devouring immemorial soul beasts. His strength rose rapidly and recovered rapidly. But Spectral Soul was not satisfied. Devouring immemorial soul beasts was not guts goo. Spectral Soul needed to digest them first. Otherwise, the immemorial soul beasts would contaminate his soul and make him lose his rationality, turning into a deformed soul beast monster. The first choice to strengthen his soul was guts goo on Dang Hun Mountain. It did not need to be digested. It could be absorbed almost instantly. The more Spectral Soul missed Dang Hun Mountain, the more he wanted to find Feng Yuan and kill him. Where did that scoundrel Feng Yuan go? When Spectral Soul thought of Feng Yuan, he could not help but narrow his eyes. Fairy Myrtle had already informed Spectral Soul that she had recruited by Ningbing. This was good news to Spectral Soul. Fairy Myrtle had already found clues to Ing Wuxia. As long as she gathered these subordinates of Feng Yuan, she would be able to obtain enough clues to deduce Feng Yuan's location. Feng Yuan obtained so many Heaven Path Dao marks, but he is still nowhere to be found after the Fate War. His situation must be terrible. This is the best time to capture him. Spectral Soul was once a Venerable. He knew that even at his peak, it would be a difficult task to refine so many Heaven Path Dao marks. Not to mention the current Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Yuan was strong, he was not a Venerable. He had limited understanding of Heaven Path Dao marks. But the methods I left in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture cannot be used anymore. Spectral Soul understood that Heaven Path Dao marks would evolve naturally. The methods he left behind were Dao marks in essence. They would definitely be changed by the Heaven Path Dao marks. Once they were changed, his methods would be ineffective. If it was effective, why would Spectral Soul go through so much trouble to find Feng Yuan's old subordinates? He would have attacked Feng Yuan long ago. After half a month, I will be able to devour immemorial soul beasts again. It will help me recover my strength. Spectral Soul was planning when he suddenly received a message. In half a month, I will be able to devour immemorial soul beasts again to recover my strength. Spectral Soul was planning when he received a message. Spectral Soul was overjoyed. Wu Shuai is gathering the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance to discuss important matters. Lady Cold Ash is among them. Good, Wu Shuai and Feng Yuan have a close relationship. He might really be Feng Yuan's clone. Spectral Soul immediately moved, using Lady Cold Ash's identity. He left Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and traveled to Eastern Seas, Xia, clan headquarters. Spectral Soul moved, using Lady Cold Ash's identity. He left Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and went to Eastern Seas, Xia, clan headquarters. In the public blessed land, he smoothly entered Dragon Palace and met with Wu Shuai. On the left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. On the right was the recently joined Rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. On the left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. On the right was the recently joined Rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. Below them were the leaders of the variant human Gu Immortals. For example, Lady Cold Ash's position was close to the entrance of Dragon Palace. From this position, the political situation of the Two Heavens Alliance could be seen. The variant humans were clearly the majority. They held the majority of the authority. Meanwhile, the human Gu Immortals were at a disadvantage. They tried to resist, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Wu Shuai was a variant dragon man. It was natural for him to be close to other variant humans. If I kill all of them, how much of my strength can I recover? Spectral Soul looked around as killing intent rose in her heart. Sensing her gaze, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, who was standing opposite Lady Cold Ash, nodded at her, showing goodwill. Spectral Soul had already obtained all of Lady Cold Ash's memories. She had a thought. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, maybe I can make a move against him. A human rank 8 Gu Immortal soul is more suitable for me to recover. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was thinking, this Lady Cold Ash can be used. Granny Skeleton's contribution earlier came from her. After this discussion, I might as well find her for tea and probe her intentions. If I can rope her in for the Celestial Court, my contribution will be even greater. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's thoughts were normal. In his opinion, Lady Cold Ash did not lose hope. She wanted to ally with the other human forces to resist the Alliance and raise the status of the human forces in the Alliance. But now her method was completely useless. Granny Skeleton did not come at all. Moreover, the Celestial Court had already informed them of their next strategy, which was to divide the entire Two Heavens Alliance. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord saw a lot of merit in this. Just as Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash were scheming against each other, Wu Shuai spoke from the main seat. I'm sure everyone knows why I gathered everyone here today. That's right, it is the Qi harvest fruit disaster. Most of you here have already produced Qi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens. These Qi harvest fruits are absorbing the heaven and earth Qi of the grotto heavens to grow. They're directly threatening the foundation of the grotto heavens. But ordinary methods cannot directly destroy these Qi harvest fruits. If we act rashly, we will be destroying the foundation of the grotto heavens and destroying our own homes. Now, I will gather everyone together to brainstorm and come up with a good solution. After Wu Shuai's speech, the immortals offered their suggestions. During this period of time, many of them had racked their brains over this matter and were deeply troubled by it. These Gu immortals might lack experience and battle attainment, but their foundations were very solid. Thus, they proposed a large number of methods. However, even though there were many methods which one would be effective, nobody could guarantee it, nobody could say for sure. None of them cultivated Qi Path. The Two Heavens Alliance did have some Qi Path Gu immortals, but their Qi Path attainment levels were low. They could not be counted on. There are many methods. If we try them one by one, there should be a solution. Thus, what we need to do is to keep trying. Who is willing to try it first? Wu Shuai concluded and asked. Dragon Palace's main hall fell into silence. Nobody was willing to be a guinea pig. After all, clearing the Qi harvest fruits was extremely important to the grotto heavens. It was like performing surgery on their hearts. If there was any mistake, the grotto heaven would be destroyed. Even if they were lucky and the grotto heaven survived, its foundation would be greatly damaged and it would suffer huge losses. These Gu immortals are so pitiful. Thankfully, I joined the Celestial Court long ago. Even though Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord looked anxious and worried, he was very calm on the inside. He had already learned from the Celestial Court that the Celestial Court had already found a way to resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruits. Thus, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was not flustered. But the truth was, Qin Dingling was only trying to stabilize Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and make him more loyal. To resolve the Qi harvest fruits, it is neither hard nor easy. Spectral Soul knew some methods, but he would not contribute them. Right now, he was thinking about how to deal with Wu Shuai. There were many people here he could not attack. But how could he find a chance to be alone with Wu Shuai? The biggest obstacle is still this palace. Spectral Soul felt some wariness. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal Gu house in essence. Spectral Soul was not afraid of this. He was worried about the dream path methods that Dragon Palace had. Spectral Soul had to be very vigilant against this. If he was caught by dreamy light smoke, he would lose immediately. Wu Shuai saw that the immortals were silent for a long time. He knew what they were thinking. He smiled lightly. Since none of you are willing to try, We will find someone else to try. There are many grotto heavens in these two heavens. There are still people who have not joined us. Their intentions are unfathomable. The eyes of the Goo immortals in the hall shined. They felt that Alliance leader's idea was simply brilliant. Thus, the immortals agreed, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and others even flattered Wu Shuai. Which grotto heaven do you think is more suitable? Wu Shuai asked. At the next moment, everyone had their own opinions. Many targets were proposed. Among them, the one that was mentioned the most was profound literature, grotto heaven. Chapter 2022 Profound Literature, Grotto Heaven. Xiaobai, let's see you off here. On the mountain path, Teacher Jiang stopped his horse and said to Li Xiaobai beside him. Li Xiaobai had a melancholic expression as he showed deep reluctance to leave. This student was able to survive in the capital all thanks to teacher's guidance and help. This student will remember this kindness for the rest of his life. I will never forget it. But after this farewell, I do not know when I will be able to see teacher again. You. Teacher Jiang sighed lightly. He patted Li Xiaobai's shoulder and encouraged him. Even though you failed in the world poetry competition this time, your fame has spread far and wide. Everyone knows that your talent is worthy of the title of one of the 10 great scholars. Moreover, Su Chi Han has returned. The capital will be the stage for you to display your talent. Go back. I look forward to your performance. Li Xiaobai held back his tears as he bid farewell to Teacher Jiang. Riding his horse, Li Xiaobai walked on the shaded mountain path as he started to ponder about his future. He had failed in the world poetry competition, even though his performance was outstanding in the early stages. However, just as he had expected, he bumped into Mr. Jiang from behind. This caused Li Xiaobai to fall into an awkward situation. If he won against his teacher, he would be criticized for his morals and character. He would be criticized badly. Li Xiaobai had wanted to use the next opportunity to continue challenging the rounds. In the end, he bumped into his teacher again and again. Teacher Jiang was very helpless. In fact, he did not want to succeed by stepping on his student. But he had to grasp every opportunity, because he had also found out about the significance of the world poetry competition. Li Xiaobai bumped into Teacher Jiang again and again, causing him to be restrained and eventually fail. Even though he felt regret, Li Xiaobai also felt fortunate. My performance was too outstanding earlier. It was already too much. If I really succeeded like this, I would definitely be investigated. Even if I pass the investigation because I have no background and am not a famous person, I might be plotted against. Countless people are eyeing this opportunity to become an immortal. How can it fall into the hands of a minor character? The world poetry competition seemed to be extremely fair, but where there were people, there were dark veils and interests. Just by looking at the name list of those who had passed the selection of the World Poetry Meet, they were either nobles or celebrities. Even the so-called dark horses had extraordinary foundations and backgrounds. I didn't make it to the World Poetry Competition this time, but it doesn't matter. There will probably be a second selection in the future. Even if there's no second World Poetry Competition, can't I just rely on myself to climb up and become an immortal? What's this smell? It smells so good. While Li Xiaobai was thinking, he was interrupted by a wave of fragrance. This delicate fragrance was very pleasant. It smelled like the ink of a book. Li Xiaobai immediately became curious. How could there be such a fragrance in this forest? He urged his horse to gallop lightly, following the fragrance to trace its source. After walking for a while, there were dense shrubs blocking the way. Li Xiaobai had no choice but to dismount and walk on foot. As he moved through the forest, Li Xiaobai smelled the fragrance and knew that he was heading in the right direction. He was getting closer to the source of the fragrance. Finally, he pushed aside a patch of forest leaves and found a pine tree. The pine tree was full of pine cones, and it was these pine cones that emitted the rich scent of books. And on the branches of the pine tree, there was a small and unique brown treehouse. Could it be that someone lives here? Is it a hermit from the mountains? Li Xiao Bai carefully got closer and shouted. Student Li Xiao Bai accidentally passed by a treasured land and took the liberty to pay a visit. Please forgive me, sage of the mountains. But there was no sound coming from the treehouse. Li Xiao Bai shouted a few more times and found that there was no one in the treehouse. He walked towards the pine tree. When he got to the bottom of the pine tree, Li Xiao Bai made a new discovery. It turned out that this treehouse was not built on the pine tree. It was one with the pine tree, as if it grew out of it. Li Xiao Bai wanted to enter the treehouse to investigate, but after going around the tree, he found that the treehouse was one with only windows and no doors. What should I do? Li Xiao Bai thought as he subconsciously placed his hand on the tree trunk. Suddenly, the tree bark started to crack and change. In an instant, a spiral staircase appeared and went around the tree trunk, leading to the treehouse. A door also appeared on the treehouse. Li Xiao Bai only hesitated for a moment before walking up the staircase and entering the treehouse. There were 3 rows of bookcases in the treehouse. They were erected along the 3 walls. There were many goo worms in the shelves of the bookcases. The fragrance of books pervades the world, the reputation of talented scholars. The book house inheritance awaits the fated one. At this time, a piece of information appeared in Li Xiao Bai's mind. Li Xiao Bai inspected it and became joyful. So this is an information path inheritance. Even though it is only a goo master level inheritance and has no immortal goo, there are many rank 4 and 5 goo worms. There is also detailed cultivation information. It forms a complete system. It suits me. Speaking of which, my luck has been rising recently. It seems that my main body has already stabilized the situation. This was a top-level goo master inheritance. Not only did it have many goo worms, the pine tree itself was an exceptional mortal goo house, book house. Li Xiao Bai stored the book house and returned the way he came. He successfully found his horse and rode it down the mountain, heading towards the capital city. At the peak of the mountain, there were 2 figures, an immortal and a mortal. The immortal was Hua Song, while the mortal was the rank 5 goo master Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang had witnessed the entire process of Li Xiao by obtaining the inheritance. He said gratefully, "Teacher, thank you for promoting my student." As it turned out, Teacher Jiang's teacher was Hua Song. Hua Song smiled. "He is your student. According to our relationship, he is my grand disciple. He is a member of our faction. How could I ignore him? When the World Poetry Competition started, I already noticed him. He clearly had the strength to pass the round. But because he met you, he had to hide his abilities. I had hoped that the 2 of you could pass the round together. But his luck was bad. He kept meeting you at the crucial moment and was eventually eliminated. I am ashamed." Teacher Jiang lowered his head. "Ha ha ha." Hua Song patted Teacher Jiang's shoulder. "You are very good. You can teach such an outstanding student. If this Li Xiao Bai really disregards his teacher and defeats you in front of everyone in order to become famous, I will definitely punish him in secret. But Li Xiao Bai respects his teacher and has a good nature, even though he failed this time. So what? It is this kid's fortune to be able to enter teacher's eyes. But teacher, why didn't you?" Teacher Jiang's tone was hesitant. Hua Song sighed. "Even though I am the host of the World Poetry Competition, if I abuse my authority, I will be criticized by other goo immortals. I will lose face in front of Lord Huayu. Moreover, Li Xiao Bai is still too young. He lacks tempering. Suddenly promoting him to an immortal might lead to a disaster. It is better to let him walk more paths in the mortal world. An unpolished jade is worthless. Teacher is right. I was too shallow." Teacher Jiang submitted and said gratefully, "I understand teacher's painstaking efforts. You did not want me to feel guilty, so you gave Li Xiao Bai such an important inheritance, right? It's good that you know." Hua Song smiled. "You are my student after this election. You will be heavily nurtured to become an immortal. Next, you need to focus and not be distracted by other matters. Cultivate wholeheartedly. Don't embarrass me. Yes, teacher, I will do my best. Teacher Jiang cupped his fists, showing a solemn expression. Even though profound literature, Grotto Heaven adhered to neutrality and did not want to participate in any conflict between forces, they understood that chaotic times were coming, so they did not hold back in nurturing their own Gu immortals. Teacher Jiang and the others were quickly settled down. They had abundant resources, and many Gu immortals were personally teaching them. Teacher Jiang trained diligently every day. His life was extremely fulfilling. Even though he did his best to learn and perform, he was only ranked in the middle or lower tier. This showed the attainment and talent of these Gu masters. Even the Gu immortals teaching them were secretly satisfied. These people were the essence of profound literature Grotto Heaven. They were excellent seeds of Gu immortals. Half a month passed. Teacher Jiang and the others were about to welcome the most crucial moment of their lives, immortal ascension. With so many teachers protecting me, the success rate of my immortal ascension is very high. Once I become an immortal, my life will be completely subverted. Teacher Jiang was looking forward to it. He studied even harder. However, right when the first person among them was about to undergo immortal ascension, there was a loud explosion. The whole of profound literature, Grotto Heaven, shook fiercely. Next, an evil dragon that was like a mountain tore through the aperture wall and descended, filling the sky of profound literature, Grotto Heaven. Large numbers of enemy Gu immortals appeared all over profound literature, Grotto Heaven. They attacked at the same time and ignited the flames of battle. Teacher Jiang's side was the target of special attention. Die. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to suppress them. It is the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. It cannot be blocked. Retreat. The Gu immortals defending this place paled in fright. They had no choice but to retreat. Rumble. After a series of tremors, smoke and dust surged. Rocks and rocks were sent flying. This meticulously arranged learning palace was completely destroyed. Teacher Jiang and the others could not dodge in time. They were crushed into flesh and bones, dying on the spot. The Gu immortals, teaching them, felt their hearts bleeding at this sight. Their many days of teaching were about to bear fruit, but the greatest future potential of profound literature Grotto Heaven was destroyed in this one attack. Completely destroyed. Wu Shuai, my profound literature, Grotto Heaven adheres to neutrality. We have never made things difficult for you. But today you actually attacked our territory and slaughtered the innocent. You are truly unreasonable. You have committed heinous sins. Old Immortal Huayu was alarmed. His face was flushed red from anger. His furious voice resounded throughout the world. Chapter 2023. Kill. Wu Shuai's roar shook the surroundings, resounding throughout the Grotto Heaven. Many of profound literature, Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals, had a change of expression. They felt Wu Shuai's powerful might. They could not help but feel worried. Profound literature, Grotto Heaven had been peaceful for too long. It had never experienced such a thing. Even the current Grotto Heaven's owner, Old Immortal Huayu, was extremely surprised. Because profound literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven. It was best at gathering information and clues. Once there was an invasion, it would be discovered first. However, Wu Shuai's attack did not just leave Old Immortal Huayu and the rest in the dark. Wu Shuai's sudden invasion could be said to be a huge move. He could actually teleport Gu immortals to different areas of the Grotto Heaven and launch a storm of attacks against the Gu immortals of profound literature, Grotto Heaven. It could be said that this sudden attack was extremely successful. Profound literature Grotto Heaven's losses were severe, not mentioning Teacher Jiang's carefully selected group of future potential experts. Even most of the Gu immortals in profound literature Grotto Heaven were killed. Persevere. This is our home. We cannot lose it. I have already contacted reinforcements. We cannot let these shameless thugs succeed. Old Immortal Hua Yu shouted, stabilizing the morale of the troops. Next, he opened his mouth and moved his tongue, spitting out words one after another. These words were like a storm. They carried a chilling aura as they shrouded Dragon Palace. Immortal Killer move, cold words. Dragon Palace was hit by this move. Its surface was covered in layers of frost. Its speed was greatly reduced. More and more frost formed. In the blink of an eye, it was already the height of an adult's calf. At this rate, the whole of Dragon Palace would be sealed in ice. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, activating a killer move to defend. The frost on the surface of Dragon Palace started to melt. The layers thinned as its power rose. Rays of orange light shot out. The orange light shot towards Old Immortal Hua Yu. Old Immortal Hua Yu mouthed and used another movement technique. Immortal Killer move, quick words. At the next moment, his speed rose. He dodged the orange light with ease. Immortal Killer move, vicious words. Old Immortal Hua Yu spat out a wave of words again. These purple-black words were like poisonous arrows that exploded on Dragon Palace. Rumble. The continuous explosions forced the Dragon Palace to retreat continuously. At the same time, a large amount of poisonous fog seeped into the Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai sat on the main seat. Seeing this, he remained calm in the face of danger and immediately activated his defensive means to resolve this crisis. Old Deity Hua Yu's reputation was well deserved. He was indeed an expert with some skills. He was actually on par with the Dragon Palace, and each of his moves was evenly matched. Of course, this was also because Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal Gu house. It specialized in enslavement. As for Wu Shuai, in order to preserve his trump cards, even though the 4 great dragon generals had been completed, he did not take them out. They often used the evil dragon, which had become a trademark of the Dragon Palace. The evil dragon was wreaking havoc. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals were looting and killing. Wu Shuai was not anxious at all, because the situation was too favorable to him. Old Immortal Hua Yu grew more anxious as he fought. He knew that he was entangled by the Dragon Palace. If he wanted to save profound literature Grotto Heaven, he could only rely on external forces. But could reinforcements really arrive in time? Although Old Immortal Hua Yu was looking forward to it, he knew that he didn't have much hope. Even though he had a great reputation, and profound literature Grotto Heaven was in close contact with the surrounding Grotto Heavens, to get these people to help him resist such a strong enemy, Old Immortal Hua Yu put himself in their shoes. If the surrounding Grotto Heavens encountered enemies and asked for help from him, an enemy was the 2 Heavens Alliance, he would also hesitate. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals continued to wreak havoc. Smoke rose everywhere. Living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. Old Immortal Hua Yu, what other trump cards do you have? Quickly use them. If you don't use them now, you won't be able to save your Grotto Heaven. Ha ha ha. Wu Shuai laughed wildly. Old Immortal Hua Yu was silent. His expression was dark. The 2's battle sent shockwaves into the world. The Grotto Heaven's aperture walls were damaged everywhere. Suddenly, Wu Shuai's laughter stopped as he shouted in anger, "Old scoundrel Qi Si!" The moment he said that, endless Qi currents surged in from outside profound literature Grotto Heaven, gathering into a giant hand. The giant hand was like a mountain. It slammed into Dragon Palace and sent it flying far away. Next, a majestic figure appeared at the top of the Grotto Heaven sky, looking down at Dragon Palace. Its Qi Si ancestor. Old Immortal Hua Yu raised his head. Joy and surprise were written all over his face. Qi Si ancestor's appearance was unexpected, but thinking about it, he felt that it was natural. Qi Si ancestor was Wu Shuai's greatest enemy. He would not let Wu Shuai do as he pleased to the 2 Heavens forces. Roar! Dragon Palace retreated. The evil dragon took its place. Qi Si ancestor, however, had his hands behind his back. He had no intention of attacking. Wu Shuai, stop! I can let your Gu immortals retreat. Otherwise, if we really fight, your two heavens alliance will cease to exist. You! Wu Shuai's exasperated voice came from Dragon Palace. Qi ancestor! The evil dragon's charge stopped. Wu Shuai seemed to be considering. Old Immortal Hua, you let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Qi ancestor with an extremely grateful gaze. Qi ancestor's action was to preserve profound literature, Grotto Heaven's vitality. He did not want it to turn into ruins. This was not easy. Right now, the two heavens alliance's Gu immortals were scattered. Qi ancestor could use this chance to attack them one by one and deal a heavy blow to the two heavens alliance. But Qi ancestor did not do this. He was concerned about profound literature, Grotto Heaven. And before this, old Immortal Hua, you had never interacted with Qi ancestor. For an outsider like me, Qi ancestor can actually do such a thing. He is truly a famous expert of the 5 regions, the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Old Immortal Hua, you sighed internally. But at the next moment, the evil dragon attacked. Dragon Palace followed closely behind. Qi ancestor, it has been too long since that battle. Take this move from me again. Wu Shuai shouted. Despicable. Old Immortal Hua Yu saw Wu Shuai's sneak attack and cursed internally. But Qi ancestor smiled lightly. He seemed to be prepared for this. He said calmly, "Good timing." Boom! In the next moment, the evil dragon and the Dragon Palace collided with a solid wall of air. The Qi wall collapsed, but the evil dragon and Dragon Palace's momentum was also expended. Old scoundrel Qi, I am relieved that you are so energetic. Let's fight another day. Wu Shuai saw that he could not gain any advantage. He retreated slowly. Dragon Palace and the evil dragon left the battlefield and went out of the Grotto Heaven. The two heavens alliance's Gu immortals quickly retreated. They did not dare to stay for long. They were afraid that Dragon Palace would leave them behind in this dangerous place. Wu Shuai and the rest came quickly and left just as quickly. They left behind a chaotic, profound literature, Grotto Heaven. Old Immortal Hua Yu did not rush to save the people or stabilize the situation. He flew to Qi ancestor and bowed deeply. Ancestor, thanks to your help today, we were able to defeat the enemies. The entire profound literature Grotto Heaven is grateful to you for saving our lives. Qi ancestor laughed heartily. He grabbed old Immortal Hua Yu's hands and lifted him up. You and I are both humans. We should help each other and resist the variant humans together. That is what we should do. Old Immortal Hua Yu said hatefully, Wu Shuai is perverse. He is trying to overturn the situation of humanity. He is deranged and despicable. My profound literature Grotto Heaven will definitely be enemies with him. We will not rest until he is dead. Qi ancestor nodded. In the current world, chaotic war is coming. Who can stay out of it? It is good that you understand this. Old Immortal Hua, you cupped his fists again. I have observed all the immortals in the world. Only ancestors' prestige has spread far and wide. Your virtue is worthy of respect. From now on, Hua Yu Grotto Heaven is willing to follow ancestor everywhere. We will listen to your orders. Chapter 2024 Profound Literature, Grotto Heaven. A tea party was currently being held. Old Immortal Hua, you only sat at the side. He gave the main seat to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used his identity as Qi ancestor to talk to many Gu immortals. He obtained first-hand information about Eastern Sea's White Heaven. Profound literature, Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals were not the only ones participating in the tea party. After Qi ancestor repelled Wu Shuai's army, Gu immortals came to reinforce him. These Gu immortals came from the surrounding forces of profound literature Grotto Heaven. They were late to reinforce profound literature Grotto Heaven, but they were all invited by old immortal Huayu to participate in this tea party. Fang Yuan acted as Qi ancestor, he told the immortals. He had already formed an alliance with the celestial court. He was recruiting the human forces of the two heavens to resist Wu Shuai's variant human alliance. He wanted to uphold the righteous path of humanity. Old immortal Huayu was the first to respond. The other forces also responded enthusiastically. Many Gu immortals expressed their willingness to join Qi ancestors' side to resist the tyrannical Wu Shuai alliance. Even if some Gu immortals were hesitant, they could not make the decision themselves. They needed to report to their superiors to make a decision. After the tea party ended, Fang Yuan was very satisfied with the result. He wanted to move the two heavens' grotto heaven forces. The first step was very important. With Wu Shuai's active cooperation, almost all the Gu immortals of the two heavens recognized Wu Shuai's threat. Everyone was in danger. Everyone knew that no one could avoid this calamity, because even a powerful force like old immortal Huayu was almost exterminated. If not for Qi ancestors' righteous actions, profound literature grotto heaven would have already been wiped out. The great chaos was coming. No one could remain unscathed. Only by stepping into the waves could they survive and grow stronger. One tea party allowed Qi ancestor to subdue 5 grotto heaven forces effortlessly. Of course, to unify them he needed some time. Important details like the distribution of benefits were not settled yet. Even so, Qi ancestors' actions had already caused a huge change in the situation of the two heavens forces, and even the situation of humanity and variant humans. Fang Yuan naturally would not conceal this news. The moment the tea party ended, he announced it in jewel-yellow skies. At once, the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was shaken. Some sighed at the changing times and the impending chaos. Some praised Qi ancestors' righteous path actions, feeling that he had a sense of responsibility as a human. Some guessed Wu Shuai's next move, while others thought about Eastern Sea's political situation. Qi ancestor was publicly recognized as the #1 battle strength in Eastern Sea. Now that he was so close to the celestial court, how would the other Eastern Sea righteous path super forces deal with this relationship? The 5 regional walls had disappeared, and the originally independent 5 regions had merged into one. Any change in one region would cause the 5 regions to change as a whole. For an expert of Qi ancestor status and identity, his every action would deeply influence the entire world. The Shun family of Donghai. Is there still no clue as to ancestor Shenshang's whereabouts? Shin Songxing sighed. I don't blame you. After all, the Qi tide is sweeping the world and happening everywhere. And the Divine Emperor City is a place closely protected by the Zhongzhou state. A Shun clan Gu immortal asked. First Supreme Elder, Qi ancestor has already allied with Celestial Court. Celestial Court is even offering the latter half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance as a reward. What should we do? Shin Songxing said solemnly. I have already discussed this with Songqi Yuan, Hua Kaiyin, and the other First Supreme Elders. Qi ancestor is an expert of Eastern Sea. We cannot allow him to be roped in by Celestial Court. We will activate the clan's treasury. Each clan will take out a portion of resources and gather them into a huge gift to befriend ancestor. Shun clan's Gu immortals nodded. They had no objections. Qi ancestor was the most worthy person to rope in. Other than his battle strength, it was also because he cultivated Qi path. Right now, all of Eastern Sea's super forces wanted to exert their strength in Qi path. If they could borrow Qi ancestors' strength in this aspect, it would be much easier, especially after Fang Yuan's earlier performance. Everyone in the Gu immortal world felt that Qi ancestor liked to guide juniors. This made Eastern Sea's super forces feel that there was a lot of potential in this matter. Western Desert, Fang Clan. Fang Gong's expression was grim. We offered such a high price, but Celestial Court still refuses to release Fang Dichong. The reporting Fong clan Guimmortal lowered his head. First Supreme Elder, in my opinion, Celestial Court is not sincere enough. They are only trying to stall for time and keep us hanging. Humph. Fong Gong clenched his right fist and slammed it on the table. He was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. In the Fate War, Fong clan suffered the greatest losses. Not only did they lose Divine Bean Palace, even Fong clan's strategist Fong Dichong was captured. There was no news of him until now. Fong clan naturally thought that Fong Dichong was captured by Celestial Court. Thus, they secretly contacted them, wanting to pay a huge price to exchange for Fong Dichong. But Celestial Court was only delaying and acting perfunctorily. Fong Dichong was too important to Fong clan. Without him, Fong clan would lack a brain. After Fong clan refined Divine Bean Palace, they had the possibility of becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. But the loss of Divine Bean Palace and Fong Dichong made Fong clan's dream of becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. Fong Gong was in a bad mood, especially after hearing about Chi Si Ancestor's actions. Chi Si Ancestor is already leading Eastern Sea. But what about me and Fong clan? We are stuck at a standstill. Sigh. Fong Gong felt helpless. The only thing that made him happy was that Fong Dichong had already prepared for this. He gave Fong clan's Wisdom Path inheritance to Fong Yun in advance. Since Celestial Court is not willing to release Fong Dichong, we can only nurture Fong Yun first. Fong Gong made a decision. He could not wait any longer. Time waits for no man. Nurturing a Guimmortal, a capable Wisdom Path Guimmortal, required a lot of time. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Qin Dingling looked at the information in her hands as she smiled, muttering to herself. Fong clan is actually willing to pay such a huge price to redeem Fong Dichong. If they knew that Fong Dichong has already been replaced and is actually Fong Yuan's clone, I wonder what they would think. Celestial Court already knew of Fong Dichang's identity. Right now, Divine Emperor City was guarded by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's will. He had already informed Qin Dingling about this. Even though Fong Dichong was sealed in Divine Bean Palace's painting, he still had a portion of authority. He had been resisting stubbornly. Even Genesis Lotus could not do anything to him. But soon, Qin Dingling smiled. The batch of Guimmortal seeds we sent earlier has developed extremely well. They already have the strength to attack Fong Dichong. As long as we capture this person and use his close connection with Fong Yuan, we can find the location of Fong Yuan's main body. Spectral Soul was secretly searching for Fong Yuan's main body. Celestial Court was even more so. Qin Dingling knew that Fong Yuan was at a low point now. It was the best time to kill Fong Yuan. If they could kill Fong Yuan, not only would they restore Celestial Court's prestige, they would also gain huge battle gains. Be it Fong Yuan's various inheritances, his goo worms, his sovereign immortal aperture, secluded domains of heaven and earth, and others, they were all things that Celestial Court wanted. Qin Dingling replaced Fairy Myrtle to guard Celestial Court, even though she was only a Luck Path Guimmortal. She did her best and worked tirelessly. There were indeed results. Internally, Celestial Court controlled the 10 great ancient sects. It actively nurtured talents and recuperated. Externally, Celestial Court cooperated in Eastern Sea. They only had to pay half a primordial origin true inheritance to use Chi Si Ancestor as a tool. Capturing Fong Dichong was just around the corner. The hope of killing Fong Yuan's main body was even greater than Spectral Soul's side. Everything will be fine. Chapter 2025. Divine Emperor City. Inside the painting, Fong Dichong waved his hand. A large amount of white sand scattered. The white sand landed on the ground and melted, forming a puddle of milk. Gudong, gudong. Bubbles immediately appeared on the ground, and the beans buried under the ground swallowed the milk in large mouthfuls, growing continuously. In a few minutes, Fong Dichang used up the few rank 8 immortal material milk sand he had. The originally barren land was now abnormally fertile. Green bean sprouts sprouted from the ground. Again, Fong Dichang took out another portion of lightning path immortal material. The immortal material was digested by divine Emperor City when it was thrown into the air, turning into tiny arcs of lightning that enveloped the entire bean field. The tender bean sprouts were stimulated by the arcs of lightning. They grew stronger at a visible rate. Continue. After the arcs of lightning dissipated, Fong Dichang took out a third portion of immortal material. Time continued to pass. After 3 days and 3 nights, Fong Dichang finally stopped his actions. He looked at the field. The beans in this field had already grown into divine bean soldiers. They were closely arranged next to each other. They were as silent as stone statues, waiting for Fong Dichang's orders. Fong Dichang sighed, thinking, "This is the last batch of divine bean soldiers. I have basically used up all the immortal materials I have." As one of Fong Yuan's clones, Fong Dichang had been trapped in the painting ever since he was plotted against by Genesis Lotus Will. During this period of time after the fated war, while waiting for his main body to rescue him, he was also doing his best to accumulate troops. Even now, the main body did not come to save him. Fong Dichang could only prepare to save himself. He was now trapped in the painting and could not contact the main body. He could not even communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. But he had refined Divine Bean Palace earlier. He still had a portion of authority. This was the reason why Genesis Lotus could not do anything to him in the short term. Fong Dichang used this authority to borrow Divine Bean Palace's power to nurture Divine Bean Soldiers again. He kept accumulating Divine Bean Soldiers. The current scale of his military force had already reached a considerable level. "It is time. Let's go and occupy all the murals." Fong Dichang ordered without hesitation. The Divine Bean Soldier Army started their journey. They split up and rushed to the edge of the mural, breaking into other mural worlds. There were large tracts of farmland outside the monarch city. The autumn wind blew, and many farmers were harvesting wheat. "This year is a bumper harvest." "Yeah, every family has a good harvest." "What's that sound?" The farmers were chatting merrily when a strange noise suddenly sounded, causing everyone to be bewildered. A group of Divine Bean Soldiers, more than 300 people, barged into this mural time. When they realized that these farmers were like sharks that had smelled blood, they became violent and their movements became extremely fast. They trampled on the farmland and killed anyone they saw. "Run! There's a monster! Let's go!" "Spare my life. Please." Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The last farmer was beheaded and fell into a pool of blood. The Divine Bean Soldiers successfully killed all the humans and occupied this painting world. The other mural was still outside Emperor City. It was spring at this time. The scenery was bright and beautiful. Large groups of scholars, and young ladies came out of the city for a walk. While they were talking and laughing, 3 to 5 Divine Bean Soldiers suddenly appeared, causing the women to scream in unison. They actually dared to attack women. "What are these things?" The scholars looked at them curiously, while the guards directly surrounded them. The Divine Bean Soldiers started to attack. The guards were already vigilant and were in a stalemate for a while. "These strange things have evil intentions. Where did these things come from?" "Forget it, let's kill them first." The scholars cooperated with the Academy Guardian Masters and killed these Divine Bean Soldiers without much effort. But soon, thousands of Divine Bean Soldiers arrived in this painting world. This time, the guards and scholars were unable to resist. After most of them resisted, their corpses were mercilessly stepped on by the Bean Deity army in the mud, and a small portion of them retreated out of the painting world, luckily surviving. Divine Bean Soldiers had extraordinary strength, at least at desolate beast level. But in the painting world, they had to follow the rules inside. there was a very small difference between immortal and mortal. Moreover, when divine being soldiers entered other paintings, they were randomly teleported and of different sizes. Feng Dichang attacked with a heavy fist, but the divine being army scattered randomly and started to invade on the spot. Thus, some divine being soldiers had good progress, while some encountered intense resistance, and some were directly destroyed by the Gu masters in the painting world. Even so, Feng Dichang soon showed a satisfied smile. My previous guess was not wrong. Divine Being Palace's paintings are connected to Emperor City's paintings. Although I am sealed here, Divine Being soldiers originate from Divine Being Palace. They are of the same origin as Divine Emperor City. Thus they can leave. The more painting worlds these Divine Being soldiers occupy, the higher my control over Divine Emperor City. After reaching a certain level, I can even advance further and suppress Genesis Lotus Will, becoming the Lord of Divine Emperor City. Feng Dichang's large-scale attack made the Gu immortal seeds that Celestial Court had placed in Divine Emperor City's painting world gather and discuss countermeasures. What is going on with these Divine Being soldiers? Qin Dejiang frowned. Sun Yao's eyes were bloodshot. I don't know either. After these monsters appeared, they slaughtered wantonly. They are extremely vicious and vicious. Those pitiful beggars and refugees were all killed by these monsters. Maybe this is our fortuitous encounter or a test. Tang Ruqi guessed. Ying Shengji frowned. I have killed many Divine Being soldiers, but so far I have not gained any benefits. Wei Wushang analyzed calmly. Divine Being soldiers are from Divine Being Palace. According to rumors, Gu immortals can plant these wood path soldiers on a large scale in Divine Being Palace. When it is time for battle, the Gu immortal will release them to fight against the enemy. Previously, when Divine Being soldiers landed in Western Desert, they also scattered a large number of Divine Being soldiers to fight against our central continent's 10 great ancient sections. Then what is the reason for the sudden appearance of these Divine Being soldiers? Zhao Shuyi asked. Wei Wushang shook his head. I don't know either, although we have been here for some time. This painting world is too vast and profound. We don't know many of its secrets and profundities. What are these reasons for? Right at this time, Shao Qi Xing walked over. Ah, it's Brother Shao. What information do you have? Or do you know the truth? These Gu immortal seeds asked one after another. They valued Shao Qi Xing greatly, because among them, Shao Qi Xing was doing the best. He had infiltrated the military camp and continued to rise in rank. He was already a minor officer now. Shao Qi Xing said, I don't care about the reason for the appearance of Divine Being soldiers. I only know that the higher-ups have already issued a military order to mobilize the army to encircle these Divine Being soldiers. I am leading the army alone this time and need helpers. We can work together and slaughter these Divine Being soldiers. After the battle, we will definitely be rewarded according to our contributions. I have no objections. These monsters should be punished severely. Qin Dejiang said. Sun Yao nodded. These Divine Being soldiers are too excessive. They don't even treat humans as humans. I want to take revenge for those pitiful refugees. Count me in. Zhao Shu Yi also expressed her stance. Soon, these Gu immortal seeds of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects agreed and temporarily joined Shao Qi Xing. Chapter 2026 Divine Emperor City, Painting World. On the spacious square, Shao Qi Xing's group was confronting a group of Divine Being soldiers. The scale of this group of Divine Being soldiers was even larger than Shao Qi Xing's group. How do we fight? Sun Yuanhua had just asked when the Divine Being soldiers had already started their assault. Shao Qi Xing stopped the people who were preparing to attack and smiled. Everyone, please act as reinforcements and watch me deal with them. Shao Qi Xing finished speaking and flicked his fingers repeatedly. a large number of goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms landed on the ground and quickly turned into human shapes. Most of them were ordinary soldiers. A small number were clearly elites, and an extremely small number were even sturdier and more valiant. These are Soldier Goo, Sergeant Goo, and Sergeant Goo. Gu Ting squinted his eyes slightly. It should be. Wei Wuxiang roughly counted. There are about 500 people. It seems that Xiao Qixing is doing quite well in the military camp. He has actually accumulated so many human path goo worms. Formation. Xiao Qixing shouted and activated the Arrow Army formation goo in his aperture. The soldiers under his control immediately gathered. The centurion led the sergeant led the sergeant, and the sergeant was surrounded by soldiers. The entire army was like a huge arrow, without dodging or evading. They directly charged towards the divine being soldiers that were charging towards them. Kill! The army led by Xiao Qixing let out a deafening battle cry. But the divine being soldiers were deathly silent. The two sides were like huge waves colliding, and after colliding, they began to infiltrate each other. Xiao Qixing's eyes were like lightning, shooting out starlight as he concentrated on controlling his own troops. In the chaotic battle, the troops under his control were always united into small groups, maintaining the most basic military formation. In contrast, the divine being soldiers were scattered and disorganized. After the initial stalemate, the situation gradually fell into Xiao Qixing's control. Once he gained an advantage in a certain area, this advantage snowballed and continued to grow. Soon, the partial advantage turned into an overall advantage. Eventually, Xiao Qixing's side obtained a complete victory. The divine being soldiers were all killed. How is it? Xiao Qixing returned victorious. He looked at the other Gu immortal seeds with an excited expression, showing off his pride. Zhao Shu Yi rolled her eyes and ignored him. Brother Xiao is indeed amazing. Chen Dajiang gave a thumbs up. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qixing laughed heartily and said to Chen Dajiang, if you had followed me back then, you would also have such achievements today. Let's continue forward. It's just a mural, Wei Wuxiang said. Don't be careless. These soldiers are just soybean soldiers, the most basic of the divine being soldiers, Gu Ting said. The group continued to move forward, continuously conquering the divine being soldiers. A moment later, they arrived at the busiest street of Divine Emperor City. The divine being soldiers were slaughtering the citizens in the city. It was a mess. When Sun Yao saw this, she was so angry that her eyes spat fire. The first time she entered this place, she came to this street and experienced the flourishing scenery. Who would have thought that such a beautiful scene would be completely destroyed by the divine being soldiers? There were corpses and blood everywhere. I'll have to rely on you all to make a move, Xiao Qixing said with rare modesty. The terrain here is narrow and the field of vision is not clear. My men and horses can't pass through. The other Gu immortal seeds naturally had no objections. They rushed to the front lines and attacked together. Xiao Qixing stayed at the back, controlling the soldiers around him to move forward slowly while observing carefully. He knew in his heart, since he came here to compete for Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, these Gu masters around him were his greatest competitors. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Now was the best time for him to understand these people. These elite Gu masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were truly extraordinary when they attacked. Xiao Qixing had a lot of accumulation, but these Gu masters were not inferior. Ying Shengji continuously took out Dr. Gu and turned into human form, saving the wounded and dying everywhere. Chen Dejiang, on the other hand, was surrounded by a group of constables. He also held a blade and a chain, participating in the front lines battle. Sun Yao, on the other hand, made Xiao Qixing look at her in a new light. She was surrounded by 3 dancers. Their long sleeves fluttered as they weakened the divine being soldiers. At the same time, Sun Yao also possessed the human path killer move. Joy in helping others, this move was very effective in strengthening her allies. As for Wei Wuxiang, he was flickering in and out of sight. His figure was like a fish in water in the chaotic battlefield. This guy has already grasped thief Gu. Xiao Qixing realized. These elites of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects showed their brilliance once they attacked. Xiao Qixing also felt heavy pressure and became vigilant. I really can't underestimate these people. This chaotic battle lasted for the time it took to brew half a cup of tea before the entire street was cleared. Without stopping, Xiao Qixing and the rest advanced towards other painting worlds. The divine bean soldiers were exterminated by them one after another. Of course, they were not the only ones retaliating. The natives of the painting world also organized many teams and fought back with all their might, trying their best to kill the divine bean soldiers. Yi Fan and Hong Yi mixed in with the other teams and conversed secretly. These divine bean soldiers are really amazing. There are so many types of them. It is an eye-opener. These people from the 10 great ancient sects have also matured. We need to conceal ourselves carefully and not be discovered by them. They were the earliest people to enter the painting world. Right now, their accumulation surpassed Central Continent's people by a large margin, but Yi Fan and Hong Yi could only act in secret. After all, the outside world of the 5 regions was the main body. Once they were discovered by the Celestial Court, the situation would be terrible. The counterattacking teams killed faster and faster. Their efficiency constantly increased, and their casualties rapidly decreased. After they had sufficient experience, they completely understood the types of divine bean soldiers. Yellow bean soldiers were only cannon fodder. Green bean soldiers could shoot flying arrows. Red bean soldiers had to be careful of their self-destruction. Black bean soldiers had the toughest bodies, and so on. After understanding the characteristics of different divine bean soldiers, they launched targeted attacks. These divine bean soldiers were far weaker than they looked. The counterattacking teams kept winning and regaining more and more territory. Finally, they gathered at one place and came to the city wall of Divine Emperor City. Outside the city wall was a vast sea of divine bean soldiers. Xiao Qixing saw this scene and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The enemy was too powerful. It was not something his team could handle. Only by joining forces with other teams could they defend the city. The divine bean soldiers surged forward without any formation. They were a mess as they charged forward. Xiao Qixing and the rest occupied the city wall and looked down from above, constantly killing. The divine bean soldiers were like ants. They started to climb the city wall. The defending side resisted with all their might, not retreating a single step. The entire battlefield was like a huge meat grinder. A large number of lives were lost every second. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually, Xiao Qixing fell on but he had no strength left in his body. His snow-white military robe was already dyed red with blood. Continuous cheers came from the surroundings. They had won. This largest group of divine bean soldiers had been completely annihilated. The outcome was decided. Next, it was time to clean up the remaining small groups of divine bean soldiers in the paintings. Wait a moment, we seem to be able to leave Divine Emperor City. Following the divine bean soldiers' route of invasion, we can counterattack their nest. During the process of cleaning up, everyone made a huge discovery. The army gathered again and finally reached Fang Dichang. In this painting world, Fang Dichang's strength was greatly reduced, but he still had a group of divine bean soldiers with him. So you are the mastermind, the main culprit. You will pay the price for your sins. Why? Why did you slaughter the innocent? What grudge do you have with them? The crowd was furious, but Xiao Qixing and the rest secretly glanced at each other before moving towards the back without leaving a trace. So the source of the divine bean soldier calamity is actually him. He is Fang Clan's Gu immortal Fang Dichang. he had once refined divine being palace. To think that he is still alive, and is even stirring up trouble in the painting world. Don't tell me the sect sent us here to eliminate him. Strange. Why didn't the Celestial Court directly kill Fong Dichang? Maybe this is a test purposely left for us, or maybe we have to follow the rules of the painting world to deal with him. Xiao Qixing and the rest conversed quickly. Their expressions were extremely solemn. They were already the focus of their sect's nurturing targets. Thus they knew a lot about the Gu immortal world. Especially the participants of the Fate War, they knew a lot about them. Kill. Take revenge for our friends and family. I want to tear him to pieces. The Gu masters in the painting world attacked Fong Dichang. A bunch of dregs. Fong Dichang sat at the center and commanded calmly. The divine being soldiers around him changed their formation smoothly like flowing water, especially when all kinds of soldiers cooperated with each other with great tacit understanding. The natives of the painting world suffered heavy losses. Xiao Qixing and the rest were also very shocked. There are clearly not many soldiers. How can they fight to this state? This is a Gu immortal commanding them. The difference is like heaven and earth. What should we do? Fight or retreat? Fight. We have the advantage in numbers. Even though Fong Dichang is strong, the gap between us is not that of an immortal. We have a lot of hope. Slaughter immortal. Someone shouted this slogan, but Xiao Qixing and the rest were extremely excited. Once they made a move, the Gu masters, fighting at the front, immediately felt a strong sense of support. In fact, not just them, Yifan and Hong Yi were also mixed in the battlefield, contributing secretly. Fong Dichang snorted coldly. The divine being soldiers kept changing their formation under his command, defending as firmly as Mount Tai. Xiao Qixing and the rest fought bitterly for a long time. But to their shock, they found a terrifying gap between the enemy and their side. The divine being soldiers around Fong Dichang were almost non-existent. What should we do? An immortal is an immortal after all. Not to mention that Fong Dichang is a wisdom path, Gu immortal. Xiao Qixing and the rest condition fell to rock bottom. Their fighting spirit faded, and they had thoughts of retreating, not daring to compete with Fong Dichang. But right at this time, Fong Dichang's body suddenly shook and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He snorted coldly, looking at the sky as he sneered. Genesis Lotus Will, you finally couldn't help but make a move. Fong Dichang was suppressed by Genesis Lotus Will. He could no longer control the divine being soldiers as freely as before. Xiao Qixing and the rest immediately felt the pressure on them decrease. They were pleasantly surprised as they charged forward. The divine being soldiers around Fong Dichang continued to shrink until they were all slaughtered. Fong Dichang had no choice but to personally take action. He slaughtered his way through the army. No one could match him. Good times did not last long. His condition continued to decline, and he started to get injured. After some time, Fong Dichang's body was bathed in blood as he staggered. To think that I, Fong Dichang, would actually die here. Fong Dichang gave a sorrowful cry as he self-detonated. Boom! The Gu masters surrounding him were all blown to smithereens. Not even their corpses remained. After a short moment of shock, the surviving Gu masters cheered and cheered. We won. We finally killed the demon. Sob, 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 father, mother, I have taken revenge for you. Chapter 2027. Xiao Qixing and the rest strolled on the street. The battle had just ended. The originally bustling street was bleak and desolate. There were few pedestrians. Even if there were, most of them were injured. Fong Dichang was unworthy of Western Desert's righteous path. He slaughtered the innocent and caused so many casualties. Letting him die like this was really letting him off easy. Chundejiang said hatefully. Ing Shengji sighed and added, That's right, this was once such a lively place. He he he. You guys are really funny. Wei Wuxiang laughed. This is only a painting world. It is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. The people here are also not real existences. No matter how many casualties there are, it will return to its former state after a few years. That's right. Compared to this, I am more curious about what kind of reward the sect will give us this time. Gu Ting said. Xiao Qixing's eyes brightened. We succeeded in slaughtering immortals as mortals, and also got rid of the internal threat of divine Emperor City. With such a huge contribution, not only the sect, even the celestial court will personally reward us. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qixing laughed heartily, feeling proud of himself. This time, in quelling the divine being weapon calamity and getting rid of Fang Dichang, he had the best performance and contributed the most. In terms of rewards, he was the first. At the entrance of the alley that everyone passed, 2 beggars were sitting cross-legged in a corner, coldly observing their surroundings. The speech and actions of these 10 great ancient sects, immortal seeds, were naturally seen by these 2 beggars. It is all thanks to you this time, Brother Xin. One of the beggars transmitted secretly. The beggar-like Xinshang smiled. Should I call you Fang Yuan or Fang Dichang? The beggar beside him replied, I am just a clone. Strictly speaking, I cannot even be considered a clone now. I am only a remnant will. So don't call me Fang Yuan. As for Fang Dichang, he is already dead. He died from self-detonation. I have no name now. I am just a beggar. Xinshang's eyes shined with brilliance. You are too humble. Even without me, fellow immortal has already planned to escape with your life. The beggar nodded and did not deny it. My previous plan was to use the divine being soldiers to invade and seize the painting world. That would be the best. But this possibility was not high. In order to consider victory, I had to consider defeat first. Naturally, I had to prepare a foolproof plan. My self-detonation caused my body and soul to completely disappear, but this will still remains. After a short pause, Fang Yuan's will continued. I do have to thank you for your help. If I rely on my own methods, there is a high chance of being discovered by Genesis Lotus Will. But with you covering for me, that's completely different. Fellow immortal Xinshang, your attainments in the Tao are getting deeper and deeper. Xinshang chuckled, indeed. Ever since the Fate War, after I unraveled the Venerable's human path killer move, my human path attainment has improved greatly. Now that he had come to this world of murals, he had to pretend to be a beggar all day, carefully observing and concentrating on comprehending. His harvest was quite plentiful. There are benefits to being a beggar. Beggars are people of the lowest level. They can look at the world as bystanders. They can experience kindness and harshness. They can feel hunger and thirst, warmth and coldness. Saying so, Xinshang changed the topic, asking, What are your plans now? Are you going to leave this place or continue to stay? Fang Yuan's will did not hesitate. I cannot leave this place. Even though I only have a will left now, I can only temporarily escape the attention of Genesis Lotus Will. I do not have a way to leave this place. What about you, Xinshang? Xinshang also shook his head. I also cannot find a way to leave this place. I have already secretly investigated those immortal seeds of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. They came and went because they obtained the approval of Genesis Lotus Will. But I believe that as long as I continue to hide and research, my human path attainment will continue to accumulate. There will be a qualitative change. At that time, I will be able to find a way to leave this place. Fang Yuanzil took a deep look at Xinshang. He could tell that Xinshang was enjoying this place. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's investment was truly huge. He created a world to deduce human path. In this place, human path was supreme. Other paths were just supplementary. Human path had the greatest development. The other paths were very weak. At the same time, this place followed the rules of the mortal world. The gap between immortals and mortals was very small. It was beneficial to the development of human path. There was also the isolation of inside and outside. Outsiders who entered this place would be isolated from the 5 regions. They would not even be able to communicate with jewel yellow skies. This prevented the spread of information and the contamination of information. Thus, this secluded human path paradise was created. Shen Shang cultivated human path. Coming here was like a glutton encountering a peerless delicacy. He was like a fish in water. He was deeply attached to this place. Fang Yuan's was currently residing in one of Shen Shang's beggar gu. There were only 2 paths in front of him. One was to wait for the main body to rescue him. The other was to follow Xin Shang and cultivate, using Xin Shang's strength to escape. Information regarding the divine being, soldier Calamity, was gathered in Qin Dingling's hands. Fang Dichang self-detonated? Qin Dingling frowned slightly. This result made Qin Dingling slightly disappointed. She had been hoping to capture this Fang Yuan clone alive. Then, through him, she could deduce the location of Fang Yuan's main body. To think that Fang Yuan's clone would actually commit suicide, but this is in line with Fang Yuan's ruthless nature. Qin Dingling did not have many suspicions. It would be great if we could capture him alive. In the painting world, the gap between immortals and mortals is not big. It is a pity that these Gu immortal seeds have not matured enough. They could not grasp this opportunity. Qin Dingling sighed inwardly. Xiao Qixing and the rest thought that it was a huge contribution to slaying the immortal. But in Qin Dingling's heart, it was a bad evaluation. But even so, Qin Dingling decided to heavily reward these Gu immortal seeds. They were all important targets for nurturing. After settling the matter of rewards, Qin Dingling placed her attention on the battle in Eastern Sea. The battle in Eastern Sea was the battle between humans and variant humans. Both sides were led by Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai. They fought in the immemorial Two Heavens and Eastern Sea. The battle was getting more intense. After Qi Si Ancestor sacrificed himself to save profound literature Grotto Heaven, he took the opportunity to unite several Grotto Heaven forces in the Two Heavens. Even though Wu Shuai lost, he did not show weakness. On one hand, he gathered the Two Heavens to his side. On the other hand, he launched sneak attacks and invasions on those Grotto Heaven forces that were observing from the sidelines. Wu Shuai's strategy was very clear and straightforward. Before attacking the 5 regions, he had to cleanse the Two Heavens and stabilize the rear. On one hand, this was because the distance between the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens was short. They could send troops to each other. If Wu Shuai did not do anything when his army was outside, the Grotto Heavens would only need to pretend to attack to make Wu Shuai's army lose their footing. On the other hand, many of Wu Shuai's Grotto Heavens produced qi harvest fruits of various sizes. Every time Wu Shuai attacked a Grotto Heaven, he would use the method that variant human Gu immortals thought of to try and get rid of the qi harvest fruits. Wu Shuai's side needed such experiments. Under Wu Shuai's radical strategy, more and more human forces in the Two Heavens sought Qi Si Ancestor's protection. Qi Si Ancestor defended the Grotto Heavens while consolidating his forces. But overall, he was still at a disadvantage. Wu Shuai's Two Heavens alliance grew much faster than Qi Si Ancestor. He actively protected the interests of variant humans. More and more variant human Grotto Heavens joined him. In the Two Heavens, variant human Grotto Heavens outnumbered human Grotto Heavens by a lot. The final batch of variant human forces that were observing from the sidelines joined Wu Shuai. On one hand, they had no choice in the situation. On the other hand, if they did not join, there would be no hope of resolving the problem of the qi harvest fruits in the Grotto Heavens. Wu Shuai's reputation soared, but the problem of the qi harvest fruits was still troubling him. The Two Heavens Alliance tried many methods, but they all failed to get rid of the qi harvest fruits. Qi Si ancestors' progress in researching the profundity of the Qi harvest fruits was also slow. Wu Shuai and Qi Si ancestor fought. Even though there were frequent conflicts, there were not many casualties. That was because the focus of both sides was not to eliminate the other, but to get rid of the problem of the Qi harvest fruits. In this world, the person who knows the profundity of the Qi harvest fruits the most is probably Demon Immortal Qi Ju. It is a pity that I am not strong enough to deal with him. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He had already resolved the problem in Providence, but Fang Yuan still had no idea how to refine the Heaven Path Tao marks. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who Fang Yuan was talking about, had arrived at Western Desert. He should be nearby. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flew at a low altitude, searching around. He could not borrow Gu from Qi Si ancestor, so he used Qi Path investigative methods to search for other Qi Path Immortal Gu. In the end, along the way, he found several Qi Path Immortal Gu. These Qi Path Immortal Gu were mostly wild Immortal Gu. They were naturally produced after the Qi tides. A small portion were snatched by Demon Immortal Qi Ju from other Gu Immortals. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was not ruthless. As long as he obtained the Qi Path Immortal Gu, he would let the Gu Immortal leave. Along the way, Demon Immortal Qi Ju gradually left Eastern Sea and arrived at Western Desert. I deduced that a Qi Path Immortal Gu should be nearby. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was thinking when a Gu Immortal suddenly appeared in his investigative range. Chapter 2028. Demon Immortal Qi Ju saw that this Gu Immortal had a headband on his head. He wore a green robe and had a tall and handsome posture. He had a thought. The Qi Path Immortal Gu that I deduced, is it on this person? With this thought, Demon Immortal Qi Ju attacked. With a loud rumble, a huge white air current giant hand grabbed towards Red Heart Traveler. Almost at the same time, Demon Immortal Qi Ju discovered Red Heart Traveler. Red Heart Traveler also discovered Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not recognize Red Heart Traveler, but Red Heart Traveler already had first-hand information about Demon Immortal Qi Ju from the Celestial Court. Seeing the white gas hand flying towards him, Scarlet Heart Traveler's heart jumped and he quickly dodged and retreated. Red Heart Traveler was a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court, a former board lord of Demon Judgment Board. He had great battle strength. During the Fated War, he came to the Western Desert and disguised himself as a fiendish immortal of the Blood Path. He attracted the attention of many superforces of the Western Desert's righteous path and held back a large number of hostile forces for the Central Continent. In Western Desert's Gu Immortal world, Red Heart Traveler had the confidence to fight against almost all Western Desert Gu Immortals. But his current opponent was Demon Immortal Qi Ju, one of the strongest Gu Immortals in the current world. Red Heart Traveler was very clear that he was not Demon Immortal Qi Ju's match. The difference between him and the enemy was too great. The loser of this battle would definitely be him. Hence, Red Heart Traveler's retreat was very straightforward. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju saw a blood-colored halo rise behind Red Heart Traveler's head. The latter's speed suddenly increased, and he easily dodged his Qi current hand. Demon Immortal Qi Ju exclaimed lightly, muttering to himself, "Blood Path again?" In the current world, the Blood Path seems to be very popular. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was naturally not willing to let Red Heart Traveler off so easily. He chased after him. The two immortals, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly traversed thousands of miles. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was shocked to find that his main movement method could not catch up to Red Heart Traveler. Of course, he did not widen the gap. I've already improved my movement technique, but I didn't expect that I still wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Who was this person? A rank 8 Blood Path, Gu Immortal. Demon Immortal Qi Ju searched through his memories and slowly found some clues. He had searched Qing Hui Zi's soul and obtained a lot of information. Red Heart Traveler's true identity had not been exposed, but he had wreaked havoc in Western Desert and had such a sensitive identity of rank 8 blood path. Information regarding him had already spread to Jewel Yellow Skies, and all the Goo Immortals in the world had heard of him. After chasing for a while, Demon Immortal Chi Ju suddenly roared, "Where are you running to?" After he finished preparing, he activated a killer move. Red Heart Traveler suddenly felt the airflow around his body roll up, seriously affecting his speed. He sighed internally. He could only turn around and fight Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's moves were vast and majestic. Milky white chi currents surged. It was like a tsunami with unstoppable might. The moment they truly exchanged blows, Red Heart Traveler fell into a disadvantageous position without any surprise. However, his methods weren't weak either. Bloody light pervaded the air and flowers of blood bloomed. There was no evil energy at all. Instead, it was warm and righteous, standing firm. Red Heart Traveler struggled with all his might. After a few rounds, his whole body was drenched in sweat. He sighed internally. This Demon Immortal Chi Ju is indeed a famous old monster. He is truly too strong. Red Heart Traveler felt that he was like a small boat under Demon Immortal Chi Ju's frenzied attacks. He could only dodge with all his strength and stall for time. After several rounds, Red Heart Traveler was already in a perilous situation. At this time he suddenly heard a beast roar. An immemorial, desolate beast drilled out from under the desert and attacked Demon Immortal Chi Ju's back. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was caught unprepared, but he was not flustered in the face of danger. He stretched out his hand, and a mountainous chi current hand slammed towards the immemorial, desolate beast. But just as this immemorial, desolate beast was about to be slammed by the hand, its body suddenly shone with bright light. It turned into an immemorial swallow and shot towards Demon Immortal Chi Ju like a sharp black arrow. So it is a transformation path, Goo Immortal. Haha, interesting. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was slightly startled. He had to stop and deal with it while praising generously. The one who came to help was naturally 9 Spiritual Fairy. She and Red Heart Traveler came to Western Desert together. They were helping each other. With her help, Red Heart Traveler's situation immediately turned for the better. He was finally saved from the brink of death. We can't fight for long. This old demon is too powerful. We are not his match. The reason why we can resist him now is because he is not familiar with our methods. Red Heart Traveler hurriedly transmitted. He fought with Demon Immortal Chi Ju and thoroughly felt the terror of a peak expert in the present age. The reason why Demon Immortal Chi Ju did not kill him was because he had just been reborn and had not completely adapted to it. If they really fought, the 2 immortals of Celestial Court would be killed by Demon Immortal Chi Ju sooner or later. I have a way, follow me. 9 Spiritual Fairy transmitted, retreating while fighting. Demon Immortal Chi Ju chased after the 2 immortals of Celestial Court. He went through many twists and turns until he reached a desert. 9 Spiritual Fairy suddenly turned into an immemorial, desolate beast. She held Red Heart Traveler in her mouth and plunged into the desert. Demon Immortal Chi Ju snorted coldly. "You think you are smart." He clapped his hands. With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook. Milky white chi currents crashed onto the surface of the desert like a tsunami, causing the surrounding 100 li of desert to sink by over 100 feet. 9 Spiritual Fairy gave a muffled grunt, suffering heavy injuries. Red Heart Traveler quickly healed her injuries. 9 Spiritual Fairy did not dare to turn around to fight. She focused on moving underground. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was about to dive into the sand and continue his pursuit when he heard a beast roar. At the next moment, a huge immemorial soul beast emerged from the bottom of the desert. Seeing this immemorial soul beast, Demon Immortal Chi Ju's pupils shrunk. This immemorial soul beast had a strange shape. It had a sinister appearance. It had a tortoise shell for tiger claws, a dragon tail, a snake neck, and a human head. Its hair was disheveled. Its eyes were filled with anger and ferocity. This was a legendary, immemorial, desolate beast. It even had many immortal goo. Ah, you found Ching Chou. Seeing that demon immortal Chi-Ju was entangled by the immemorial soul beast, Red Heart Traveler cried out in shock. This immemorial soul beast was Ching Chou. After Divine Bean Palace was seized by Fong clan, Ching Chou left Divine Bean Palace and hid in a corner. There was no news of it. But during the Fate War, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City merged into one. Genesis Lotus came out to control the situation. After the Fate War, Genesis Lotus will naturally handed all kinds of information to Celestial Court. Qin Dingling not only knew Fong Dichang's true identity, she even obtained information about Ching Chou. Divine Bean Palace had imprisoned Ching Chou for so many years. Genesis Lotus understood it too well. It had a secret method to search for it. After Qin Dingling obtained this secret method, she secretly ordered 9 spiritual fairy to search for Ching Chou and subdue it. Ching Chou was a legendary immemorial beast. Not only did it have outstanding battle strength, it also had an innate ability to discern everything about spectral soul. If Celestial Court obtained it, not only could they deal with Fong Yuan, they could also deal with spectral soul. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 9 spiritual fairy had found Ching Chou's location not long ago. But she did not have enough strength. She had no confidence in forcefully attacking it. Now that Red Heart Traveler encountered Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, she came up with a plan to lure Demon Immortal Chi-Ju into a fight with Ching Chou. This is great. At this rate, we can watch from the sidelines and reap the rewards. Red Heart Traveler laughed. Ching Chou is not Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's match. We can only act according to the situation. 9 spiritual fairy conversed while using all her strength to move deeper underground. The further away from the battlefield, the better. However, contrary to Celestial Court's expectations, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju soon sensed something amiss. He opened his mouth and breathed out endless chi currents that filled the surroundings. He threw himself into it and quickly vanished. Ching Chou had no opponent. It also chose to leave the battlefield and escape into the sky. Deep underground, Celestial Court's 2 immortals looked at each other. Red Heart Traveler suddenly said, "Oh no, we can't keep that blood sea true inheritance." 9 spiritual fairy was dazed for a moment before reacting. "You really found that blood path true inheritance?" Red Heart Traveler nodded and sighed. Celestial Court's clues were not wrong. The crucial thing was that the Chi tides exposed some clues about the Blood Sea true inheritance. I searched for half a month before finally arriving at the final location. But there, I encountered Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. 9 spiritual fairy was silent. On the other side, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju returned to his original location. "It is indeed here." He inspected for a while and found that the chi was still here. It had not moved. After trying for a while, he successfully obtained this Blood Sea true inheritance. Blood Sea Ancestor had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance secret areas in Central Continent, Southern Border, and other places. Among them, there were only 9 true inheritances. Right now, this one was already in Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's hands. Blood Path True Inheritance. Amazing! With this true inheritance, it will be several times easier for me to deal with Blood Path Gu Immortals. And this Blood Chi Immortal Gu is also suitable for me. Ha ha ha! Demon Immortal Chi-Ju laughed loudly. When he used killer moves earlier, he almost always expended immortal material chi. Now, every time he obtained a chi path immortal gu, his strength would rise by a level. Chapter 2029. Western Desert. Strong winds blew and sand surged. A caravan was moving with difficulty in the desolate desert. Oh heavens, we are finally returning to Sand Wolf City. In the caravan, Pangda had an exhausted expression as he sighed. Gu Master, Li was sitting on a camel beside him. He looked at Pangda and teased. Lad, your thinking is different from the first time we set off. Pangda's face blushed. When Li first organized the caravan, he was very excited. He thought the adventure would be very exciting. But after several caravan trips, Pangda had already realized how naive he had been. In this world, caravan was not only difficult and risky, it was also very tiring and difficult to move forward. If one was careless, they would lose their lives in the vast and merciless desert. But Pangda's sigh resonated with the other Gu masters in the caravan. Yes, we are going home again. Although we did not encounter any danger during this caravan trip, we are really tired. After we return, I want to take a good bath. I can't help but want to go to a tavern to drink, ha ha ha. Li smiled. He thought of his wife and son who had changed greatly recently. His son was chosen and heavily nurtured. He could be said to be a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf. All of these beautiful things gave Li new hope and motivation to live. No matter how difficult caravan was, he could enjoy it. Wait, there is a situation. The Gu master in charge of scouting at the front of the caravan suddenly shouted a warning. Pangda immediately tensed up, but also felt strange. Logically speaking, this was near Sand Wolf City. There should be no danger here. But why was there a warning? Li immediately activated his investigative Gu. His body stiffened as he shouted. There is a strange situation. Everyone move forward at full speed. Pangda and the rest did not know the reason, but seeing Li leading the way, they trusted the caravan leader and quickly followed. As they got closer to Sand Wolf City, even without using Gu worms, they discovered the abnormality. Several plumes of gray smoke could be seen rising into the air. There was also the smell of burning and fire coming from the direction of Sand Wolf City. Everyone in the caravan felt a strong sense of foreboding, and they quickened their pace. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of Sand Wolf City. This is impossible. What's going on? Heavens, this is a dream. It must be a dream. Some of the members of the caravan directly knelt on the sand. Some broke down and cried. Even the usually steady leader Molly was stunned on the spot. Pangda's eyes widened, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. The once bustling Sand Wolf City was now in ruins. There were corpses everywhere, broken walls, burning flames, and smoke everywhere. The scene was too horrible to look at. Li muttered and suddenly ran into the city as if he was electrocuted. His action woke up many people. The Gu masters quickly ran back to their homes. Pangda did not have a home, so he quickly urged the camel to follow Uncle Li. Li's speed was extremely fast. He was extremely anxious and directly left Pangda far behind. Fortunately, Pangda had returned to Sand Wolf City a few times and had already figured out the route. He knew where Uncle Li's house was. When Pangda arrived at Molly's house, he saw a ruin. Li, on the other hand, knelt on the ruins and looked at his wife's corpse that he had just dug out in silence. From Uncle Li's silence, Pangda could feel the mountain-like weight on his back. How could this be? What happened here? Pangda was sorrowful, but also very confused. In his opinion, Sand Wolf City was such a huge city with so many Gu masters stationed inside, but it was actually destroyed and turned into a dead city. What kind of force could destroy Sand Wolf City? Was it a chi tide calamity? The traces left at the scene did not seem like it at all. This world is really too dangerous. People are living in constant danger. Even Gu masters are the same. There is no such thing as a safe place. Pangda felt increasingly insignificant in his heart. He looked at Li, who was kneeling on the ground like a stone statue. He opened his mouth several times before finally saying, "Uncle, we need to pull ourselves together. Don't forget that you still have a son." These words shook Missouri slightly. His eyes shined with the light of hope again. Pangda, thank you for your reminder. My son is still in the inner city. He is a Gu immortal seed and is being nurtured heavily. He is definitely fine. He is definitely well protected. Let's go and find him. Emoli brought his wife's corpse and hurriedly went to the inner city with Pangda. The whole inner city had turned into a huge crater. The inner city was gone. Several caravan members stood at the edge of the crater, looking at it blankly. Emoli came to their side and looked at the huge crater. His lips trembled and his face was extremely pale. He could not speak. Pangda secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He could see that this huge crater was completely the footprint of a wild beast. Such a huge footprint. The size of this wild beast was simply unimaginable. This is not man-made. A beast calamity. A huge beast as big as a mountain attacked Sandwolf City and killed everyone. The caravan members analyzed and gradually started crying. Emoli fell into a deathly silence. Pangda could not persuade him. Uncle Emoli once had such a beautiful family, but suddenly everything was gone, only he was left. Fate was so cruel to Emoli and all the surviving members of the caravan. Boom! Right at this time, the air above everyone's head suddenly surged, emitting a sonic boom. This sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Did the huge beast not leave? Pangda quickly raised his head and saw two figures floating in the sky. Gu immortals, the other Gu masters shouted. This place is also in trouble. The Gu immortals in the sky conversed. Their voices were transmitted down without any intention of concealing it. This damned beast caused our Emo clan to suffer such heavy losses. When we catch it, we will tear out its tendons and skin it alive to vent our anger. Another Gu immortal replied furiously, Let's go, we are about to catch up. The two Gu immortals flew away, leaving this place. The Gu masters on the ground were silent for a while before someone suddenly started crying loudly. Father, mother, you died so miserably. I cannot take revenge for you, but there are immortals who can uphold justice for you. Pangda was silent. His mood was very heavy. At this moment, he suddenly realized, even if he became a Gu master, even if he became a rank 5 Gu master, what was the use? Only by becoming a Gu immortal could he control a bit of his own fate in this world. I want to go take a look. Emoli suddenly spoke with a resolute expression. Leader, are you crazy? The surrounding Gu masters quickly urged. Emoli's attitude, however, was firm. I am useless. I cannot take revenge for my wife and children, but I will do my best to see the culprit punished with my own eyes by a Gu immortal. If I don't even grasp this chance, even if I survive, I will regret it for the rest of my life. These words resonated with the other Gu masters. They responded and expressed that they wanted to go with Emoli to witness justice. Uncle, I want to go with you. Pangda said, Stay behind, lad. Emoli looked at Pangda, his expression softening. Pangda smiled bitterly. Uncle, you have saved me time and time again. You are the closest person to me in this world. Since I am following you, I will not separate from you at this crucial moment. Let me continue to follow you, uncle. Emoli looked at Pangda deeply for a while before nodding and saying in a hoarse voice, Lad, follow me. The group of Gu masters followed the direction the Gu immortal flew in, leaving Sandwolf City ruins. Along the way, the giant beast footprints on the sand were very obvious, allowing them to maintain the most correct path. They traveled like this for a day and a night, when they suddenly heard thunder from the horizon. This is not lightning. It is the Gu immortal fighting the giant beast. Listen, there are beast roars coming from the wind. The Gu masters were very excited. They increased their speed and wanted to get closer. But right at this time, a pitch-black chi current shot out like a rainbow, tearing through the sky. A trace of the chi current scattered and landed near a Gu master. One trace of the black chi curled up and brushed past a Gu master's shoulder. That Gu master suddenly cried out in fear. His skin and flesh started to rot, and he quickly turned into a skeleton. Everyone was shocked by this change. They quickly scattered in all directions. Fortunately, that trace of black chi went with the wind and did not linger around. It is too dangerous to continue moving forward. This is only the aftermath of the Gu Immortal fighting the giant beast. We have no way of resisting it. If we continue to get closer, we will be throwing away our lives. Most of the Gu masters wanted to retreat, turning around and leaving. I still want to try again. All of you can leave. All of you can leave. Mo Li was the only Gu master left. Peng De still wanted to follow him. But this time, Mo Li's attitude was very firm. He chased Peng De away. Mo Li trudged for some distance alone. When he climbed up a sand dune, the scene in front of him made him take in a deep breath of cold air. Far away in the horizon, there was a huge black fog. This fog was clearly the pitch-black chi current from earlier. In this rumbling black fog, Mo Li could vaguely see a mountain-like beast silhouette and flickering lightning. Mo Li breathed in deeply and was about to move forward when he was suddenly hugged from behind. "Uncle, do you want to die? Don't move forward, you will die." Peng De shouted, "Brat, why haven't you left yet?" Mo Li was anxious. Peng Da's face was full of eagerness and sincerity. "Uncle, you're my savior. How could I be ungrateful and watch you throw your life away? I know you want to die, but your condition is not right. With my strength, you could not even sense me when I followed you all the way. Uncle, live on. Don't throw away your life." But Mo Li did not listen. "Brat, scram." "I won't scram." "Scram." "This has nothing to do with you. You still have your youth. Don't throw away your life here." "Uncle, I want to save you." "I don't need you to save me. Even if I die, I will take revenge. Even if it is just an insignificant attack, as long as it lands on that damned beast, I will be satisfied." Rumble. Just as the two were entangled, a hurricane came from the battlefield in the horizon. The hurricane was like a wall, supporting the sky as it rapidly swept towards the two of them. Oh no! Peng De and Mo Li had no time to dodge. They were quickly engulfed by the hurricane. Chapter 2030. Western Desert. Dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder rumbled. Mo Clan's Gu Immortals and the mysterious giant beast were still fighting intensely. "Bastard, die. I will skin you alive and tear out your tendons to compensate for our losses." The two Mo Clan Gu Immortals were furious. Mo Clan had suffered huge losses because of this giant beast. These two were in charge of the most important area. "You want me to die?" During the intense battle, the mysterious giant beast suddenly spoke. The two Mo Clan Immortals were shocked. Their hearts jumped. At this moment, the giant beast suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a purple-red tongue. The tongue pierced through Mo Clan Gu Immortal's body at lightning speed. Almost instantly, this Mo Clan Gu Immortal was completely corroded by the intense poison. He turned into nothingness. Only his immortal aperture turned into a faint speck of light that fell towards the ground. "You are a legendary immemorial beast." The remaining Mo Clan Gu Immortals were shocked. They quickly retreated. But it was too late. The mysterious giant beast was Qing Chou. It snickered as ghostly qi surged out of its body. The ghostly qi turned into ghostly shadows that easily blocked the Mo Clan Gu Immortals. Qing Chou's main body got closer. "Didn't you want to kill me and tear out my tendons?" The Mo Clan Gu Immortal shouted in fear. "Let me go! I am Mo Clan Gu Immortal. If you let me go, Mo Clan will not pursue this matter." "Pursue this matter?" Anger flashed across Qing Chou's face when it heard this. "You two fools! You don't even know that you were used. Go and die." "Ah!" The Mo Clan Gu Immortal screamed as the ghostly shadows pounced on him. He died on the spot. after killing these two Gu immortals. Ching Cho looked towards the desert. Sand flew wildly on the ground, turning into a giant monster. It was the immemorial sand monster. This was the helper that the Emo clan Gu immortals brought. They relied on it to restrain Ching Cho earlier. But the Emo clan Gu immortals did not expect Ching Cho to be a legendary, immemorial desolate beast. It had extraordinary intelligence. Ching Cho used this to disguise itself as an ordinary, immemorial, desolate beast, causing the two Emo clan immortals to lower their guard. In the end, Ching Cho suddenly attacked, and the two Emo clan immortals suffered grievances. The two Emo immortals were already dead. This immemorial sand monster no longer had a master. Its movements gradually slowed down as it stood on the ground and looked up at Ching Cho. Ching Cho glared at the immemorial sand monster. Scram! The primordial sand monster shivered in fright. It suddenly turned around and dived into the desert to escape. Ching Cho ordered the enemy to retreat, but the ghost aura around it became denser. It looked at a certain place in the sky and sneered. Two shameless insects still not coming out? Saying so, Celestial Court's two immortals, 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler, appeared. They floated side by side in the sky, looking down at Ching Cho. So previously, when Red Heart Traveler wanted to find Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritance, he was disrupted by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Realizing Demon Immortal Chi Ju's goal, Red Heart Traveler decisively gave up on the Blood Sea true inheritance and continued to pursue Ching Cho with 9 Spiritual Fairy. After all, Ching Cho's matter was related to the Celestial Court's plans, and even if he obtained the Blood Sea true inheritance, it would only increase the strength of Scarlet Heart Traveler alone. Which was more important was clear at a glance. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler possessed Celestial Court's secret method. They chased and soon found Ching Cho again. But the two did not dare to make a move. This was Western Desert. Enemies were everywhere. It was not the territory of Celestial Court's two immortals. If they rashly fought against a legendary, immemorial, desolate beast, once the battle entered a stalemate, Western Desert's native Gu immortals would interfere. There would be too many variables. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler discussed for a while. 9 Spiritual Fairy would transform into an immemorial, desolate beast and wreak havoc on the surrounding resource points, attracting Western Desert's Emo clan Gu immortals. In the end, Emo clan's two immortals brought an immemorial sand monster. But they did not expend much of Ching Cho's battle strength. Instead, Ching Cho discovered the traces of Celestial Court's two immortals. Celestial Court's two immortals' plan failed, and Ching Cho discovered their traces. They directly showed up and attacked at the same time. Bam, bam, bam. Celestial Court's two immortals were rank 8. They were extraordinary indeed. Each of their moves were fierce, and their attacks were like raging waves. Ching Cho was suppressed for a moment. But Ching Cho was an immemorial, desolate beast. It had thick skin and flesh. Even if it was hit by a few rank 8 killer moves, it was fine. After dozens of rounds, it became familiar with the Celestial Court's two immortals' moves. It gradually regained control of the situation. But good times did not last. Chi tides started to form. The reason was that the immortal apertures of the Western Desert Immortals had opened and started to absorb heaven and earth chi to stabilize themselves. These two immortal apertures had different heaven and earth chi from the outside world. Together with the accumulated influence of the Gu immortals fighting Ching Cho, a huge chi tide soon formed. In the chi tide, Ching Cho was greatly restricted. Its strength fell by a lot. In contrast, Celestial Court's two immortals had already contributed their immortal apertures. They only had phantom apertures. They were not affected much by the chi tide. Ching Cho roared furiously. It used all its strength, but to no avail. It realized at this point that Celestial Court's two immortals had another layer of scheme. They did not just use the Western Desert Immortals. They even schemed against their immortal apertures. Just as Ching Cho was in a tough battle, Pangda opened his eyes shakily. Where am I? He was in a daze for a while before he found that he was being carried by Uncle Emoli. They were moving on a huge sand dune. Uncle, you saved me again. Pangda sighed. You're awake. Uncle Emoli smiled. Pangda, Uncle, put me down. But Uncle Emoli shook his head. Your injuries are severe. Even though I saved you, you should not move for the time being. Pangda smiled bitterly. I have troubled you again. Where is this? Emoli replied, Sigh, we were swept away by the hurricane for over 10,000 li. We are rushing back now. Emoli had lived in the desert for many years. He naturally had a method to determine his location. Pangda heard Emoli's words and became anxious. Uncle, why are you going back? Are you going to die? Emoli was silent for a while before saying in a deep and resolute voice, I know it is dangerous to go back, but if I cannot even see the true appearance of the murder of my wife and child, I will not be satisfied. Uncle, Pangda did not know how to persuade him. He understood Emoli's pain and hatred at this moment. Precisely because of this, he could not persuade him. Emoli continued, Brat, Uncle owes you a favor. After we travel a bit further, Uncle will put you down and leave you enough food and water. With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to cross the desert alone and reach the nearest town. Uncle, I won't go. I cannot leave you alone. Stop fooling around. I am not fooling around. You are the one fooling around, Uncle. Just as the two were arguing, the sand under Emoli's feet moved, forming a huge whirlpool that swept the two towards the center. Emoli quickly activated his goo worms, but it was useless. Emoli was pale with fright. What is going on? My goo worms are all useless. Pangda also tried to no avail. His face was extremely pale. Is this quicksand? We're going to be swallowed. This piece of quicksand was too strange. Neither of their methods had any effect. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the center of the quicksand whirlpool, their bodies were gradually sinking into the sand. Their expressions were ashen. Am I going to die? Pangda muttered. Emoli sighed deeply. I have dragged you down, Pangda. I do not blame Uncle. This is all my own choice. Pangda only felt his heart beating wildly. His mouth was dry. He did not know what to say. The feeling before death was truly terrible. But soon, Pangda's attention was attracted by another matter. He found that the usually strong Uncle Emoli was actually shedding tears. Emoli started sobbing in an extremely rare manner. I am going to die, but I have not taken revenge yet. In fact, I have not even seen my enemy's true appearance. My strength is too weak, too weak. I do not even have the qualifications to approach my enemy. The difference between a mortal and mortal is too great. I am only a mortal. I am like an ant. Pangda opened his mouth, wanting to comfort Emoli, but did not know what to say. At the next moment, hot sand poured into his mouth. Pangda quickly shut up. Next, his whole body was engulfed. His vision turned dark. Am I going to die? I am going to die like this. So pitiful. I did not expect my journey to another world to end like this. I really do not want to die. I really do not want to die. Oh, in his dark vision, specks of starlight suddenly lit up. I am not dead? Pangda sat up, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He was now at the bottom of a dry well. There was a quicksand whirlpool at the mouth of the well, but strangely the quicksand did not fall down. There was a mysterious force here that stopped the quicksand, only allowing Pangda and Emoli to fall in. Uncle? Pangda immediately noticed Emoli and called out twice before Emoli reacted. Lad, you are awake? This is the immortal world. We are rich. Emoli turned around with an excited and shocked expression. This is likely an inheritance left behind by a goo immortal. Uncle, are you sure? Pangda opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This was all too surreal. The ups and downs of life were too sudden. He was not a rash person who had just transmigrated. The current Peng De and Mo Li had traveled many times. They had a rough understanding of the Gu world. The existence of Gu immortals and Gu immortal inheritances had always been the topic of discussion for Gu masters when they were free. To think that such an unreachable thing would appear in front of them at this moment. Damn it, damn it! Why is it not reacting? Mo Li tried many methods, getting increasingly anxious, but the starlight in front of him did not react at all. Uncle, this is probably not a Gu immortal inheritance, right? I think you are thinking too much. At this time, Peng De finally had the strength to stand up and walk towards Mo Li. Mo Li did not retort. He was also starting to doubt his previous judgment. But at this time, the starlight in front of him suddenly moved like a tide, directly passing through Mo Li and entering Peng De's body. The two were shocked. This happened very quickly. The starlight soon entered Peng De's body. Without starlight, the bottom of the well fell into darkness again. Mo Li activated a Gu worm. A lump of fire rose from his palm and brought light to the bottom of the well. Peng De was still standing on the spot, blankly. His eyes were wide open like a statue. Mo Li quickly walked towards him. Peng De! Peng De! How are you? Peng De reacted. Uncle, you are right. This is really a Gu immortal inheritance. Moreover, it is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? Mo Li was extremely shocked. They had learned a lot about the existence of venerables, and thanks to the current situation, this common knowledge of the Gu immortal world was no longer a secret of the mortal world. Mo Li's gaze became slightly complex. This means, Peng De, you are an otherworldly demon? No wonder the inheritance did not react to me. Peng De had an awkward expression. Uncle, I did not hide it from you on purpose. All right. Mo Li waved his hand. So what if you are an otherworldly demon? You are still Peng De, the Peng De I know, right? These words made Peng De extremely moved. He nodded fiercely. Yes, Uncle. Thank you for your understanding. Mo Li waved his hand. All right, you rascal. You really struck it rich this time. Since you have inherited the Demon Venerable's true inheritance, then hurry up and let us leave this place. Normal methods are useless here. Peng De was extremely embarrassed. It is like this, Uncle. Even though I have many Gu worms, I cannot use them yet. This is the first time I have seen these Gu worms. I need to practice more. And according to the inheritance, I need to learn one of the killer moves before I can leave this place. Then let's practice quickly. If you have anything you don't understand, Uncle will guide you. Thank you, Uncle. There is no need to thank me between us. Mo Li smiled. Let's practice quickly. We do not have much food and water left. As the inheritor of the true inheritance, Peng De did not need to eat or drink at the bottom of the well, but Mo Li could not. For the next few days, Peng De trained hard. He was only a mortal. He was only practicing mortal Gu. This was the first time he had come into contact with these Gu worms. Even though there were detailed instructions in the inheritance, he still needed to practice to master these Gu worms. Mo Li helped Peng De study them, and once there was a result, Peng De would lend the Gu worms to Mo Li to demonstrate and guide him. Mo Li was an experienced Gu master after all. Even though he did not have the qualifications to inherit Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, he was much more efficient at figuring out the usage of these Gu worms than Peng De. Finally, Peng De grasped the usage of each Gu worm with great difficulty. He found the threshold of using killer moves. Go, Peng De, try to succeed in one go. Mo Li encouraged Peng De. Uncle, watch me. Peng De did not succeed in using his killer move for the first time. The killer move failed, and he suffered a backlash. He spat out blood and fell to the ground on the spot. Peng De, how are you? Mo Li quickly went to inspect Peng De's body. Peng De spoke with difficulty. Uncle, I have disappointed you. But don't worry. Next time I will definitely Suddenly he widened his eyes. Next, he looked at his chest in disbelief. His chest had already been pierced by Mo Li's hand. His heart was destroyed by this sneak attack. Uncle. More blood gushed out of Peng Da's mouth. Mo Li slowly raised his head. His eyes were filled with tears, but his face was extremely distorted. It was unfamiliar and terrifying to the point that Peng Da's heart shuddered. Mo Li's voice was extremely hoarse. I want revenge. But the true inheritance chose you. I have no choice. Peng Da, you are too young. You have practiced for so long, but you can't even grasp a killer move. I can't wait. I can't count on you. Mo Li said this as he retracted his hand. Peng Da fell to the ground powerlessly, his eyes staring helplessly at the well. He was dead. But Mo Li did not stop. He activated his goo worms and captured Peng Da's soul. Chapter 2031. Central Continent, an ordinary, nameless mountain peak. For goo immortals stealthily arrived at the foot of the mountain. He Lulan is on this mountain. Ing Wuxia looked at the mountain peak as he spoke. Beside him were Fairy Myrtle, Old Man Zhang Yuan, and Bai Ningbing. After Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zhang Yuan forced Bai Ningbing to surrender, they obtained Ing Wuxia's whereabouts. Ing Wuxia was Spectral Soul's clone. He had always taken the responsibility of rescuing the main body. But due to his own strength and Fang Yuan's arrangements, Ing Wuxia could not enter Celestial Court. After the Fate War, Fate Goo was destroyed. Fang Yuan escaped. Ing Wuxia wandered around Central Continent. He even resented Fang Yuan for not saving Spectral Soul's main body. After Fairy Myrtle showed sufficient evidence, Ing Wuxia learned that the main body was no longer in Celestial Court. He had escaped on his own. Ing Wuxia was overjoyed. He left Fang Yuan and met up with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. From Ing Wuxia, Fairy Myrtle and the rest learned that he had just parted ways with He Lulan. Thus, the four immortals secretly came here again. Ing Wuxia said in a low voice, He Lulan is a formidable character, even though her cultivation level is low and future self has lost its effect. She lacks battle strength. She is tenacious and has great ambitions. We cannot underestimate her. Ing Wuxia did not doubt their strength, but what he was most worried about was whether He Lulan would join him and betray Fang Yuan. In this aspect, Fairy Myrtle was very confident. She smiled. I have complete confidence in persuading He Lulan to surrender. This woman has a complicated relationship with Fang Yuan, but it is not firm. He Lulan wants to kill her father for revenge. This is her greatest wish. And Fang Yuan captured He Cheng. Because his strength surpasses He Lulan, he can control her. If we want to persuade her to surrender, we can start from there. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Back then, Fairy Myrtle tried all ways to deduce Fang Yuan's location. But Fang Yuan was extremely crafty. His wisdom path attainment was to guard against deductions. Fairy Myrtle could not do anything to Fang Yuan, but she investigated Fang Yuan's subordinates. But back then, even if she wanted to use these methods to find Fang Yuan's location, she would fail. But now, Fairy Myrtle wanted to deal with He Lulan. Immediately, Fairy Ziwei made arrangements calmly. This time, Ing Wuxia, stay behind by Ningbing, get close to He Lulan. In Yun Tian, Immortal Li Aoing, and Linging of Sect. Li, when you get close to He Lulan, you will ambush her and seal her in ice. After that, I will persuade her to surrender. Why don't I go with you? Ing Wuxia was not assured. Bai Ningbing glanced at him before flying out. Ing Wuxia quickly looked at Fairy Myrtle, but Fairy Myrtle shook her head. We will stay here and observe. Bai Ningbing flew into the sky like a white rainbow, looking at the mountain peak as she shouted, Is He Lulan here? After a while, He Lulan appeared from the cave, looking at Bai Ningbing with a frown. It's you. Bai Ningbing chuckled as she pointed at He Lulan. I have joined Spectral Soul now. I am here to capture you. Hey Lulon, if you know what's good for you, just surrender. Hey Lulon stared with wide eyes. Are you serious? At the foot of the mountain, Ingwuxia almost stomped his feet in anger. I knew that Bai Ningbing would ruin things. She has an eccentric personality. She prioritizes having fun. She is purposely trying to ruin things. She definitely thinks this will be fun. As expected, Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. Of course it's true. Saying so, she turned into a white rainbow as she pounced at He Lulon. He Lulon had already been preparing in secret. At this moment, he gave a low shout and raised both hands, sending out a sky full of flames to meet the white rainbow. Bai Ningbing was caught off guard. She was forced back to the sky. But she showed even more excitement on her face. Fire path method? You actually cultivated this path? Haha, interesting. I have been wanting to fight you for a long time. But how long can you resist me? Immortal Killer Move by Xiang. Bai Ningbing activated her trump card method. She was no longer in human form as frost energy enveloped the mountain peak. He Lulon entered the cave, but Bai Ningbing did not fear the ambush. She directly charged in. The two of them fought in the cave, causing thunderous explosions and the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. After a few rounds, He Lulon fell into a disadvantage. Her situation was not good. He Lulon's aptitude, temperament, and talent were the best, but her luck was not good. She met Fang Yuan too early. Fang Yuan was above her. He used He Qing to control He Lulon. This greatly affected He Lulon's cultivation. He Lulon originally had Strength Qi Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu, and Self Strength Immortal Gu, but they all became Fang Yuan's. Slavery Immortal Gu was also borrowed by Fang Yuan. It was directly used up. Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was destroyed during her tribulation. During the Fate Formation, He Lulon was almost completely relying on Future Self. Once Future Self was broken, He Lulon returned to her original form. Fang Yuan did not summon her back. He Lulon had ambitions. She did not want to be controlled by Fang Yuan. She tried to find a way to escape. She had First Aunt's true inheritance. After thinking about it, she decided to cultivate blazing heaven demoness fire path. But unfortunately, before she had much success, Fairy Myrtle found out, and now she was being chased by Bai Ningbing. He Lulon was filled with bitterness. She wanted to retreat, but Bai Ningbing chased after her relentlessly. Just as she gradually lost the strength to retaliate and was about to be captured, a white light suddenly shot down from the sky. This white light seemed slow, but was extremely fast. Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang could not dodge in time. She was hit. In an instant, Bai Xiang stopped moving in the air. He Lulon has helpers. Seeing this, Ingwuxia was shocked. They are not helpers. They should be members of Longevity Heaven. Fairy Myrtle replied with a smile. Ingwuxia realized now. It turned out that Fairy Myrtle had already calculated Bai Ningbing's personality. Her main motive was to use Bai Ningbing to lure Longevity Heaven into an ambush. The reason why she did not send Ingwuxia was to protect him. After all, Ingwuxia was Spectral Soul's clone. He was truly one of them. And Bai Ningbing, who had Bai Xiang, was the best candidate to probe him. This is a time path killer move, is it, Fang Yuan? He Lulon had a complex expression. She looked at the sky through the shattered rocks. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the center of the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a strong light that shone on the immobilized Bai Ningbing. Even though Bai Xiang was powerful, Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 Immortal Goo House created by Giant Sun Immortal. If Bai Ningbing was hit by it, she would die for sure. Fairy Myrtle quickly made a move, sending out a purple aurora that covered Bai Ningbing's body, blocking Calamity Luck Altar's strong light. I was wondering who it was. So, it is the defeated general of Celestial Court. Bing Sai Chuan's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, flying into the sky with Old Man Zheng Yuan. We have already sided with Lord Spectral Soul. We are no longer in Celestial Court's camp. Bing Sai Chuan sneered. I don't care which side you are on. Hei Lulan is a descendant of my longevity heaven. She is a member of Northern Plains. Don't even think of touching her. Fairy Myrtle retorted. The 5 regions have been unified, the regional walls have vanished. How can there be a Northern Plains? We need to fight for Hei Lulan's ownership. Bing Sai Chuan did not waste any words. He directly controlled Calamity Luck Altar to ram towards Fairy Myrtle. A huge battle erupted. Hei Lulan and Bai Ningbing were both restrained, unable to move. Hei Lulan's expression was ashen. She knew clearly that be it Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they were trying to snatch her because they wanted to search for clues to find Feng Yuan. This was the result of having low cultivation level. She became a target for both sides. Nobody came to ask her if she was willing or not. This battle did not last long. Both sides restrained themselves. First, Fairy Myrtle stopped. No need to fight. I can give Hei Lulan to you. Bing Sai Chuan had the immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar. But Fairy Myrtle did not have Star Constellation chessboard. She was at a disadvantage. The reason why Fairy Myrtle fought was because she wanted to attract the Qi tides after some time, using the power of the Qi tides to determine their victory. But Bing Sai Chuan knew about Fairy Myrtle's plan. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward with great power. Fairy Myrtle saw that the battle was intense. They would need to use all their strength to hold on until the Qi tides arrived. She stopped. You and I have a common goal. It doesn't matter which side Hei Lulan is on. Feng Yuan is at his weakest now. If we miss this opportunity, it will be too late when Feng Yuan recovers. Why don't we work together? What do you think, Bing Sai Chuan? Fairy Myrtle invited. Next, she showed evidence to prove her current faction. To think that we would work together one day. Bing Sai Chuan was silent for a while before sighing. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.